Okay. Looks like it's working. That's a good thing. Oh, all right. Okay. It looks like it is actually working. All right. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. Very nice. I don't know why it didn't work earlier, but hey, now we have access to additional features. And let me go ahead and put the call-in number while I'm here. All right. That's great. Okay. Things are going better. You probably also notice I did a rig. I fixed the wire going in my keyboard with some heat shrink tubing and electrical tape. So everyone's coming back. That's great. Now, I wanted to show you a little bit about what my vegan friend had told me. So let me see if I can pull this up here and see if it works. Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. There it is. All right. Let me switch the display.
Blood sugar level.
Okay. Let me switch displays here. Now, this is what I was talking about. You can see over here the these are the vegans. Okay. I don't know if you can see that, but okay, so this is the guy that was supposed to have died of a heart attack at the age of 64, according to my vegan friend. And if you look at the comments, you can see over here, see how they have that? Sorry to hear of mangoes passing from the earth. And just found out the vegan deterioration page of mangoes passing and so on. So I don't know if this is correct or not, but this is that sort of Eden fruitarian kind of thing. Now, I don't know how old she is, but he said that he is 64. What is it about vegans that always look so bad? I mean, look at this guy. He doesn't have a haircut. I don't know if he's taking a bath or what, but it's just not looking that good. So anyway, this is an example of fruitarians. You ever notice that the people that go on the carnivore diet, they seem to be a lot more lively, and they just seem to be nicer. I don't know. It's hard to say. Let me play this. Let me see if you can hear the sound on this.
Those things which put his blood up, and he have them anyway because he likes them. So he have to put more insulin, but he is also aware that.
Okay. I guess the sound goes through. I don't know if it does or not, but hopefully it does. Okay, anyway. But yeah, this is an example. And again, I don't know what it is about the vegan community. The young ones don't look so bad, but the older they get, it seems like the worse they look. I don't know if it's because they come from an unhealthy position, but whatever. Anyway, let me go ahead and switch over to my channel. I'm glad the sound is working. Again, I don't know why things sometimes give me a hard time, but that's okay. So let me go over here. Oh, where did I do this? Live. There we go. Oh, now why did that come up? Okay, I see what happened. A hard time, but that's okay. All right, we'll mute that because of the delay. And let me go ahead and pop this out. What? Oh. Okay, there we go. All right, that's not too bad. Okay. All right, that's great. Guess you have to select these individually. But anyway, as you know, it is highlighted, so at any time you can do that. And we see the Thomas is here, Lori's Carnivore story is here, Sandra McDonald is back. Okay, Stitches, good morning from Maine, good morning from Florida, Miami, Florida. And there we go. So everything is coming up. That's a good thing. Now, I'm trying to get this as an overlay, but again, I had extra time this week, but catching the flu, the last thing I wanted to do was play around with the computer. It really is amazing, and I guess it makes me appreciate what people are going through when they don't feel good, because I'm normally very healthy and I feel great, but when I got the flu, that was enough to make me lazy, and I just didn't want to do anything. I'd rather just sit on the couch or lay around and do nothing. So that really does, it's like a wake-up call for me, because I never really understood. People complain about being tired or whatever. Well, they don't do it. Okay. Now we have some comments here. Let's see. Wow, a lot of comments. Great, great. Hello again. Clear as day. Excellent. Look at that cat. Can see it. Okay. I'm super happy about that. Okay.
I can't really tell, but
That's
I mean,
great.
I can tell. It's just it's my on my computer. It's not lined up with the comments. Like
Yeah, there's a
screen.
delay. There's always a delay.
Yeah. Okay. So it's I saw in the comments that they were suggesting I call, so I figured I'd give a call and say hello.
Well, yes. Now you are this.
It's on my computer. It's not lined up with the comments. Like
Yeah, there's a delay. There's always a delay.
yeah.
Yeah, the best thing to do is just to shut down the sound on the computer so you don't get confused.
They were suggesting I call, so I figured I'd give a call and say hello.
Well, yes. Now you are this.
On my computer, it's not lined up. Yeah, I'm just going to mute my computer.
Yeah, mute the
that
computer, because that's what I do. I don't listen to the sound. I'm just listening it through the board. But yeah, I'm using the old-fashioned line. Like when you call in a radio station. This is the way it used to be.
Oh, this is cool. This is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Well, like I said, I just wanted to say hello, and say hello to everybody. Say hello to you. Say hello to Milton, everyone. And
yeah, I've kept Milton out I'll let him in when it's time to get ready to cut off,
Yeah.
because he does a good job of turning me offline. He's an expert at that.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I know how cats are. I used to have a black cat as well, so I know that they can, they can be problematic at times, but they're still cute.
Oh, the thing is, the black cats, in my opinion, have the most personality, because my first cat was a black cat. I don't know if I have to put that picture. When I do my montage of pictures, I have several pictures with him. That was the first pet I ever had, and my cats are super friendly compared to like a lot of people. The cat kind of comes when they want to eat, and that's it. My cat will climb on me, sit on me, follow me around. Everything I do, he has to get in it. That's pretty much the way my cats are. My mom used to say my cats are more like dogs than cats.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, I'll say my goodbyes, and this is pretty cool. It really was. But you know me, I'm not really much of a conversationalist, so.
Well, that's true, but you've been on a lot of YouTube live streams, and you've been doing interviews, and you're like one of the latest carnivore celebrities now. So you're going through that phase.
Am I?
Well, you must be.
I don't really think. I don't really think of myself like that, but thank you. I do appreciate that.
Well, you're on the popular channels. I mean, you've been on Carrie's channel.
I mean, my excitement right now is more just starting my job, starting to work again.
Being able to drive around, go to work, and that's great. When you're talking about being without a car for a while, I wasn't able to drive for like 6-7 months when my truck broke. I was spending all my time on a bicycle. But, obviously it wasn't for health reasons, so I got right into the van and went off and did that. But I know what you mean. There's a sense of freedom. When you have that car, you have that mobility, you can go around and you can do things that you can't do when you're just, especially in your case, toes missing.
And the thing is like I can drive now, but I still am restricted a little bit because it's just for work. My roommate's letting me use his car, and it's just for the work purposes.
Right.
But but this does allow me now to save for my own car, and what makes it so good is I didn't know how my foot was going to react to the gas pedal.
Mm-hmm.
To the thing, and it was hard. I'm not going to lie to anybody, but it was still possible. I still did it.
Right.
And that's the main thing. That's
it. And you can never know what you can do until you try. That's what I tell people. I've had people doing something. Well, I can't do that. I can't do this. I said, well, you won't know till you try. Well, I'm not a carpenter. I'm not an electrician. I said, well, let me give you some tips over here, and most of the time they can solve the problem. Now, when they get careless, that's a problem. You get too confident, that's when you get into trouble. But if you're pretty much, using common sense, you'll be fine.
Yeah, just, the challenge I had the other day was it was 10 o'clock at night, so like it was dark on the pedal, so like I couldn't even see where my foot was going.
Right.
And the pedal was just so small, So it wasn't really the fact of like it being on the pedal. It's just like, okay, where is the pedal?
That's true. Well, at least you're not driving a manual transmission.
No. And I've done that before, and I don't really plan on doing that. It's not really my favorite.
Right.
But
I only have one car that has a 4-speed. Everything else is automatic. My old '69 Charger that's out back, that has a 4-speed with a pistol grip shifter.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have a problem with it. But, again, I got big feet, and I've always been healthy. I'm just glad that we have people like you that have had all these health challenges, and now you're on the carnivore diet. Instead of just saying, well, Rick wants everybody to die of a heart attack because he's making them eat meat, fatty meat, and lard and all that. I said, no. You don't understand it. This is a change. People want to get their freedom back. They don't want to be tied into a system, waddling around and quacking, eating duck food.
At my new job, my new coworker, he seems very nice, but and I'm sure he is, but like the whole time he's like, you should eat oatmeal and it's going to help your diabetes, and you should do this, and I'm just like, I didn't want to like stir any trouble or anything like that, so I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll look into that, right?
Exactly. Well,
it's just
the problem is
like,
a lot of people get offended.
Think that's good.
Yeah. A lot of people get offended, and I tell them, look, when you make a change to your life, you have to be confident in what you're doing, and you can't get offended, because once you get offended, now you're thinking emotionally, and that's when you get in trouble. It's like anything else.
Yeah.
If you're dealing with dangerous chemicals or tools or equipment or whatever, emotions are what gets you in trouble. If you run into a problem, you need to stop. It's like I was trying to train someone how to use a mini excavator, and the thing was like almost tipping over, and he's panicking. I said, look, when you run into trouble on equipment, stop. Take your hands off the controls. Let it stabilize, and then think about what you're going to do next. Don't just keep going, because next thing you know, you're going to be upside down or you'll be in the ditch.
Yeah. And, you know, that advice makes sense, even for novice. You know, it's like, if it starts doing something, stop doing what you're doing.
Right.
You know?
That's it. You know, if you're eating duck food and you're getting further and further in the duck pond, stop. You know.
Yeah.
but
that's actually very sage advice. You know, it's common sense. You know, and you know, it's funny. Like when he was mentioning about the carb, you know, about eating the oatmeal, I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like how people don't get the simplicity of this whole thing. Carbs raise the sugar, and fats lower. It's the simplest concept, you know. But yet we don't get it. You know, I mean, we get it.
Yeah, we get it.
You mean people on the chat here, but so many people don't get it. You know, if oatmeal is a carb, how can it be lowering my blood sugar? How can it be regulating my blood sugar?
Exactly. That's the thing, you know, and people just don't understand it. I said, look, they think sugar, they think of donuts, and they think of cake and cookies and all that. And I said, it doesn't have to be sweet. Only fructose is really sweet. Glucose is not sweet. You know, you could eat a plantain. That's mostly glucose. It's not sweet.
Yeah.
Fries and all that, and they just can't get it in their head. But it's like a friend of mine, he has a type 2 diabetes. They gave him a CGM, and when he put that on there, he was eating the rice and beans, and he was eating the spaghetti and all that. His sugar was going up and up and up. And I said, you got to realize spaghetti and rice and beans, that's all sugar. It's a mixture of glucose. There's not a lot of fructose in there, because he's thinking fruit. I'll avoid the bananas and the oranges. And the funny thing is, when he ate the oranges, the sugar went up less, because it would spike up and then go down. I said, yeah, because fructose doesn't register on the glucose. You know, you're taking all this fructose. And he's like, Rick, how do you know all this? I said, because I've been watching all these carnivore YouTube videos, because I'm not a doctor, but you spend enough time watching Dr. Chafee and, you know, I guess a lot of people watch Dr. Berry. I don't, because he's just got too many people, and he never paid attention to my comments.
Yeah.
But, you know, the other ones, there's a lot of them out there. Plus, you got all the young carnivores that have popped in and the new people, and everyone's talking about it. So that's fantastic, but it just doesn't get through. Now, you understand it, but the average person isn't going to listen until either, you know, it's like the whole thing started, I guess, with the Joe Rogan. Everybody was watching Joe Rogan, and then that's where the carnivore thing come. Now, some people I know, a friend of mine I've known for years, he started a carnivore diet in February, despite the fact that he knows that I've been on it for years, because now he saw something, you know, on YouTube, and then, believe it or not, he had actually seen Saladino, but he got confused because Saladino was eating honey. I said, well, you know, you've known me for at least 7 years, and you know how I eat. Yeah, but I never could understand. They figured that I was like somebody special. I was the exception to the rule. I said, nope, I'm not the exception.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And you know, you obviously are proving them wrong.
Yeah. You know, you're absolutely right. You know, and it's, I mean, like every day, like I'll be 90 days on April 1st.
Nice.
I'll be which is kind of ironic that it's April Fool's Day, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, but I know because I started right on New Year's Day. So, you know, like that's when I made my first, like, going into it. So that's when I considered my first day of like full carnivore.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, I mean, I just, you know.
See, that's it. So, and the thing is, you can't argue with the results. they can try to scare you. Like they said, oh, you got to eat oatmeal and all that. I ate a lot of oatmeal as a kid. I hated it. Every time I'd have breakfast, I would eat the eggs and then whatever else. I would even eat the fruit before I eat the oatmeal.
I mean, who really? I mean, I've had oatmeal, and like, always hated it too because one, I mean, this has nothing to do with like the diet itself, but it's like to find that consistency of not too mushy and not too like pasty. So it's like this like mix. So you keep on. It's just to me, it's just a waste of time, let alone on nutritional.
Well, that's it. And the thing about oatmeal, every time that I would have my eggs, if I didn't eat the oatmeal, sometimes I'd forget, and I'd go to school. I feel just fine. I had eggs and a piece of fruit, but the oatmeal would sit there, and my mom would get mad at me. You didn't eat your oatmeal. You didn't eat your. Every time I'd eat that oatmeal, I would feel loaded down. I'd go in the bathroom. I got to use the bathroom, and I'd feel bad. And then for the first hour or two of school, I just feel like crap. And my stomach would make noises. It would go like, it would sound like basically an alligator in there grumbling away.
Right.
And if I didn't eat the oatmeal,
or an iguana.
Or an iguana. Well, that's it. And I told my mom, I said, why do I feel so bad when I eat it? Well, it's good for you. And my dad always used to say, if the food tastes bad, if the food is good for you, it can't taste good. I'm like, really? I'm thinking, why would we be made in such a way? It's crazy.
Yeah, that's kind of a ridiculous statement there, but my family would probably say the same thing.
It's crazy. And then all the vitamins they used to give me, it was like maybe 10 or 12 of these vitamin tablets, and then the capsules you had to swallow. It was always tricky. I'd have this container full of vitamins, and then I'd have to try to swallow without choking. Once in a while, it'd get stuck in my throat, and I couldn't breathe. I had to spit it up. It was just such a complex process. And I still have, in fact, I found some of the vitamins. Where did I put that container? It's over here. Hold on.
I see all the comments coming on, too. Terry Sue just said that she only likes oatmeal with butter.
Yeah, Carrie always has his medications. I have vitamin containers I found. This was something that my dad used when they got sick, and it just, I don't know, it's just crazy how much of this stuff, like my dad used to take this thing for eyesight, and because he had eye problems, and both my parents had glaucoma. They got bladder support, just all these supplements, and I was like, it's just crazy. Why in the world would you have to take all that stuff? What did we do in the old days? It's crazy. Then my mom, she tried to jazz up the oatmeal with brown sugar, and it made it worse. It's just nasty. Oh, I hated oatmeal. Oh, terrible. I'm sure when you think of oatmeal, you don't think of positive thoughts.
No, not really, no. And the vitamins, they remind me of like when in the 80s when my grandparents were taking their vitamins, and they had the lazy Susan on the table, and they would just spin it.
We had that too.
It's like, oh, this is nice.
We had it was like a multi-level. Now that you mention it, it was a Lazy Susan. It had a post in the middle. It had like 2 levels. So you had all these vitamin bottles, and then Mom would turn this thing around and then put them into the plate. I was like, oh my goodness, vitamin after vitamin. And when I went on the heart attack diet, I stopped. I was eating vitamins for a little bit, but they gave me like a bad taste in my mouth. I'd eat the vitamins, and I'd be burping up like nastiness. So I just stopped taking them. And then I started giving them to the ducks, and the ducks were getting sick on it. So I thought, okay, because they were throwing up, and they were like going, like they were coughing. So I guess the vitamins were toxic to the ducks. So I said, I'm not going to take that anymore. I stopped taking the vitamins. My mom was like, but you need your vitamins to be healthy. Like, I don't care. I'm going to get a heart attack. What do I care? Oh, I don't know why you say that. You shouldn't say that. I'm like, oh, I don't care. I'm going to get a heart attack. But, yeah, I gave up the vitamins. They were terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I mean, I'm seeing in the comments right here, Terry Sue, and a lot of them mentioning the Flintstone vitamins when we were kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me look at these comments because I put my picture here. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch. We had a lot of comments. I mean, it's like all of a sudden, let's see. Yeah, Rick, okay, well, that's pretty good. I'm way behind.
And Laura, if you want to grow up to be like me, don't grow up, because I never did.
Right? Let's see. Bath won't save your life. MS, okay, go for it. It's coming through nicely. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so definitely, I think a lot of times people get talked into things, and there's just not much that you can do because you try to convince them, and they just go, well, I know better. So I don't know what to say half the time. I gave up. I just don't even try to argue with them. They're telling me, oh, you got to eat.
You know, they're not worth it, Rick. You know, I mean, I just nod my head, you know, and I know how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically, that's all that's important, really, is, you know, that I know how I feel. And it's great to find people that are like-minded and stuff like that.
Right. Well, that's what we're here for. That's the main thing.
You know, and, you know, it just, you know, like I had a guy the other day that actually probably just a couple days ago, I was wearing my Healing Humanity shirt. Now, to me, the word healing humanity doesn't seem like a bad thing, okay?
It bothers
but
me.
Yet, but he's bothered by it, and he's criticizing me for it.
Right.
And I'm just like, okay, you know, like, and we just moved, you know, I just moved on. He was like a guy that worked at a pizza place or something. Like, not that I was getting pizza, but I was getting some seltzer. It's like right by my house, right by my apartment. And he just, you know, like I know who the guy is. He's like, healing humanity, what a joke. Like, what? Like, well, you know, like, I believe in it, and let's leave it at that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's it. But see, to me, it just seems like you're just being presumptuous, you know, you're healing humanity, because really in the end, we're all going to kick the bucket. So I always say it's a heart attack diet. It's really hard for them to disagree because they see me eating meat and whatever. I say, oh, you know, it's not good for you. You're going to have a heart attack. I said, yeah, that's the whole idea. That's why I call it the heart attack diet. And it just shuts them down immediately. They're like, what? I said, how could you say that?
I mean, the term itself, you're right. It does seem pretty presumptuous. You're absolutely right about that. You know, but I support it because I'm part of the membership there. And I also support it, too, because I really do think the movie is going to be a good idea, you know, in the concept of informing people, you know, of how much carnivore is helping us, you know. And now, during the time it comes in, who knows how, you know, like, who knows what's going to happen, you know. But I think it's going to be something that's beneficial. I always did. But you know, I just, trying to think of the words, you know, I just, you know, I don't think it's a bad thing, you know, like just wording wise itself, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's like people are against like, you know, like Magna or, you know, or Maha, you know, it's like make America great again. Well, why is that a bad term? Like, even if you don't like Trump, all right, which a lot of people don't, I get that. Even if you don't like Trump, it's still a good saying, you know, make America great again, make America healthy again. Well, you know, it's still good, you know, like why wouldn't we want that? You know, like it just doesn't make sense why you would be offended by that, you know, but people are.
You have to realize that some people, they have personal differences. Now, I don't believe in politicians. I think they're all basically liars, you know, whether it's Trump or
no matter who they
are or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Because really when it comes down to it, people get into politics as a way of getting more money, because that's all they care about. What they're trying to do is get some kind of agenda going so that the people that supported them can get rich. That's really all it is. Now, the idea of making America healthy again, I take offense with that because America's never been healthy. America's never been great. This is basically, you know, that's my thing. Now, again, being healthy is good. If you can help a person be healthy, I'm all for that. Because when you deal with people that are healthy, it's a lot easier to deal with them. They're less emotional, and you're going to, even if you just do business with them, you're going to get a much better outcome. Because when people are unhealthy, they're unreasonable. They start to become difficult to deal with and hard-headed. And you can see that. Even a person that's normally healthy, once they start to become sick, they become aggravated easy. That's what happened to my parents. But, you know, again, I'm not going to be offended if somebody says healing humanity. It's just, I just don't like the idea. I don't
Right.
like paid membership groups because I think it's unnecessary, but that's my personal opinion. I'm not telling anyone
Yeah.
they shouldn't join. If you want to join, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You know, all we can do is just put out how it's doing for us, and you know how we're doing, and if people want to respond, great. You know, and hopefully they'll respond in kind. But if they don't, then hopefully at least they're being a little educated, or you know, about their opinions and stuff like that. Because sometimes a little conflict can be good too. You know.
That is right. Same thing with
Yeah.
hardship. You know, hardship can actually be a good thing because when somebody has it easy for a really, really long time, they become lazy and they basically become useless because now they're not able to adapt. They're basically just going along, and anytime they have problems, like these rich kids, spoiled rich kids, they always have somebody to bail them out. They never have to face the consequences. This is what happened to the economy, these big corporations that are ruining our food and destroying our life. Basically, every time they mess up, the Fed bails them out. They get money. They can do whatever they want. They don't have to be productive. And this is the problem.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I totally agree, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this whole thing of us being sick is because of companies trying to make money.
Right.
You know, I mean, you know, it all has to start from something, you know.
That's right. You know, and the thing is, I tell everybody, I've said this for years, that the entire universe is controlled by something called entropy, which everything tends to grow into greater disorder. If you give a certain group of people power, eventually they're going to degrade. It's like the fall of ancient Rome. They fall into this sort of, what is that term they use? Hedonistic lifestyle. And the problem is, in the world we live in order to be hedonistic, somebody else has to do the work. So if you're the kind of person that does everything for yourself, like, I mean, I don't do everything for myself, but I do a lot of things for myself. My happiness depends on materials and the ability that I have. It doesn't depend on anybody else. But if you want to sit around and drive exotic cars and live in an overpriced home and go on trips and all that, somebody has to do that. You know, it's like if you go on a cruise ship, somebody has to cook, somebody has to clean the ship, somebody has to drive the ship. You know, you have all these things that somebody else has to do. But if you're like me and you just go out in the front yard and feed the ducks, then that's pretty much self-sufficient.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of times people don't understand. They enable the system by participating, by going into debt and by getting things that they really can't get. And then they try to live beyond their means. And that supports the people at the top. If people would just say no, because the people at the top, they make their money from debt and from spending, you know, interest rates and all that. If people at the bottom says, well, the cars are too expensive, I can't afford one, I'm just going to ride my bike. And if everybody did that, what would happen to the price of cars? It would have to go down because people would say, no, I don't want to go into debt.
Supply and demand. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same thing, if these billionaires want to buy up everybody's house and rent it back to them, people would say, I can't afford $4,000 a month rent. If I'm going to rent it from you, I'm not going to pay more than $500. They're going to go like, what? I paid $500,000 for this dump, and now they're going to have to get rid of it. But then in our system, they just run to the banking system and say, oh, I can't, I'm defaulting on the loans. And the bank says, oh, no, I'm going to go out of business. And they run to the Fed. Hey, Fed, we need money. Oh, 20 trillion QE just for you. Okay. And then they go and they give them a bunch of bonuses to all their parasite CEOs and high-end executives. And then the system continues. And then it's just, it goes around and around. But if people said no, it's like, I don't want to eat the duck food. If you tell them, you can make all the Cheetos, Doritos, pizzas, fries, whatever you want. I'm not going to eat it. They won't make it. If nobody buys it, they won't make it. It's that simple. But people just can't get it in their head.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's very true.
And look, they lie to you. They lie to people. You go to the doctor. Oh, don't worry about your blood sugar. You know, I can give you Ozempic, or I can give you, what is that stuff that the fat lady's always singing, Jardiance.
Oh, yeah, no, I know who you're telling. Yeah.
So we're not going. You don't have to change your diet. Oh no, you can eat whatever you want. And then they have people convinced that duck food is a treat. Oh, I'm going to cheat on my diet. I'm going to have this or I'm going to have that. I said, you know, when you cheat on something, you're doing it because you're getting something for nothing. When you're eating duck food, you're eating pizza and chips and all that. What is a cheat? You're eating crap, and then you're killing yourself. You know, a cheat would be like, I got a big old tomahawk ribeye steak for free. That's a cheat. Somebody gives me that, it's like, I'm going to eat that. You bet I'm going to eat that. So, but people are brainwashed. It's like you said.
I mean, it's an intentional vicious cycle,
Right.
you know, on their part. You know, like there's got to be some kind of conspiracy going on there, because it's like, you know, like eating the bad foods leads you to taking more insulin or taking more medication and blah, blah, blah. It's like this, and then having the medication, you know, makes it where you need to have more of the bad foods. And it's just this vicious cycle, and it's totally intentional. Like, you know, like they knew exactly what they were doing when they did it, you know, and it's, you know, it like I said before, it just totally like blows me away. It totally boggles my mind, you know, on how simple our life really, you know, and how simple things are in the concept of eat meat, you know, to be healthy. And they totally like ruined that, you know, like it's funny. I was like listening to Dr. Kiltz one time. I don't remember if it was a Zoom call or if it was a live thing, but you know, like, and I think it was Dr. Kiltz. I could be getting that wrong. I do apologize if I have it wrong, but you know, from what I hear, about almost 70% of what is developed in the liver is cholesterol. You know, and you know, like I always ask people now, I kind of ask the question, and I go with that, you know, I say, you know, like, do you believe in God? And they're like, well, yeah. I go, well, do you think God's an idiot? And it's like, well, no, I don't, you know. Well, you're sort of calling him an idiot because you're saying cholesterol is bad, but yet he produces cholesterol for us to have. So, you know, like it can't be both. Either you think he's an idiot or, you know, or everybody, or these people have been wrong about the cholesterol thing.
Well, that's it. And you know, one thing I discovered years ago, this was at least 30 years ago, I discovered that cholesterol is an important part of the immune system, and all the cell membranes have cholesterol. And I've had many cuts and pokes and I've stepped on rusty nails and everything. I've never suffered an infection. I've never had to have antibiotics because my cholesterol was really high. When I went to the doctor for the last time in 96, they said they had never seen cholesterol that high in a 28-year-old. He was concerned. He wanted me to go to the hospital. Like, I feel great, you know, and I'm the only guy that's skinny and tall. I don't have any back trouble. I can sit sideways and I can pick up heavy objects. I perform at such a higher rate than the average person. You know, I may look skinny and sickly like a vegan, but I got the energy of a 20-something. And I'm telling her, I said, look, cholesterol, and I've never... My vegan friends have all had antibiotics, every single one of them. In fact, the one vegan I know, her son, who's in pretty good shape, he's got a nice-looking physique, he got scraped and he got an infection and it went up his arm. I mean, the thing was like turning necrotic in no time. They had to use a bunch of antibiotics. And I've been cut and poked and attacked by iguanas. I've been scratched by iguanas many times. And those things are loaded with nasty bacteria. And I had no infection. So... You know, it's like you said, God made cholesterol for a reason, and I don't even think we know all the reasons why we have cholesterol. So you think about it, cholesterol is like what our body uses to repair damage. So it kind of makes sense, and it's like other people have said, why is it only the arteries that get clogged? Why don't the veins get clogged? They always try to make the illustration, you pour fat down the drain, it gets clogged. Well, you don't see fat in the water pipes and that getting clogged because it always clogs in the drain because it would settle out. But our body, it's more of like the blood vessels are damaged, and then it's stuffing cholesterol in there to stop it. It's like when your radiator leaks and you pour some, you know, what was it, pepper or whatever to stop the leak in the radiator. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's, you know, I'm again reading a lot of the comments, and Carrie Sue says that you wrangled me into talking longer, so that's probably true.
Well, that's the one thing. When we used to do a lot of tutoring when I had my first business, and I had a lot of customers that were very shy, and I was always able to get them out there because they would complain, I can't understand the software, I don't know what to do, I want to go back to my typewriter. And I'd go out there and I'd talk to him. I said, look, come on up here. Let me show you. Because this was back when they were still using WordStar and WordPerfect and all these other software. And then most of these were old secretaries. They had old typewriters, and they were using carbon paper and copy machines. And I explained to him, I said, look, you can continue to use that, but we'll just think of the computer as a typewriter, except you don't have to use whiteout. You don't have to use a correction ribbon. You can go back here. And I convinced every one of these old-time secretaries, because a lot of businesses, they've been there since the 70s. And I was, they're going to give up. Oh, I'm not going to do it. I said, look, and they got into it, and they were talking. So they went from being resistant to being like talk, and then everything got smoothed out. That was one talent I've always had. And to this day, they call that the gift of gab. I've always had that. So
yeah, I definitely agree with them saying that you do have that way of like drawing people in, so that's pretty cool,
Yeah, because what I do, I don't overpower the conversation. One of the problems, and you'll see this a lot in the carnivore community, the person who's hosting the website will start talking. And this is one thing that Mitch likes to do. He'll talk, and then everybody kind of holds back. But I have nothing to prove. I've been at this so long, and I've seen so many people do so many things. I like to let them talk, and then that way I can kind of insert myself in when necessary. That's the Rick way of doing it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I love Mitch, and I don't have anything bad to say about him. He's my favorite, amongst old guy carnivores. And, but yeah, no, I agree that he does his thing, and that's it,
Mm-hmm.
And, that's sort of like when I, hopefully I'll be able to do my first live on the 16th is my plan. And is my hope, depending on equipment and depending on now if I have to work that day, then that might, or that night, I might not because, so I might do it the day before or something like that. Because I'm only working 2 days a week. So if I just need to go around it,
Right.
But, my hope is, I'm not sure if I, like to bring anybody in or anything like that, or just to have like a conversation. But I kind of want to like let them tell their story, and then just like you, and just go from there.
Mm-hmm.
And we just have a conversation, just like this is, just have a conversation, but, and what I like to do is get people on there that aren't really as popular. You know what I'm saying? Like people that, like people I meet on Zoom calls and stuff like that really haven't been able to put their word out too much.
Right. That's what I try to do. That's why, you don't, of course, they don't invite me on the popular channels anymore. My time is already past.
Yeah.
When this was starting out, I was like the carnivore man, but now I'm like the outlier. So I've moved back into the background. I say, I'm always looking for the new carnivore channels. You'll see me commenting on them. I do pop in the bigger ones. I pop into the Homestead How, and obviously I'm a moderator on the Chafee channel, so I'm always there. But I don't, Homestead How, I may do a few comments. I get lost in the crowd, and then I leave. That's kind of the way I do it.
Yeah, that's true. And I also see, too, on Homestead Buckeye, like at least every other week.
Well, again, I'm co-host there, so every 2 weeks I'm on there. And then I pop in at the end. You notice I wait until the last 10, 15 minutes because I don't want to dominate the conversation. When I'm in a group, I generally sit off to the side until I'm needed. That's kind of my way of doing it. I'm not trying to be... It's
funny, like, sometimes, like, even when I go onto the podcast, I'll be like, I'm sort of like looking at my imaginary watch, because I'm like, okay, Rick's going to be on here. Let's see how. And sure enough, about 15, 20 minutes later, that's when you pop in because something was said or something like that. It's all good. But I just kind of know. It's kind of funny. In a way.
And the thing is,
but I also say that about other people too. I've said that about Bob. Semi-retired Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm just like I think I even said it out loud one time. I'm like, okay, how long before Bob gets here? And sure enough, there he was.
And the thing is, you'll notice that we all have our favorites, and when it comes to favorites, if you see me on a channel a lot, for example, you have Jonathan Carnivore Muscle. I try to go on his channel whenever he invites me, and then he comes on my channel. You have Bob. Bob, I think I was his first interview. He hasn't done a lot of interviews. And then you have Dave Mack, who started. The first person that he decided to interview was me, and I think it was because of my conversational quality. And that interview went really, really well. And you look at what's happened to his channel. He's worked so hard. He's out there looking for every single carnivore he can find. He's making what I would consider to be the ultimate database of carnivores and success stories. Because, again, they're going to try to tell us that this is bad, and we're going to kill ourselves and this and that. But you look at Dave Mack's channel, there's a list of people. And even Dr. Chafee does the same thing. He was the first doctor that reached out to me, and our interview was pretty popular. So, yeah, I mean, I
didn't actually see that I watched Dr. Chafee, but I don't watch him consecutively.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do respect the guy. I do like him. I just, there's only so many videos that I can really watch, Like, I don't really, Dr. Barry was really the first doctor I ever saw as a doctor. But I'll be honest with you, I don't really watch his things that much anymore. It's been a while,
Exactly.
And half the time, too, I mean, I asked a question, and it took, that one question finally got answered, but it only took about maybe $100 worth of super chats and stuff like that before I even got a response, at
right.
$10 a piece,
Yeah.
or $5 a piece.
That's the problem. There's just too many people there. But like you said, if you look for all of the sort of outliers, you'll find somebody that you can relate to, because it's not like there's one central authority, because there is no central authority. It's all of us. Every one of us has our own basic experience.
Yeah. I mean, but, I mean, with what you're saying about you being first on all these channels, maybe I should ask if you want to come on my first live.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do, you're invited.
Just let me know. I mean, if I'm here and I'm
maybe
not working, I'll be there.
Give me some good luck,
Maybe.
But,
maybe.
You'll be like the good luck carnivore,
Well, the thing is, I've been trying to get a heart attack for so long and failed for so long, and I think it's like Peter, which I don't see him today. He always says that he's tried so hard to get a heart attack, and all he did was lose weight and get healthier, basically.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
that's why he calls himself the junior quack,
That's right. He's a junior quack. And the thing is that this is all carefully, I came up with this quack thing because everybody has their thing, and I figured since everyone says, well, they say carnivore quack is an insult. That's what they call Dr. Chafee and Dr. Baker. Oh, they're carnivore quacks. So I said, look, how about a real carnivore quack? Somebody that actually raises and eats ducks and eats duck eggs and acts silly and calls it duck food, because I've called it duck food for decades. They're like, oh, there goes Rick with the duck food again. Because I say, because I just to save all the leftovers and give it to the ducks. Oh, you shouldn't feed bread to the ducks. Yeah, but you feed it to your kids. Oh, that's different. Is it? Okay. So I basically shut them down, because when they try to use the emotional nonsense, they get shut down, because everything they say, they go against it, and then they don't bother me anymore.
Yeah. I mean, you think about it. So many. There's so much. Not with us, but just in the other on the other side of the coin. There's so much. To me, there's a lot of hypocrites. They say one thing and then they, it just goes back and forth, and it's just, like when I was in the hospital, they'd be like I tell them I'm low carb, and they'd be like, oh, well, you eat rice and pasta and stuff, and I'd be like, well, you're telling me to be low carb, but yet you're telling me to eat the worst of the kind, that's a little no offense, but that's a little hypocritical in my opinion,
I agree. I agree. But that's
I mean,
the thing.
it's either actually, I'll take that back a little bit. It's either hypocritical or it's naive.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're a nutritionist and you don't know these things, you're either being a hypocrite or you're being naive.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can take the pick on which one you are, but there's no way around it. It's like obviously you don't really know what you think you know.
Right. Right. And see, that's the thing. And it's up to us to try to dispel the myths, because the authorities are always going to be pushing whatever they're told to do or whatever makes them money. And it's up to us to share our experience, because then that way people have an alternative. Because a lot of people, they're not like me. They're not just going to do something because they think it's a good idea, and they don't care if they get a heart attack. A lot of people, they have wives and kids and families and all that. I live by myself. I don't care. When I drop dead, that's it. Just stick me in the ground or send me out with the ducks. But for many people, they're stressed. They don't want to die of a heart attack. I mean, most people don't want that. I don't care if I die of a heart attack. I just want it to be quick. I don't want to be weak and old and suffering and in pain and all that stuff. I'd rather just get it over with. So that was my whole idea of the heart attack diet. I've seen too many people get old and sickly, and I just don't want to be that way.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Our time on Earth is short enough already.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're moving up. You've got the courage to go out there and go in live streams and even call in. Be like number 2 caller in Rick's live show. It's like going back in time. This would be like if YouTube existed in the 80s or 70s. That's probably what it would be.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it just reminded me of like those old radio shows where you called in or whatever, or like even if the radio shows were on TV or whatever, like those when they did like on like the talk shows, the person would call in, So, I mean, this is pretty good. This is a pretty cool concept, It makes it different too,
It is. And the best thing is
difference is not a bad thing. Difference is not a bad thing. It's it allows like different different thoughts and different opinions, and
right. That's it. Yeah. That's important, because you get the mainstream narrative. No one's going to be thinking for themselves, and it really is important to think for yourself. But you can't think for yourself and be productive if you don't know what you're thinking about. If you're just going by emotions, by the seat of your pants, it's going to end up in a disaster.
Yeah, and this way is good too, not for you, but for me, for anybody that's on the other line, any caller, like if you're still in your underwear, you can be in your underwear. It doesn't matter.
That's right. Because if you do a video chat and then you block out the video, you go, what's
you have to at the very least, you have to comb your hair, or put on a hat to cover it, like I do,
That's right.
So.
And besides, I'm doing this from my bed. This is like a very unusual type of live stream, and it's got that 1960s aesthetic that goes with it. I'm working on a theme. I'm also working on an intro. I was able to install the DaVinci Resolve in my computer. Whether it'll run is another thing. Trying to learn that. It'll improve. I want to try to get it when you go online. It's either going to be a Mr. Rogers kind of thing, or it's going to be some kind of 60s kind of thing.
Yeah, well, it'd be a cool, because like you just said, like a 1950s theme. So, it'd be a cool intro. It's like kind of like a Leave It to Beaver or something like that, like leave it to the Duckman or something, And,
yeah.
but like that whole like how Leave It to Beaver started and everything like that, like maybe even black and white, like,
yeah, I was thinking about that. It'd be kind of funny, because and again, I've got the hairstyle and the clothing and the setting for it. Everything is here. I don't want to be like the flashy YouTubers, the ones with the graphics. I don't like that. I'd rather just have something simple.
Yeah, just keep it like all. No, I totally agree. Keep it simple as much as you can, and.
I mean, how many other people use a rotary phone to talk nowadays? That's pretty unusual.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I think I told you this story, but my aunt, she had a rotary phone.
Huh.
And I said to her, I said, back then, and I said, you should get a touch-tone phone. And she goes, well, I can't. Mm-hmm. And I said, you just can't afford it or what, And, she's like, well, because I don't have the hookup, for a regular phone on my thing. And I'm like, it's the same hookup. You just unplug the plug and put it in, you know? It's like, it's not, you know. But she thought that she had to get her house rewired completely.
Well, you know, for a while that you had to pay extra for the touch-tone service. You could plug the phone in, but when you push the buttons,
Right.
they would beep, but it wouldn't connect. But sometime in the 90s,
Right.
they made it standard.
Yeah, I mean, no, but I don't think that's why she thought. I think it was because she literally thought the equipment was different. You know, like it was different kind of, you know, a different kind of phone jack. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, finally, I got her a touch tone phone. I showed her, you know, and she's like, oh, it does work. Okay.
There you go. See, that's pretty good.
You know. But, you know, because I didn't have any problems with rotary phone, to tell you the truth, but it was just she had really bad arthritis and stuff, so it was just kind of painful for her. So I just felt bad for her because, you know, just doing all the dialing just wasn't easy for her. You know,
right?
Like, she'd keep on asking me like, "Hey, can you dial this number? I have a hard time. Can you dial this number?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." You know,
Right.
So, but I'm thinking like, okay, if I'm at work and I'm not home.
Mm-hmm.
How you're not going to be able to call anybody. Like, how are you going to call somebody if you have a hard time calling people? You know, so
That's true.
So I came up with that. You know,
that's very
but
true.
you know, I mean, rotary phone is it's like such a cool, you know, such a cool feature. You know,
mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, but they are, you know, anybody that does have them, I would keep them just for nostalgic reasons. You know,
mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's it. And they're workable. You know, it's something you can actually use. Now, I don't have a landline. I haven't had landline in over 10 years. I'm using voice. Yeah, I'm using voice over IP, but all my phones are wired. Everything in my house is wired. I don't even have Wi-Fi. It's amazing. Everything is just old-fashioned. I feel better that way anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the screen right now, and it's on silent, so I can't hear you off the computer, obviously. But
mm-hmm.
I see you have like a picture of an old 50s picture of the Publix market.
That's right.
Yeah, I see it.
Back then, it was all about aesthetics. Things used to just look, you see the cars were all kind of different. I mean, they had the same style, but some of them had like trunk shape one way and the other. There's like a 50s and late 50s, and you got chrome.
Yeah.
People, if you look at them back then, they seem to be leaner and they weren't quite as fat as they are now.
Yeah, no,
you can kind of
you know, I mean, and you think about they had style. To me, they had more style. You know, like there was a certain, dare I say, romanticism to cars back then. You know?
Exactly. And even the store itself, you had this big neon thing that looked like a waterfall, and you had lights that would change color. Nowadays, you go in a store, they're too cheap. They're too cheap to put a ceiling in the store. They just take some black paint over the structure, hang some lights in there, and that's it. So today's Publix looks like Home Depot.
Yeah.
It's depressing.
There's not too many Publix here where I live. I've heard of it because of you and some other people, but you know, we don't really have any Publix in New Jersey. I don't think.
Right.
If we do, I don't know of them. You know.
It's a southern thing.
Yeah. Well, I actually, I don't know if anybody knows this, but I actually lived, you know, like when I was really, really young, from like 4 years old to like 7, I lived in, like 3-4 years old, I lived in Virginia,
mm-hmm.
In the, right in Richlands, Virginia, where, you know, like the coal mining.
Mm-hmm.
And everything like that. And, you know, it's like right behind me was like the Blue Ridge Mountains and all that stuff, like that part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
collection.
You know, so we had a lot of things, like we had Skokies. I think I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and then there was other places too that, you know, once it's mentioned to me, it'd be like, okay, because I was a young kid, so I mean, how much am I going to remember? But, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, the only reason my father, I told a story yesterday, my father used to you know, when we used to go to Virginia when I was like 1 year, like a baby, you know, like go visit his parents and stuff like that. He used to go mountain climbing. He put me on his back and go mountain climbing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so probably why I'm like a little fear of like, probably why I don't really like heights that much, because it's probably like a memory thing of like remembering like looking down while he's going up, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like
Right?
you know.
Here's a picture of a place I used to love as a kid, the Serpentarium.
Okay, I'm not seeing it right yet. It's kind of going really fast at this point.
Okay. Yeah, the Serpentarium.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
They had reptiles. They had alligator, iguanas, snakes. I always like reptiles.
It's a pretty cool snake too. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the guy Haast or whatever. He built that, and of course in the 80s they demolished it to build what else? A shopping center, just like everything else. Because in the 80s they went crazy with shopping centers. Now it's apartment buildings. It's always whatever big money wants to invest in. Basically, it's extraction. Back then, people were shopping a lot, so they built a lot of shopping centers. Now, they're just apartments. I guess people are too poor to shop now, but they got to live somewhere, so they're putting apartment buildings everywhere.
Oh,
and the thing is,
it's amazing.
And it's not just the fact they're apartment buildings. They're so ugly. Everything they build nowadays is so incredibly ugly. It's black, white, and gray. It's a box, and it just maximizes the space. They just want to fill as much as they can, give you less for more. It's depressing. You know, a lot of the older buildings we had some kind of style to it. Like the old apartment buildings, they were all like a classical style, or even a modern with stone and brick and all that. Now it's just crap. I mean, look at this Serpentarium. They even had patterned concrete. That was kind of their thing, you know, back in the 50s and 60s. Let me go through another one of these pictures. Where is that other picture? Yeah, see, like on the side where they put, you can see where the cobra, the side view with the sign, and the snake and the lizard and the gator and all that. It was to try to get your attention. And it's like the old bathrooms, they all had colorful tile. You know, there's just interesting things. Now it's just black, white, and gray, boring crap. And they think that's high style. They think that having nothing...
They think it's like classic and stuff like that. You know?
You will have nothing to be happy.
Or what's the thing? They're clean lines, you know, like...
Right.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
I'm not against modernism. You know, I built my new house. It's going to be modern 50s, but I'm going to have the bricks, the rocks, the colored tile, all the stuff they had back then. The metal, the chrome. Not this black, white, and gray, which I hate. And I hate drywall. I'd never use that crap in anything I build. So it's just, you know, I just want to get more people to think the way that I do and look at the world as being a ripoff and then figuring out how they can work around it. If I could do that, I feel like I would have made a difference.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's not even just about like thinking the way I do, you know, it's about being willing to open your horizons. You know, everybody, all these things out there, they have this like enclosed mindset, you know, like, oh, this is bad, you know, and you have to kind of think ahead, you know, think bigger, you know, and I know Terry, so I'm saying, you know, a lot. I'm sorry about that. But it's just, you know, I don't know really how to convey that opinion perfectly, you know. But it's just, you know, I think we're, you know, like so many people are like, well, you need to do this, and you have to be this way, and you have to do this. Why do I have to be this way? Why do I have, you know, like, why is it that I have, you know, that's why I don't really like go, that's why I don't really like say too much against too many other people, because they have a right to be who they are, you know, and we have a right to be who we are, you know. It's just when they start forcing their opinion on me, that's when I'm like, this is not right. This is not good, you know. Like that one gentleman I've mentioned to you. I think I mentioned to you a few times. The guy that tried like forcing like the wings down my throat, and actually went to my house with a large pizza
Yeah.
because he knew what I was doing. He wanted to try to force me. Well, now you're forcing your opinion on me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when it was just your opinion, that was one thing. But when you start saying, like, your opinion is better than my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
that's where I draw the line.
Right.
You know?
That makes sense. Just the problem is that people don't accept that because it's all about control. You know, if someone is insecure and you do something else, it's like people that get jealous. I know people that get jealous because of the way somebody else looks. I have a friend who's probably the best looking guy I've ever met in my life, and everybody was intimidated by him. But we hung out, we were good friends, and he says, well, you know, don't you feel weird being around him? I said, no, it's my friend, you know. But they would get all upset, and the same thing, these guys, when they see pretty gals, they just they melt and they fall apart, and I just say, hey, how you doing? And they're like, it's weird, you know, why is this guy not falling all over me? Well, because I don't care. You know, I know that everybody's basically the same inside. You may be pretty on the outside, but if you live long enough, you're going to be ugly. That's just the way that we're made. That's one of the great things about being alive, you know. If you live long enough to be ugly, you've had a long life. And that's what I say, you know, if you want to die pretty, you're going to die young. That's basically it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are some, you know, reverses of that. I mean, I've seen plenty of people that were young and died ugly, and I've seen plenty of people that lived who are a long life, and they're beautiful people, you know. But no, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm talking about the physical appearance, but there's a lot of people.
No, I get that. You know, I get that. And,
if it's someone in your family, you know, they may not be pretty, but you know them, they're a good person. You say, I love this person, and you actually like their appearance. It's like if you have a cat that maybe has a few, like a chipped ear or missing tooth or whatever, you still like them because it's a friendly animal. And there's imperfections. We tend to overlook imperfections in people and things that we love.
Yeah, but that's absolutely true. You know,
I mean, if you see like the picture I put up there, that's just a Morrison's cafeteria in the 50s, which basically was nothing fancy. But when you look at the way it looked, it's just so much better than the most high-end restaurant you can go to now.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the chairs alone. Because you said this is a cafeteria, correct?
Yeah, it's a cafeteria. You can see the line.
It's not even like a restaurant. Like nowadays, you go to a cafeteria, the chairs are not going to be like that. They look pretty comfortable.
They are. I mean,
you know,
and you can also see, if you look at the ceiling, you can see they got the little ceiling tiles like I have. They also have fire sprinklers. They got this chandelier, which is basically coming out of the center. It's air conditioned, and then they have this beautiful sweeping border with the lights that shine up in the middle, and then you have spotlights. It just looks so high-end. And if you look on the right, there's nothing but a cafeteria line. And it wasn't expensive. They used to build stuff then much cheaper than they build now, even when you take inflation into account, because everything was made in the U.S., and you had good supplies, and you had a lot of competition. You could build things quickly and look good, and we can do that again. The problem is we've let corporations control everything. So now the individual just doesn't have the opportunity. So if I was going to build a restaurant, it would be something like that. It'd be like a cafeteria with a bunch of different...
I think that would be a cool restaurant. I really do.
Yeah.
You know, and just I saw you like using your scroll, your little hand there. You know, like showing the ceiling and everything like that, and the architectural of it sort of has like an artistic feel to it.
Right. That's right. And that was very common here when I was a kid. We had a lot of places that looked like that, and they've all been demolished or remodeled, and they look like crap. Just walk into your typical chain restaurant now, and you're not even going to have a ceiling. You're just going to have something, the structure painted black, a few lights hanging down. It's noisy. It's just, and then people today are slobs. They dress terrible. You know, they wear pajamas and flip-flops. It's like, ugh. Why? I mean, why would...
Well, you know, I'm not really a churchgoer. You know, I don't really go to church, but I do go occasionally, like, you know, for like Easter or whatever, you know. And when I was a kid, you go to church, you would have, at the very least, you'd have like a really nice Isaac shirt or a pair of pants, or you might, most people would be wearing a shirt like with a tie or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like even people our age, you know, are wearing shorts, t-shirts,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like sort of like, you know, like no one really respects, you know, when they go out. You know, it's just, yeah, I totally agree with that. You know,
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. And again, I dress when I'm working. You don't want to know what I wear. I mean, half the time I got ratty clothes. I don't.
Right, but that's when you're working. That's the type of job you have. I agree with that. I'd be doing the same thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now I have to wear a uniform of like the, you know, the quick check shirt and the jeans and everything like that.
Right.
But, you know, that's part of the uniform.
Right.
You know, and when I did tuxedos, guess what? I usually would wear like I'd wear a pair of nice slacks. I'd wear a shirt and 90% of the time I wore you know, a blazer or a jacket, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I'd even wear a tie. You know,
Right.
and that was my uniform.
That's right.
You know, but
that's the thing, you know, if you see somebody taking the time, now again, I live in a dumpy house, but I do clean it. I mean, my kitchen, I constantly clean it. It's falling apart, but when I build a new place and I have everything the way I want it, I'm going to keep it clean. I know a lot of people have brand new cars and they trash their car and they say, oh, I'll take you for a ride here, and you open the door and stuff falls out. You have cups and you have plastic bottles and there's papers everywhere, and if they're working on something, they leave it on the seat. You open my door, and unless I've just been working, my vehicle's clean. There's nothing in there. If you want to sit in my truck that's empty, I try to keep it with some kind of standard. My yard is full of stuff, but I do clean it out. I tell people, just spending that extra time, it just tells people that you care. If you're going to be, you know, if you're going to invite somebody over, make sure that it's clean. If you run a business, try to make it look good. You know, you don't want to go to the door and it's got like greasy handprints all over the door handle and the switch. How long does it take to go out there with some cleaner and clean it up, clean the floor, maybe, you know, clean the glass? Even if you don't have a worker, just do it yourself. But when it's just run down and ratty, it's like, ugh. You know, I mean, I'm there because I have to be there. I'm not there because I want to go there.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. So I'm looking at this cart you have on the screen right now. I'm hoping this is not your cart.
No. This, if you look, you'll see there's a bunch of cars that looks like it's in the 60s. And look at what they were buying in the 60s. You had Ruffles. I never heard of Quisp. That's something else.
Yeah, that looks like something that would have been, well, I do see in the corner there what looks like the Quaker Oats guy. So it must be, yeah, I see a few with the Quaker Oats guy in here. So I guess this person was into oatmeal or something like that. Quisp is probably like the first like oatmeal snack, you know.
Notice they have a big bag of Dixie Crystal sugar next to a pack of Lucky Strike cigarettes. The whole carton looks like Lucky Strike. And then what is the other stuff? There's all kinds. You got paper towels. But I was telling a friend of mine, I said, on that shopping cart, there's absolutely nothing there that I would buy. I mean, you look at the entire cart, there's nothing there I would buy.
Well, I might buy the tissues and the paper towels.
I don't use paper towels. I don't use toilet paper or tissues.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I see the salt, but that's probably like full of like, it's probably not like natural salt. So
yeah, it's probably iodized. I tend to make my own salt. Yeah. But that's like I was trying to tell, because, well, people were healthier back then. Yeah, they may have been healthier, but they weren't ideal. And again, if you look at the vehicles, I would say this is late 60s. You know, there's an old Dodge.
Looking at the cars in the background, I'd say the 60s.
Yeah, that's it. So, but again, if everybody was like us, none of that stuff would be manufactured. I mean, obviously there'd be no cigarettes and Ruffles. Who would eat Ruffles? The remaining Ruffles chips would go to the duck pond. Tater tots? I mean, what kind of human being eats tater tots? That reminds me of a school cafeteria. It's horrible.
boxes.
Looks like they got Royal Jello in there. I actually have one of those boxes. I found a bunch of old stuff that my mom had put in a container. I saved it just to have it. There's also pie filling. You know, nothing in that cart is what I would consider healthy. And yet people back then were still leaner than they are now. It's crazy.
But I mean, you think about it though. You know, like you go to that time era. That's probably around the time that things started to go bad.
Right.
You know, in the concept of, you know, this is probably around the time that our grandparents or parents, whatever, started to believe in what was being told on the media. Mm-hmm. You know, if you go back to, you know, to Ansel Keys, you know, saying everything that he said, you know, we were all like thinking, was it Dwight D. Eisenhower? Not me. I wasn't born yet, and I'm guessing you weren't born yet either.
No, I wasn't born yet.
But you know, was Dwight D. Eisenhower and stuff, you know, and you know, so we're seeing this cart. This might be like, okay, people were thin back then, mm-hmm. but that's because they didn't get, you know. Fast forward those same people 40 years later, and this is what we have.
Right.
You know, and that's exactly what happened. You know, like, yeah, if the cart looked like something we wouldn't have, you and me would not have, but I don't think that was, I think that's just, okay, now we're seeing what food looked like back then, but that wasn't exactly how it looked like. If you go, I'm sure if we went back another 20 years, I'm sure the cart would be a little different, you know?
Yeah. Well, there was no supermarket. I mean, in the old days, you had your local market and your butcher shop. And my mom told me a lot of times people grew their own vegetables, especially like in the Great Depression when food was hard to get. They were growing their own vegetables, and then they were buying meat in bulk. So sometimes they'd even go out to the ranch or the farmer. My mom, they used to raise chickens. They lived in Dayton, Ohio, and they had a chicken coop in the backyard, and they had eggs. So people were getting it from a local source. There were no packaged foods. In fact, I think my mom told me that it was pretty rare that anyone even had sugar because it was expensive and hard to get. So they would make, if they wanted to make a dessert, they'd have to get apples or pears or whatever and just cook it from that. So
and now it's so readily available, you know. Right. I mean, I work in a convenience store, and I'm not going to lie to anybody here. There is a lot of temptation in that store. So it's
that's what separates you from me. Every time I go in one of those stores, I make a video and laugh about it, thinking, who would eat this?
No,
crap?
and I'm just saying there's temptation, but I'm not adhering to it. You know, I'm just doing my thing and doing my food, and I don't need to have all this crap, you know. Mm-hmm. But I had to bring myself to that. You know, even in a way you did too. You did it through just naturally being this way, you know. But it was still a process, I'm guessing, you know, since, you know, and everything.
Well, what happened when I switched to the carnivore diet, my whole mind just switched. That's what happened.
Yeah. You know, but, you know, when we were, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was younger, I didn't have cake all the time. Like, I had it when I was like a young teenager, you know, and it was readily available. But, you know, when I listened to my grandfather or something like that, you know, he'd be like, we maybe had cake like maybe 3 times a year. Mm-hmm. You know, and one of those times it was his birthday, you know, like it was like very rare because your mom, you know, his mom would have to like bake the cake. She'd have to make it from scratch, do all this stuff, get the ingredients. It was this big to do. Mm-hmm. You know, now when I was last working there, not this time, but when I was last working there a couple of years ago, there were 10-year-old kids with credit cards. Now, I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, I was never allowed to have a credit card.
Right.
At 10 years old. You know, I got my credit card when I was 18, you know, would have their own credit card, and they would buy about $30 worth of junk. Mm-hmm. Right. And it was so readily available to them, you know. And it was, and I admit, and the reason why I say until I was like 13 is because when I was, you know, a little hard story here, when I was, when I was about 14, I started working. So I had my own money, but I was very much made fun of in school. I was very, very quiet and, and didn't really talk to anybody. And people thought like these weird things about me and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go to the local 7-Eleven, and once a week when I got paid, I would buy a full sub, with all the fixings. And this is back when 7-Elevens actually made the subs right then and there. So I had a full sub.
Right.
I would have like a bag of potato chips, a thing of like Cheese Whiz, like the cheese dip.
Mm-hmm.
And I would also have a buttered roll, and I'd have like 3 cupcakes and like 3 candy bars.
Yeah.
And then I have like 6 things of Laffy Taffy.
Mm.
And I tell myself it's for the jokes.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
And a 3-liter, it was when it first came out, 3-liter bottle of soda, either ginger ale or Coke or whatever. And
Wow.
I'd go home at 14, 15. I'd go home, I might, walk home, because it was like right behind my house, basically. And I would go home and go in my room, and I would eat it all in one shot.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And that was something I did back when, and I'm sure it led to my issues now, to some extent. But I did it because of, like depression and stuff like that,
Right.
And, it's a pretty hard story to tell, going way back then, but the thing is, before that stuff would not have been readily available. And if that stuff was not readily available in the 80s, in the 90s, I'd say 80s. Yeah, I was 14. I was born in 72, so yeah, it's probably the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
In the 80s, I probably would not have any, because it wouldn't be so available.
Right.
But now, and I still had a hard time. I mean, I wasn't able to do these things before I had a job. I did these things because of me working the job. I was able to get a job at 14 years old, working for, if anybody knows the company, working for Roy Rogers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I get food from Roy Rogers too. Like they'd have leftover like chicken and and stuff. So you have all these things.
Right. That's right.
Now, don't worry, I don't do that stuff anymore. I mean, 99% of that stuff I don't drink anymore at all,
That's good.
or eat that stuff, I mean, like, I don't even know if they still make 3-liter bottles of soda. I think they might have stopped that for some reason.
Yeah, I always thought they were like 2 liters or 2.2 or something
well,
like that.
They normally are, but it was this big thing that they were making 3 liters for the,
Well, if you think about it, that's the most profitable thing that any fast food place is soda, because they buy the syrup and they mix it with water, and it's just, it makes them a fortune. The drink,
right.
It's terrible. I tell, it's like even the flavored waters. I say, why am I going to pay to drink something when I can get water for free from the rain? I collect rainwater and I drink that, or I drink water from a well. I mean, I'll drink from a water fountain before I drink something out of a bottle.
Yeah, I mean, I think in a way, like we sort of have to go back to nature, and I think that's what you're doing with the rainwater. Like just going back to the beginning, basically. And like even if, and I'm not saying I'm going to, because I've always said this before. I don't know. I just know where I'm at right now. I don't know where I'm going to end up being. None of us do. We can't decide the future. We can assess, and we can say, okay, this is where I feel I'm going to be. But technically, we don't know when our time is going to be, or we don't know any of that stuff. And how can we?
Right.
But but I always say, I do believe though that if I do start to eat vegetables again, I think what I want to do is I want to be able to just grow my own, because that's the only way that I'm going to really ensure that I'm not eating anything that's been contaminated.
Right. Well, that, and then there's no waste, because instead of having to have vegetables shipped in from all over the world, picked by low-paid labor, And because that was the other thing about my ethos there was I don't want to eat something that I don't want to work in that industry. So in other words, I wouldn't want to be raising vegetables on a large scale, but I'd have no trouble hunting or raising animals and processing them myself. And as for fruit, whatever fruit grows in my yard, I can eat that. But I wouldn't want to be those people in Guatemala or whatever picking bananas in that tropical climate and working for nothing when I can just walk outside. I mean, how much labor does it take for me to walk to my front yard, grab a bunch of bananas, bring them in the house? It takes less labor for me to do that than to go to the store. You know, if I got to go to the store and buy bananas, I'm going to have to go over there and pick through it and find the ones that are good or bad, and then I have to drive back. I can just walk outside and grab it. If I want an orange, I can walk to the orange tree, pick whatever oranges I want. If it's no good, I throw it back on the ground. I throw the peelings on the ground. And this is what I'm trying to say. It's more of a local thing. If you can source the food locally, not only is it probably better, but you're saving the environment and you're helping out people because now they don't have to work for slave wages.
Yeah, like, you know, I mean, at the very least, like you just, you know, like get it locally, like a local farmer's market, whatever, you know. But, you know, like my brother-in-law was telling me one time before I became carnivore, you know, he was like, you know, you can actually grow your own vegetables in the apartment.
Sure.
And I'm like, you know, so, you know, like that's probably something I will look into because obviously I don't have a yard,
right?
You know,
Not
so
yet.
I can't really do, you know, I can't really do that. But, you know, there's some, you know, like one of the things I was thinking about, if I can grow it in my apartment are cucumbers, you know, because I wouldn't mind learning how to pickle them and making pickles.
Right.
You know, from that.
That's right.
know,
You
I
can
think
do
that'd
it. You can do a vinegar or you can ferment it. There's all kinds of ways of doing it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to be an interesting process, you know, an interesting, I mean, I don't mean process of doing it. I mean just process of learning, you know. It's like, you know, like how to master it and how to do, you know. And, you know, like another thing I like with cucumbers, too, is, and this was with sour cream, not with vinegar or anything like that, but my mom used to make a really good, you know, cucumber salad. And all it was cucumbers and sour cream. You know, that was it, you know. But, you know, that's like a childhood memory, you know. And I think I've mastered how she did it. I think I remembered how she does it. But, and right now I'm not doing it because it's not carnivore. But if I ever bring in the vegetables back, I think cucumber probably would be the one thing I probably will bring back, you know.
That's good.
You know, but I definitely am not going to bring back, I don't think I'm going to bring back tomatoes. I don't think I'm going to bring back carrots. There's too much sugar and too much acid in the tomatoes and the carrots, you know.
Right. I mean, I've made tomato sauce for friends. I ferment the tomatoes. I grow the native Everglades tomatoes. They're very small. They're insect resistant. And I ferment them, and I make a delicious tomato sauce. And again, even though I'm like Mr. Carnivore, I'm not afraid to give away fruits and vegetables. I teach people how to garden. I even tell people, you know, you have a yard, all you're doing is growing some halfway crappy grass. Why not start a garden, either for decoration, for flowers, or for food? And if you don't eat it, you can always give it to somebody else. You can feed it to the ducks if you want. There's no reason not to grow this stuff. I'm against growing on a large scale. See, my view of vegetables is this. There should never be large vegetable farms. There should never be large orchards. Like we used to have all the orange trees. Of course, now they're all developments. But having a large orchard is just asking for trouble. These things should be small, locally grown. Maybe you have a handful of trees. I don't like shipping fruits and vegetables around the world. Now, when it comes to meat, that's easy to ship around the world because an animal is a live system. And if you wanted to ship, you could load them on a train, and you could ship cattle anywhere, and then to your local slaughterhouse, or even if you're prepared, if you're living in a rural property, you might say, well, I don't want to raise a calf all the way from, you know, when they're a baby. I'm just going to buy already finished cattle, or I'll buy cattle that are maybe, you know, a certain size and finish them myself. So you could eliminate so much waste and transportation. If you go to the produce distributor, I'll have to make a video one of these days when I get over there. Do you see the amount of stuff they throw away? It's shocking. And you go to any supermarket, they throw away so much plant material. They throw away a lot more plant material than they do meat. And a lot of that plant material is more expensive at the store than the meat is pound for pound. So it's a tremendous amount of waste. It's ridiculous. That stuff could be given to cattle. Imagine if you had like a supermarket or you were growing vegetables and you had fruit that went bad, you know what they used to do down here? They would give them to the cattle. I knew a guy that had a mango farm. It was like a 5-acre mango grove. All the mangoes that had been nipped by rats or what the store didn't want, he gave them to cattle. And they'd finish the cattle on mangoes. And if you think corn-finished cattle is delicious, you have tasted nothing until you've had cattle finished on tropical fruit. It's so succulent and tender. And if you like fatty meat, you get, it's really good. And the cattle seem to do better on that, even though it's loaded with sugar. I guess because of all the fiber and all the minerals in tropical fruit. We give them banana leaves, old bananas, avocados, whatever, and they'll eat anything. The cattle, and goats are another one. A lot of people had goats. They use them as a garbage disposal. And pigs. We had a lot of neighbors that had pigs. That was another garbage disposal. And you feed them, and eventually they feed you.
Yeah. I mean, we've so much, like just trying to, and it's amazing, that, you're absolutely right. It's like if we just went back, like again, if we just went back to nature, just went back to, and I'm sure a lot of vegans and would be like, well, that's what vegetables are, you're not going back to, which is, we all know it's crap,
Mm-hmm.
It's just, it's like I keep on saying, it's amazing on how far back we went it's amazing about how far back we went just by trying to be so far ahead, and if we did like our parents did or grandparents did or great grandparents, we probably would be in a better, situation now.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it.
Right. And that's what I try to tell people. You don't have to invent anything new. Just go back and find what worked. I mean, you can see this picture I have here. Now, today, that property is a horrible shopping center, but they used to be the Coral Lake Trailer Park. Look at what they're doing. You see? Look at what this duck is eating out of this.
Well, you went off the screen like now at this point, but I saw it. Like the lady trying to feed the ducks and everything.
Mm-hmm. And the duck's eating out of the guy's hand. See, it got up on his shoulder, and look at how many ducks they had back then.
Yeah.
I mean, that some of those ducks were ending up on the dinner table. They weren't all there just to be decoration. They were there for food, the eggs, and, we're supposed to have animals around us. We're not supposed to live in sterile environments in these stupid high-rise apartments and, living in these neighborhoods with HOAs and your grass can only be 2 inches tall and all this other nonsense. We're designed to have this kind of thing. And now it's just a trailer park. I mean, obviously, that's not even a farm. I can only imagine what a farm, there's the other part of the trailer park. And, just simple living. It was a cheap way to live back then. Now they just turn the trailer parks into apartment buildings, which is pretty sad.
It's funny that you mentioned trailer parks. When I was a kid, when I was mentioning about Virginia before, we lived in a trailer, and in Virginia, I don't know about all of Virginia, but at least in that town, Richland, you could actually buy a land and just put the trailer on there. You didn't actually have to live in a trailer park in order to have a trailer. Like you could actually treat it like as if it's a house on your property.
That's right.
And and we actually would have the trailer, and we actually had a deck around our trailer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
people now.
Coincidentally, my grandfather lived right next door, so when my parents got divorced, the trailer that we had was destroyed, and my grandfather just had the full, and then my father inherited the house. And he was in a modular home, so he's technically in a trailer.
Right.
So, and then my father, when he passed away, my stepmom inherited it. But,
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. But people talk about tiny homes. That's been around for a long time. It's just these big corporations and their schemes and their debt and everything is just basically trying to take advantage of people. We don't want people on the actual ground. We want them stacked and packed, so that way we have more control over them. If you're living in a trailer and you have all these places, you could just hook it up to your car or truck and drive off if you don't like the neighborhood. But if you're in one of these stack and pack apartments, you get a bad neighbor, it's like, well, you're screwed, basically.
Yeah. And I always thought the concept, if you're a single person, okay, yeah, I agree that if you're married and you start having kids and stuff like that, you might want something a little bit bigger. But how much do you really need? Like I will be fine with, like right now I have a 2-bedroom apartment because I lived with my mom and everything like that. I never lost the apartment, and that's why I have a roommate with me and everything now. But if I was to leave here and I had the money and I could just get like some small studio apartment or some small, trailer or whatever, like some really, I'd be fine with that, because what do I need? Like, I just need a place to cook my food, but I don't need this like big open space. I don't need like 18,000 cubic feet of space or anything like that. I just need a place to put my head down and that's it.
Right.
I
agree.
Or what's the old saying? Someplace to hang my hat. That's.
That's right. I mean, people just don't. They don't get it. They want to show off.
Right.
That's the main thing. So I try to tell people, look, you don't need all that. But then they look at me, well, I don't want to look like I'm poor. Well, why not? If you're poor, you're poor. Who cares?
Right. And there's nothing wrong with, like, and here's the thing too, how, it's kind of productive, but how is having a bigger space make you look like you're not, like, you could still be poor and have a bigger space,
Right. That's it.
Like I probably, if I had a smaller space or an apartment or something that was smaller, or even, dare I say, even like, like those rooms for rent, like just like renting out a room, getting, again, I mean, my biggest concern right now, my biggest thing would be the cooking because of me cooking my meats and stuff.
Right.
So obviously I don't want to lose out on that. But as long as I'm, like I'll be honest with you, I've looked at places, it's like $800 a month, and that's like all the utilities included and everything like that. I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good deal, But I mean, the thing I would look at too is like, okay, well, can I use your kitchen? Am I, like that type of thing, or does it include, like, I'll spend like an extra $100 or $200 if it includes like a small kitchen in the, in the space, like not really a room for rent, but like more like a, like a basement room, like where they have the kitchen and everything. But, and I, don't get me wrong, I love my apartment right now, it's a pretty big apartment. And when you're wheelchair bound and you have a roommate that is making things hindering on you, a big apartment is pretty hard to maintain,
Right. That's it. But then, I personally, I don't need a big house. I need a big garage to keep all my stuff in. I need a lot to keep my tools on, truck and bobcat and all that. But I don't need a big house because I'm not trying to impress anybody. And the idea also of having a home-based business is another good thing that they've tried to get away from.
Yeah. How far was that, the duck pond that you just showed? How far was that from where you live now?
That's a couple of miles. What you're seeing now is the aerial view of what the area looks like now, where the trailer park used to be.
Okay. So this is like years later, fast forward apartments and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is all business now, but where the railroad used to be, they built apartments. I mean, it's just crazy. Let's see, the railroad track is over here, and you can see this is where the railroad track used to be. It's all full of apartments now. They just, like right here, see, they put apartments.
It's totally industrialized, basically.
Yeah. They took the land where the railroad track was, and they built apartments. It's just...
Now, how far is the ocean or the water from that spot?
Well, I'll show you. There it is. It's a few miles.
Okay. Yeah, the only reason I asked that question is because I'm looking at the picture, I'm seeing all these boats that are in the thing. So I'm guessing.
It's a place that sells boats, basically.
Oh, it actually sells boats. Okay, that makes sense too.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's like just people having their boats docked, and it's that time of year where they're not going out as much, you know.
Gables Marine. See, it's a place that sells boats. But this area is an example of what can go wrong. You get too many people in too small of a space, and then the quality of life goes way down. This is the problem. And there's no farms anywhere. I mean, if you look at this area, the only open space they have is the parks. All the farms have been wiped out. Everything. Look at this. The whole thing is just one gigantic development. There's nothing left. The only open space is the land where the Everglades is. There are no farms, no ranches, anywhere in this whole section. It looks like a big cancer growing on Florida. And most of Florida is wild in the middle, but you can see all the way up. It's just one big disaster. You have to go over here to the lake in order to find places that have farms, like over here. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours away. So, you know, Florida's just got way too much development. But most of it's concentrated here. That's the problem. But
Yeah, it's like all congested, basically.
yeah, it's congested. There's just too many people here. But the U.S. is a very open place by comparison to other countries. But a hurricane, this is Hurricane Alley, so one major hurricane coming through here is going to drive, it's like stepping on a fire ant pile. They're going to come running out, and then they'll spread around the country. A friend of mine lives in North Florida, and you can see over here, there's development, but there's still a lot of open areas, too. But most of the open areas are just national and state parks. You know, there is some farming, but, you know, look, Orlando, all that's built up.
Yeah, I know Peter lives in Florida, but I'm not sure what part of Florida he lives.
He's at the Rat's Mouth, right here,
Okay.
Boca Raton. That's Spanish for rat's mouth. So yeah, he's in that area. He's over here. I'm down here.
So how far, like, how long would you take you to go, like, to visit him or vice versa? Like,
Depends on the traffic. It can be anywhere from an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on the traffic.
oh, that's not too bad. That's not, you know, I mean, I'm thinking it took would take a lot longer. You guys were a lot farther apart, but
It
I
depends.
used to commute an hour. I used to commute an hour to work. So
Right. It depends on where you go. But, I mean, obviously, with the transmission in my van, I can't go more than a few miles. Just to work.
no. I mean, obviously, but the actual, you know, like, as long as you have the ability, the equipment, you know.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's about what it takes. And once I get my truck, I get the parts that are missing from my engine, I get the truck running, then I'll be driving around again. I got lots of seed oils, and there's a lot of places I want to go. Like I said, I got friends all over Florida. I got friends, you know, everywhere from over here in Jupiter, and I have friends in Jacksonville. I mean, Russ is in Jacksonville. My friend is moving north of Orlando. I got a friend, Ocala, Gainesville, another friend up here near Live Oak. So I got friends all over the state. I got friends in Covington, Georgia, and got friends in Tennessee, Alabama, and it just, there's all kinds of places I can go. So once I'm mobile again, and I'll just make sure my cooler's working, I have all the meat in there, and I got my engine ready for cooking, because it takes about 8 hours just to get out of Florida, sometimes longer. So I have to kind of leapfrog between friends, work my way out of the state.
Yeah. But it seems to me, and it seems to me like Florida has a lot of carnivores, and it seems Texas has a lot of carnivores.
Well, Florida may have a lot of carnivores, but not in my area. I haven't met any.
Well, no, I'm just saying that the whole state of Florida just seems a lot of people are from Florida. I mean, because even Mitch is from Florida, I believe.
Yeah, he's up in Melbourne, I believe.
But my area, I don't really. I'm yet to meet somebody from New Jersey that is actually carnivore. So far, I've met 2 people in the surrounding area, and that's Lewis. Lewis L., he's from New York, and then Kitchen Witch, I believe, is from Philly.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, so they're the only, So like, I guess carnivore is more of a southern thing.
It could be. It could be. But not here. Not here. This is a carb, this is Latin America. Latin Americans are usually carb crazy.
Yeah, but I do believe, and I'm sure you've seen it, you're seeing it too. I do believe that carnivore is starting to grow somewhat, even if it's like, like I look at it as like, like when you have like this like drywall, imagine taking drywall and you want to make a hole in the drywall, but instead of like just taking a hammer and hammering the hole in, you're taking it by one thumbtack at a time. You're just making a hole in the thumbtack until you have like an outline that you could just like punch the hole right in. I think that's sort of what's happening. I think it's just like one thumbtack at a time. We're just getting the hole to get bigger and bigger.
Right.
And very weird analogy. I get it, but
right.
But it still works. But it's just because like my roommate will talk to me, and he's like, he'll tell me the other day he's telling me, he's like, he was talking a little bit about what I do. He's not carnivore, and that's fine. A lot of people are going to be very cautious, and I get that. I really do. Before I became full carnivore, I was on and off. Mm-hmm. And before that, I was sort of like just studying everything. I was just, because it was like, because you have the same concept, like, well, we were told that this, and we were told that that, and, so it's right. A while before you kind of have to get out of your head. You kind of got to get out of the training, and you kind of be like, well, yeah, I was told this, but these are my results.
Right.
So maybe we should rethink this, And it's just trying to think of, we just, and so many people are now like, he'll be like, he had a doc, like, yeah, no, I think it's a good thing for you. I think it would be good. I think it's a great thing to do. Mm-hmm. Or at the very least, people are like, yeah, I've heard of carnivore, and show a little bit of an interest in it.
Right.
But, and that's within just a year mm-hmm. of that new mindset, Like I'm like, I know when I last told my sister about what I was doing, like before I became full carnivore, and I've mentioned it to you and everybody else, that I didn't consider myself full carnivore until I joined in with the chats and joined the community and stuff like that, and brought myself out there, But before that, I was eating. I would have like 3 weeks of eating nothing but meat, and then I'd go off the rails for like a day or for a moment, and then I go right back on it again. Mm-hmm. So technically, I was still carnivore. I just didn't consider myself full carnivore until January 1st, when I decided to go online, and go into one of the chats.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, that's it. No, I never knew what carnivore was until I saw Carnivore Community. I just called it the heart attack diet, and I was like, who cares?
Yeah, you didn't know what you were doing, and
right.
You just knew that you liked it, and that was it.
That's it. I liked it. It worked for me, and it was convenient. And when you're living by yourself, it's just too much hassle to worry about cooking and all this other complex stuff. And people would say, oh, I can't cook, it's too complicated. I said, it's more complicated for me to eat out than it is to just throw something on the stove. And that's it, or on the grill, or on the engine, And again, I'm the oddball. You don't see other people talking about cooking on the engine and eating roadkill. I mean, who else has a video of picking up an iguana from the side of the road and then eating it for lunch?
Yeah. That's absolutely true. Mm-hmm. I see. I don't know how long he's been on there, but I see Carnivore Muscles Jonathan's on the chat right now.
Oh, okay. I haven't been paying attention to the chat like I should.
Well, I have my computer on. I just have it on mute, so I can't. There's no callback or anything like that. But I'm still seeing the chats. Scroll. I mean, that's how I'm able to see your pictures. So yeah. I mean, Terry Sue's still on there. I see her. Mm-hmm. just going to scroll up a little bit. And Annabelle, the Happy Carnivore, and you have Carnivore Muscle. DS 111 is on there. Those are the only 4 that I'm really seeing. So I don't know if people left or if they're just not talking right now.
It could be. I mean, they come and go, but
yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, I sometimes have to do errands and stuff like that. Matter of fact, I'm going to probably have to leave soon because it's.
Yeah.
I'm not eating today, but my roommate, I make him his breakfast, so I just need to quickly scramble some eggs up and stuff like that. But
right.
Well, actually, no, I can probably still talk to you because you're on the phone, so you just leave the screen, you know. But normally, what I would do is I would actually like leave, do my errands. You know, I might go for a walk, stuff like that. You know, but I leave the computer on, so you guys think I'm still there, and I'm not.
I do that too. I work a lot, and I'll just put in targeted comments. But you can see I've had a tremendous amount of comments, which is good. And you can see over here, like this comment, my cuts get infected. Yeah, because it's good. People chime in when they see the conversation. That's important. And I don't expect people to be here all day. You know, you can come and go as you like. Some people may listen when they're out and about.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just one of those things. It's like really, you know, it's like, you know, it's almost like, I'm going to go out to my living room now. You know, it's almost like, it's like, I'm trying to think of a good example. It's like when you like listen to those telethons, you know, like it's not, you know, like we all know you're not going to be sitting for 24 hours.
Right.
I mean, there might be some people that are like that, but for the most part, you might have the TV on, but you're not going to really, you know, go too much into it. Let me just make sure. So you guys get to hear me, I guess, make eggs.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's good. If you can afford eggs, that's a good thing.
Well, you know what it is there's only so much that will be eaten and stuff like that. So I make them more for him than I do for myself. So I'll make them right now, and then, you know, and then, like I said, tomorrow, I'm not actually eating today. Today's my fast day, so.
Right. Yeah, I got a lot of good comments, a lot of participation, which is always good. And, you know, I'm just scrolling through the comments. Get your feet off the couch. Okay.
Yeah, right now I'm not in front of the computer, so I can't really see the comments right now.
One thing that I'll do, like when I'm doing video, I talk to people, I don't sit upright. And that's another thing I notice. A lot of people, they have these, what I call gamer chairs. They have these chairs with the high back where they can sit there and play this video game and remain in a seated position and not be uncomfortable. I tend to keep myself uncomfortable when I'm sitting, so what I'll do, I'll put my leg over my head, I'll stretch out, I'll touch the ceiling with my feet, I'll sit sideways, I'll lay down, I'll sit up, I'll stand up. I like to move around because it keeps me alert. If I was to sit in one position for a long time, I'd get a sore rear end and start feeling sleepy.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot of differences. My live stream is unique. There's nobody else on the internet like me, and there never will be. There's only one Rick, and if you like...
You know, again, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing to... You know, it's not a bad thing to think about. Think about it.
Right. I mean, the only thing is that you'll never see me in the popular club because I'm just way too different, and I think a lot of people, it either they get aggravated by it or it bothers them or they just don't know what to think of it because I just do things differently. And that's part of the lifestyle. The lifestyle is not about conformity. It's about finding what works. You know, if eating vegetables work for you, go for it. Eat all the veggies you want. That's what I tell people.
Yeah, I totally agree with that assessment.
I've had some pretty good comments. I mean, someone did mention that I may be skinny, but I don't look sickly. And I did that to the couch. I have a 50s. Oh, wow.
I never thought you looked sickly. I mean, for a 95-year-old man, you look very good.
Let's see. Rick, my 29-year-old daughter lives in Little Havana, watched all your videos of Milton. She loves your little monster kitty. Well, that's good. You see, I'm glad somebody, now she's probably not a carnivore, because people in Miami really don't go for the carnivore diet. People in Miami, they like that Latin American food. That's their thing.
Right.
Let's see. Okay. Let's go to some.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, you think about it, there's a lot of nationalities out there that are starting to embrace carnivore, that their cultures really would not go for it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But they're starting, you know, like Bella, you know, Chinese. She was saying one time how great it was that she was meeting some Chinese people
Mm-hmm.
that are now carnivore, because in the culture, rice is like eaten with everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah.
Right. That's true. Let's see, YouTube Premium. Lots of comments. That's good. Okay. But yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting because I see there's like the carnivore cliques, I guess you'd call them. You have certain personalities that they follow, and they may have hundreds, maybe thousands of people watching. And then there's the rest of us that may have a maximum of 50 or 60, and that's about it. But we all, I mean, they're marketing something I'm not. I have nothing to sell anybody. I'm just here to hang out, that's all. I'm too poor to travel, so I hang out virtually. It's simple.
I mean, isn't it great how we can do that now?
Yeah, that's an advantage. That's what I tell people. Take advantage of the technology. I've been accused of being a Luddite or Amish because I use rotary phones and everything I have is old. But I tell them, I said, I use technology as much as anybody else, maybe more. There's more technology than meets the eye.
Yeah. I totally agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Yeah, this is interesting. Okay.
And if you guys are wondering what I'm cutting up, don't forget my roommate is not carnivore, so I do make him his food.
Well, that's good. I used to make my mom and dad food when they needed food. I made non-carnivore foods, but when you're like me, I'm not going to eat it. I'll taste test it to make sure it's edible, but I'm not going to sit there and eat it with them. My mom used to get mad at me. Why don't you want to eat the food with me? I said, I'll eat with you, but all you want to do is eat steak and burgers. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Right. I mean, normally I make him like eggs and the bacon and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's food that he likes that's in the house, I'll make that for him. Like, you know, if there's like whatever.
Right.
I don't, the things don't really improve me. Like I can cook it up and everything like that. And like the other day I do admit, and you're the first person I'm telling this to with everybody, is I did have a couple of saltine crackers. But not because I want saltine crackers. I was in the middle of working yesterday or the other day, and I didn't want to spend money on anything, so I just kind of like grabbed a couple of saltines from the you know that they have for soups and stuff like that.
I like this comment.
Put in my stomach, and that was it. You know.
Terry Sue says, if someone called in right now, they would get the old-fashioned busy signal. Actually, I think they would probably get a voicemail, but that's kind of interesting.
Actually, you should find out. Like, has anybody tried to call in? Are you? I'm sure you guys say on the chat that if they've been trying.
Oh, I can look that up. That's not a problem. Let's see. I got email somewhere. Let's see. Okay.
Well, I mean, no matter how you look at it, there is a way to find out.
That's right. That's the beauty of it. I wonder why this doesn't... It's weird. That's one of the bad things about this. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'll either make him bacon and eggs, or I'll make him sausage and eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And normally I'll make him sausage and eggs, if I'm not eating, because I love bacon, and I'm not going to cook bacon if I'm not going to eat it. So
Right.
I do love my, eggs are simple. They don't take as long to cook, but the bacon is a little bit more.
They're straightforward.
Yeah. So, but he ran out. The sausage is gone. And I don't get paid until he could get by if he wanted to, but I don't get paid until for another week. So.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have all my food in the house. I don't give him everything I have.
Right. Well, I double-checked. Nobody else called in, so that's interesting. I figured the call-in is going to be a more personalized thing. I think it'll vary from week to week. Eventually what I'll do is I'll have like an introduction, I'll have a subject to cover, and then I'll have the live call-in, and then I'll have an outro. And I'm going to try to structure this in such a way that it becomes a regular every week. But obviously I'm not going to get massive... unless I have a heart attack. Now, if I have a heart attack, then it'll be like Mitch's live stream where he gets over 400 people when he normally gets 150. So, Rick has a heart attack, and then I come back and I got 400 people.
I mean, in a way, if you think about it, that's sort of sad that something like a heart attack or stroke had to happen for him to get more viewers. But I guess that's sort of life, right?
Yeah. Well, that's it, because they say absence makes the heart grow fonder. You get to the point where people get kind of used to the routine, and then something happens. It's like, oh, what's going to happen next? It's like my mom used to watch those stupid soap operas. Every day they'd leave you with something for the next day. Like, Mom, why do you waste your time with this crap? Oh, I have to see the story. I'm like, okay, whatever. It's just all depressing. They always end up failing no matter what they do. That's what a soap opera is.
You're absolutely right.
But that's a good thing. And,
I mean, this is pretty cool that this is happening. How do you feel about this whole thing with the phone and everything?
Well, it brings back memories. It's like talking to my friends. I usually talk to them on the phone. It's just that...
Oh, God, yeah.
In fact, I could probably do it. If I could figure out a way to get a mobile camera, I may actually do this while I'm outside. If I could get my phone where it wouldn't cut off, and then, that way I just use my cordless phone and a mobile camera, and then I can do stuff while I'm doing my live stream. But I'll adapt. It's just one of those things. And I want to make some specific videos.
I really do. I think this whole thing is a really cool concept. And... I think, I don't know if it'll catch on. You might be the only one, but
yeah.
But I think it's still a pretty good concept,
I'll probably be the only one. That's true, but that's okay.
Yeah. But if you are, you are.
Right.
Right. It goes right back to being unique, being different.
Right. The main thing is that in the future, when somebody checks this out, they'll be like, oh, I remember that guy, I heard a rumor there was some guy that lived his whole life on the carnivore diet. Oh, he lived for decades before he had his heart attack. And they'll look around, hey, I found a video from way back in the, 2020s, and look, there he is. Oh, wow. They'll say, oh, okay. So there really was a carnivore diet. Yep, there was.
Well, I mean, I'm hoping... I know hope is eternal, I get that, but I'm hoping that Carnivore will be something that's coming back. It won't be like something like where it's like this past mystery,
Mm-hmm. Right.
Where we sort of do learn our lesson, and we sort of where we learned our lesson, and it's going to be embraced again,
Mm-hmm. Right.
And there won't be any kickback for it either,
Right. That's true.
Like again, I don't have anything. I have nothing against people that are vegan or vegetarian. Like even Dr. Barry has said, he actually respects them more because at least they are looking at at least they're considering their health. At least they're looking at their health.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you know, and if you go to a restaurant and you say, "Oh yeah, I'm vegan," then it's like, "Oh, okay, that's cool." You know,
Mm-hmm.
but it's sort of hard when you say you're carnivore. It's like, "Oh no, we have to give you this." Like, why do you have to? Why can't you cook in the proper way? Why do you have to add vegetables to my plate? You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
That's the thing. It doesn't make sense, but, you know, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out.
And that might, in a way, that might be a problem with you and me, is we're just, you know, like, we keep on trying to figure it out. I mean, maybe we're better off just not even trying to figure it out anymore, just doing us, doing who we are.
Mm-hmm.
If that
Exactly.
makes, you know, I mean, that's probably like parental advice, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think CV Carmack. I'm back at the computer again. So.
Yeah. And you can see, looks like Annabella's gone to, good night, gone to bed. And Jiffy, let's see, nothing close to where you are. Okay, went to crap. Nothing was stacked. Yeah, same thing everywhere. It's just stack and pack all over the place. Annabella's leaving, okay. And look for your lamb recipes. You're leaving them in the country. Yeah, see, this is the thing. This development is just covering everything, you know, and they just want to make money, and they don't care about quality of life. It's always quantity over quality, less for more. That's pretty much what it is, and you just have to kind of keep ahead of it. But then again, they say the population is decreasing. I don't know how that could be, but who knows? They're really afraid of that. They're afraid that people aren't having enough kids, so that way they can't take advantage of them. You know, if you reduce the population, you cut off a lot of the wealth that they can extract. Then you have fewer people. Right. And this is why it's another thing I believe. Not everybody has to have kids. If you want to, that's great. But, you know, having a bunch of them just doesn't make sense in this world. Unless you live on a farm, in which case you need them. You know, if you live in a place that's kind of dying out, you're living in some town that's just deteriorating, you might as well have lots of kids. That way you can bring it back up. But if you live in a big city like this, there's no point. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, I'm back to reading the comments right now, and CB was saying about how he asked for, you know, with his steak not to have any vegetables or bread or anything like that, and they still pretty much give it to him. You know?
Oh yeah.
I've sort of given up on that. Like, I used to you know, I would do that at different places, and they would still give it to me, or they you know, and I feel guilty. That's probably why I cheated a lot of times, because I feel guilty about not eating what they gave me. You know, even if I asked them not to. You know. Right. Now it's sort of like, okay, if you want to waste your food, that's up to you.
Right.
You know, I said I didn't want it, and so I'm not going to eat it. You know.
Give it to the ducks.
Yeah, exactly. You know. And you know, it's a funny thing. Back before, you know, my mom was still alive, or no, she had just passed away. I used to take her all the time to a McDonald's, and we'd go right up to her radiation, and we go there, but we eat outside, in the car, and there'd be all these seagulls and everything. Mm-hmm. And one day, I went there right after my mom passed away. I guess it was a little memory thing. And I'm eating McDonald's, and this is when I first start, when I start to not really eat bread too much. I'm kind of going back and forth. So I take the burger off the bun to eat just the burger, you know, and I throw it out to the seagulls, and the seagulls were looking at the bread no way I'm going to eat that. I'm thinking to myself, how bad is this particular bread that even a seagull won't eat it?
They normally eat anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. I see Terry Sue is giving you some advice over there, so.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, and she's absolutely right. You know, I do. See, it's sort of like a tick, you know.
That's what most people do, and you'll see that a lot in interviews, and I try to explain it takes a lot of effort to get rid of that. I don't have that. Thankfully, for some reason, I never got what they call word whiskers, and that's just, I'll pause, but I won't use any kind of, you know. A lot of times people say right, or there's, I'm trying to think, even some of the well-known channels, they'll just keep saying those words over and over again. It is quite interesting, but it'll go away with time. I think the longer you get on the carnivore diet, the less that becomes an issue.
Yeah, you know, see, I'm kind of doing it now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, it's just, I mean, it'll be a while before I stop that. You know, for the longest time, I wasn't really talking to anybody. You know, I was just kind of keeping to myself and not doing. So the first step is to get out there, which I'm doing, and then.
That's right. That's exactly right. And see, this
and
is what
I'm glad, Terry, too, that you're laughing so hard that you almost spit your coffee.
Well, that's it. This is one thing that
I'm glad I could make you laugh.
People are trained not to be out there. They're trained to keep to themselves, do what they're told. It's like when you're in school. Sit down, shut up, sit up straight, do what you're told, do the assignment. No one is encouraged to be expressive. And then they complain when you put somebody in a situation in front of an audience that they get stage fright. Well, what's wrong?
Yep.
Why are you nervous? Because I don't do this. I normally don't do this. This is something that was discouraged. And this is one thing that I did see for many years. And now it comes back if they're going to be in a position of leadership, because they don't train people to be in a position of leadership. They train everybody to be a follower. And then only certain people that have the right situation, they take that leadership potential. Or it's like starting a business. If you're not able to express yourself effectively, and maybe you don't have a really outstanding product, you're going to be lost. Many businesses fail. 90% of businesses that people start fail because they don't have those skills. They don't teach you that. So everybody that I've dealt with has some type of, like you said, either a tick or mannerism that they seem to go with because they're trying to learn something, and I think a lot of times their brain can't keep up with what they need to do, so they have to use a filler. And a lot of people are very uncomfortable with silence. When they don't have anything to say and they get nervous, they start saying things. I'm the opposite. It's like dealing with the cops. I've been stopped by the cops so many times harassing me because my car is old or whatever, and they try to talk to me, and I just don't really say anything. Yes, no, whatever, because I know it's just a trick. They're just trying to get you to say something that they can use against you. And I think a lot of times that's what people feel that way when they're in front of a crowd. They're looking for any little mistake so they can attack. That's pretty much what I've seen.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I used to work tuxedos and everything like that. And I remember one time, and I sort of had to teach him this, like when you get like a call from like some kind of salesperson, like some kind of like, salesperson, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. A lot of times what they do is they'll record everything you're saying. And what they use is they'll use like algorithms. So every time they'll ask you a yes or no question. Mm-hmm. You know, like is your name Thomas Pruitt? Well, yes, it is. But what you have to do to trick with them is answer it other than a yes or no answer. Mm-hmm. Because what they're doing is they're taking that yes and then they put it into another content.
Right.
You know, like you want to buy our product. Yes, but meanwhile, what they actually asked you was if your name was this particular thing. Mm-hmm. And so they'll use that in the algorithm. And I taught him that because he thought that, just answer the questions or just, do whatever. I said, well, normally I'll just hang up. But if there's a question right away, if they're like, is this the number of 7, well, which number, you'll just answer like, well, which number are you trying to get?
Right. That's right.
But yeah, I mean, it's just,
And it's fascinating. I always found it interesting to study the way that people think. you get to know somebody. I've gotten to the point where I can read someone quite well, which is why it's very difficult to sell me anything. I've had several people that I know that have been through sales training attempt to sell me things, and no matter what they do, it's impossible because I always hit them at the target. It's like people come over here. I had somebody recently trying to sell me AT&T fiber internet, and I said, I pay $35 a month for internet. Can you beat that price? Well, we have TV. I said, no. Let me get to the basics. I have 30. So I walked in the house. I got some money, and I said, this is how much I want to spend every month. Can I do that with your company? And that she was like, oh, and it was like somebody turned off, boom, and that was it. If you're going to sell something, you have to be effective, and some people you can't sell to, period. I don't care. I've had people try to sell me impact windows. I told them, look, I like jealousy windows. I'm not going to fix up my house because it's going to cause my property value to go up and my taxes to go up. And then they try to sell me all kinds of stuff, and I always shut them down. They said, Rick, you're the one person nobody can sell to. I said, that's not true, because when I go to a yard sale and somebody has something there, oh, I want $5 for it. I'm like, how about $3? Okay, and the sale is made just like that. You know, there's a junk car. Okay, I buy that. You want $300? If it's a good price, I'll take it. And I try to explain to them, if you want to sell me something, give me a good value from the start. Don't try to give me something high and walk me down or play this game. Make it straight, and that's it. And it's the same thing with anything, with diet or whatever. Give it to me straight. Let me make the decision. It saves a lot of time. But some people just love the drama. They love the game, the art of the deal, and all that stuff. Like, no, I don't want to deal with that. This is what I want. Give me a good offer, and it's done. But some people, I guess, they just thrive on the conflict. It's hard to say.
Yeah. That's so true. You know, it's just.
But yeah, we got a lot of good comments today. I see there's a lot of comments about bread. I know people love bread. I hate bread. I never understood.
I mean, I don't know exactly what a yeast roll is. I never heard of that.
I'm not sure either.
I'm assuming it's some kind of bread thing, you know.
I had somebody one time talk about potato rolls, and I thought they were rolling potatoes around the floor. I said, what is that, some kind of a game? Oh, no, it's a type of bread. Bread?
No, I know. I've had potato rolls. I just never heard of a yeast roll.
Are they made from potatoes?
Yeast rolls? I don't know.
No,
potatoes? I don't know how they make potato rolls, to tell you the truth. Bread, potato rolls. I mean, I'm guessing that potatoes are part of the, you know, just like egg bread. You know, I'm assuming that, you know, it's probably something with more egg in it or something. You know, so I'm assuming that it's part of the process.
And I see, you know, we have CB Carmack with some great comments, DS111, and I mean, I haven't had a yeast roll in about a year because it's been that long since I walked in Texas Roadhouse. I think he was the one that mentioned something about Texas Roadhouse being addictive. I've never been in. Yeah, he said that.
I've been in Texas Roadhouse. They had one when I lived in Princeton. They had one there, like in the town nearby. So I went to it.
There's a Texas Roadhouse near here. The only thing is, I noticed it has an old style looking neon sign, which I thought was cool. But I would say, well, it would be, instead of Texas Roadhouse, it'd be Florida Roadkill if it was my restaurant, because that's what it'd be, you know. Walk outside, pick it up. What's for dinner? Well, I went down I-95 and somebody hit a deer, so we're going to have deer meat. Oh, we got some iguanas. What's this, a duck? Oh, boy. Florida Roadkill. You have like a gator pond out front or something. I joke with my friends all the time because they say, can you imagine if you lived in a city where everybody was like Rick? They're like, oh, no. Said, if you lived in a city where everybody was like Rick, you wouldn't be able to get around because you wouldn't be able to see anything. It'd be all covered with trees, and there'd be ducks and iguanas all over the place. No, there wouldn't be any because they'd cook them all. I mean, we have these discussions all the time. It's quite funny when you think about it, because then it's like it would be a totally different place. Or like this girl that I know, she says it would be like it was in the 1900s. You'd walk outside, and it'd look like Miami in 1900 if everybody was like Rick. Okay, well, that's interesting. But
I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but
that's right. It's not a bad thing, because a lot of
Yeah.
people I know, they can't live with other people like them. The predator class, they can't live with themselves. They're the kind of person that takes advantage of everybody. So if you had everybody like them, they would kill each other, because they'd always be trying to cheat each other constantly. But if everybody was like
Yeah.
me, it'd be different, because they'd be able to coexist. So
Yeah,
that's what
actually,
Yeah.
I actually agree with what Terry Sue just said about that she doesn't make pretend bread or chaffles. I think it's. I mean, I know. Like Aaron makes the chaffles, the carnivore waffles all the time. But I just don't, because it's like sort of like I think in a way I don't do it because it makes. I'll be honest with you. I kind of like always make fun of, and I joke about how like vegans really want to be meat eaters, because you think about half the things they have, the vegan meals, they make it like vegetables into meat. Like the vegan hot dog or the vegan burgers or the Impossible Burger and stuff like that. So it's like they really deeply want to be a carnivore, but they're in denial.
Right.
So I kind of find all these things that that in the past were always like considered to be the cheat meals, and now we're making them into the good meals, which is good. I'm not criticizing that. I just kind of find it like to be a little hypocritical for me to actually eat that stuff, because I committed to being carnivore, and I'm eating meat and eggs and and stuff like that. Stuff that just comes. I'm not making anything special.
That's right.
But
the main thing
I
is
may change that eventually. I might try to make it at least once, but right now it's just not in my wheelhouse.
People basically want that old saying, have your cake and eat it too. They want to be able to, and I think a lot of it is just association. They associate certain foods because the way they were raised, the friends they have. I'm the exception because I am the outsider. I will always be the outlier. I will never be the popular one. I'm not going to be the one that people follow, because I'm just an oddball. It takes a special type of person to enjoy this. And for me, I always laughed at the carnivore, what I call the counterfeit duck food. And you'll see that on a lot of channels. But I'm going to try to make some of that just out of curiosity, because normally things like bread.
One. Like I made a couple things that, I made the one thing, I did a video on it. I made mozzarella sticks. But I took like whole milk mozzarella. I cut it up. I didn't use the part skim mozzarella. I took the whole milk, and I took pork rinds, and I crushed it up. And I learned from my mistakes of that, and it came out really good. It was just very oily from the cheese, I guess. Yeah, most likely from the cheese. And it was, and the crumbs didn't really adhered to the egg wash, And so I think there's something, if I was to do it again, which I don't think I'm going to, but if I was, then I'd probably make some changes to that,
Right.
Which is,
Well, that's it. But, and again, if you want to do that, that's great. But people get all hung up on this, and I try to explain to them, once you have settled into the carnivore lifestyle, you won't want anything else. It's not like you're saying, oh, I'm just suffering so much. I've had to give up so many things so I can go on the carnivore diet. I had to give up my breads and my pasta and blah, blah, blah. And I just feel so terrible, and I have so much willpower. And I tell them, once you have been on the carnivore diet long enough, you won't even want that stuff anymore. Your body will adapt. And if for some reason you can't live on the carnivore diet, just add in some of the whole fruits and vegetables. The processed crap nobody should eat. There's no reason. You've just been conditioned to eat it. It's addictive to some people. And people get addicted to all kinds of things. They may get addicted to cigarettes. They may get addicted to alcohol. They may get addicted to sex. Or they may be like me and does none of those things and never gets addicted to anything. So it just depends on the person. And I see the comment here from Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle. was that when people try to sell him stuff, he says, "Can you cure my disease of my whole CNS?" Obviously, when you get right down to the basics and you ask these people a question that's based on facts, there's nothing that they can do. And it's the same thing with these foods. People talk about cheat meals and stuff like that. There's no response, because what are you actually gaining from it? Well, you're not gaining anything. And it's like you said, you're just spending a lot of time for nothing. There's no point to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cheese fondue,
I mean,
that's good, actually.
In the end, all you can do is just, you know yourself, and, you know, yeah, you're getting information and you're trying to learn. And that's what we're all doing, you know.
Right.
And,
TV car. Florida Roadkill Restaurant is having squirrel, rabbit, iguana stew today. Well, that's it. But the funny thing is that my roadkill restaurant would look like the cafeteria I showed you. So it wouldn't be like a shack with straw on the floor or whatever. It'd be a nice looking place, but it would be inexpensive and it would be fun, because that's what I like. I like things that are at great value. I want everybody to leave happy. And even if you're eating roadkill, you're going to love it. It's funny.
CB Carmack really does have a lot of funny comments.
Oh, yeah. You got to have a sense of humor.
Here's the latest one. You should see this bacon I just cooked. It looks like they forgot to cut off the nipples on its pork belly.
There you go.
CB, I just made you famous.
Cricket hamburgers. Oh, yeah. The bug eaters. See, I like to eat my bucks secondhand. I'll give the bucks to the ducks and the chickens, and then I'll eat them. So that works out well. Perfectly happy eating your steaks every day. Yeah, see, that's the difference. When you have a family, it's different than when you're alone. Off and on it says.
I mean, that's one reason why I kind of went car. You know, like I was able to. One of the things that brought me into it, like the seed, I guess you could say, is I thought to myself, like, I'm not really. If I get rid of the bread and stuff like that, yeah, I like the bread, but it's not the main part of my, like, if I had to get rid of my meat, my steaks and stuff, that probably would be more problematic for me than if I had to get rid of my carrots and.
Right. Well, that's it.
You know. No, I admit that the candies and cookies were a little harder to get rid of for me, but the other stuff, and what I ended up doing was, you know, like I'd have bread and I'd be like off bread for like a few months, and then I'd have like a roll or something like that, and it tasted stale and disgusting to me.
Right.
You know, and it just, and I also noticed too, when it came to the burger itself. You know, like I'm eating for the burger, I'm eating for the meat and everything like that, and everything else is just filler. You know, but it wasn't enhancing the burger. Matter of fact, it was probably like lowering the enhancement. And I think that's why I, personally, it was not hard for me to do what I'm doing.
Right.
You know? I mean, the only reason why I went off in the first place is because like the other day with the saltine crackers, the tooth crackers. It's because I was, you know, I felt like I needed to put something in my stomach. I was getting, you know, like my first day working, the last time I walked and stood that long was like the most I've ever stood was an hour. And the other day I stood for 7 hours.
Right.
So I was tired, you know. So I just wanted to, and my sugars were actually going higher. They weren't going lower, you know, even though I was fasting that day. You know, so it was just like, okay, maybe if I put something in my stomach, maybe that will, and that worked, you know. But it was for nothing more than that, you know. And I didn't want to spend money. I was being cheap, you know, because a quick check, you know, I'm sure, I know you haven't had it, but I'm sure you've heard of ramen noodles.
Oh, I've given it to the ducks many times. I find that stuff in cleanouts.
Well, most of the time when you get ramen noodles, I used to get all the time at the dollar store. You go to the dollar store. Now it's a $1.25 store, but you go to Dollar Tree, go to the dollar store, and you'll be able to buy a 5-pack for $1.
So
for like 20 cents a piece, Okay?
Right.
You go to Quick Check, you get one pack, not 5 packs, but you get one pack, and it's about $3. So Quick Check is not cheap, you know. Like if you're going to buy something, you don't expect to spend only like $1, you know. So the fact that they had crackers, you know, for the soups that you buy, I just took a pack of like those mini crackers, like those that small pack of crackers, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, I'll just put this in my stomach, and hopefully that will help, you know.
Right.
And that's it. But that was a mean inconvenience, you know. Other times I've cheated is like the only time, like I've said this before, like I am a little concerned. I love my sister, I love my family, you know, and the food, I'm sure the food's normally very good, it's very tasty,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not 100% of what I eat, you know. Some of it will be, but there's a lot of stuff that's not. And, you know, when you have like guilt, or you feel like, okay, if I don't eat their food, it's going to be really bad, you tend to go off kilter and
Right.
everything. Or if you're really depressed, you might go off kilter. Like, you know, yeah, I don't get tempted by going downstairs. Like, you know that I live over a chocolate shop. And so, I mean, there's temptations there, you know, but I don't get tempted that much, you know, unless I'm really, really depressed. And I haven't been that much in the 3 months that I've been able to stay off it.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't really been fully depressed. But every once in a while, you do go off kilter. And the thing is like, I see so many people like, oh, I can't get back on. I have such a hard time. How hard is it to just go back to eating meat?
Right.
You know, just start back up again, you know? Like, stop kicking yourself in the ass. You did, you had to do, and just go back.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to your routine. Go back to what you were doing. If you need to change your routine, fine, but just go back to the eating part.
Right.
You know? It's kind of mind-boggling to me that people punish themselves so much. I had one lady one time on a Zoom call that was like, oh, I don't know if I can do this. I feel so bad about what the diet I gave my daughter and how it hurt my daughter. And I'm thinking like, well, first of all, if you're feeling bad that the diet you gave your daughter hurt your daughter, but yet you're willing to stay with that diet and you're having a hard time getting on the diet that you're getting proof is going to help her. So just stay on, you know, just you go on it, show that you're doing better, and hopefully your daughter will, you know, will realize and she'll go on the diet too. Yeah. So I see Anna join the group. Hello?
Silly Milton. What are you doing?
Are you there?
Yeah, I got silly Milton over here playing with the phone. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, baby, oh my goodness. Look at
So
that.
I was saying I see Anna PL07 07's joined the group.
Mm-hmm. Ah. Ow. There's my little buddy. He just can't resist. Whoops. Watch out. Oh. A little monster. Yeah. He's a good kitten. You're a good kitten. I had the door partially open. He finally decided to come in and say hi. Milton.
Hello, Milton.
Oh, look at that cute
There
little
he
kitten.
is.
He's a good
So
kitten.
how'd you come to be Milton? I'm sure there's.
Well, the neighbor found him during Hurricane Milton out in the road, and he was going back and forth and almost got run over, so he picked him up and then was trying to give him to somebody. Nobody wanted him. So I figured, well, I guess I'll take him. He's your little porter puff. Yes, he is. Oh, he's so cute. And he was friendly. He's still friendly to this day. He's a really nice cat. I don't like mean pets. I like nice pets. Good cat.
You'd be kind of a weird person if you actually like mean pets. Like, I love it when my dog bites my arm.
Well, no, my cat, but he bites. That's the funny thing. He likes to bite at times, but then he's super friendly. He's just a nice kitty. He's playful. I like having. He's a cutie. And, you know, every good carnivore channel has a cat. I mean, you got, what's his name, Bill Knott with his Daisy, and I think even Carrie got some cats. So they all got cats. But I'm the only one that got the black cat. He's like a panther. Look at how big he's gotten in last few months. Everybody
Well,
gets
I
to...
think I said on your last live last week. I think I made like a joke comment about how you should do a T-shirt of you and Milton in cartoon form because
He's cute. The thing is that he's a friendly cat. I mean, I'm sure if he was angry, he'd be vicious, but little thing, he burped. Okay. He reminds me of a Black Panther now. He's getting so,
yeah, he's getting that line basically.
I
Yeah.
mean, he's sleek. He's lean and sleek. Been eating meat, That's how it is. What? Yeah, he's a good cat.
He's in his element.
He's a good cat. He has his moments, but I keep him out of my room at night because it's just, oh, look at that. He's just cuddling up. He'll get next to you and he'll start purring, and then he starts getting playful. But it's nice having a pet. I'm just relaxing with him. I'll have some heart attack chicken in a little bit, and then...
Yeah, I mean, actually, when I was going through my issue, I actually had a pet bird that was my mom's, and I inherited it, of course.
Oh, okay.
And it wasn't really super friendly, but it was like stay in the cage and would talk and stuff like that. I talk, not like words, but just more like screeches.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I had to go into the rehab, and I had to leave it to my roommate, and we all know what my roommate was like.
Mm-hmm.
So it eventually died because I wasn't there to take care of it.
Right. That's it.
I've had pet growth. Like my mom. Funny story is we had actually knew who'd relate to this, and I think I told her it's Sherry Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
With her, I had guinea pigs, and we had this. My mom wanted to be able to cuddle up with something, that wasn't like super expensive or anything like that. So we got 2 guinea pigs, and we got 2 more guinea pigs. Long story short, we thought there were 2, like we thought all 4 of them were females because that's what was advertised. And they ended up being 2 males, 2 females. And so then we went from 4 to 10 guinea pigs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it kind of became problematic. And then my mom, she had a really bad accident. She was at a thing called Jersey Strong. It's sort of like a workout place.
Mm-hmm.
And she was on the treadmill, and she was like, I don't know if anybody knows this or not, but my mom had metastatic breast cancer.
Mm.
And she was just trying to like do some like small exercise. She was weak, but she was just trying to do some exercises. So she'd go on the treadmill, and she had it set like at 2.7, like really slow,
Mm-hmm.
And one day she's on the treadmill, and she's walking just very carefully, and the treadmill out of nowhere, just by itself, just went from 2.7 to 6.9 and threw her off the treadmill.
Ugh.
And she ended up having to get like 3 rods put in her arm and stuff like that.
Wow.
And yeah. So, so when that happened, she wanted to keep all the guinea pigs. But I was like, Mom, because I was still working at the time, I'm like, Mom, I can't work, and I work when you do tuxedos, especially prom season, you're working like 50, 60 hours a week,
Mm-hmm.
at least, so there's no way that I could, and I was traveling an hour to get to work. So like you have all that, so I'm like, Mom, you cannot take care of these guinea pigs with your bad arm, with your condition. I know it's therapeutic, but we need to get rid of them, and then we just kept the birds. The birds are easy to take care of.
Yeah.
Really,
Cats are pretty easy too. I mean, you just have to feed them and clean the litter box, and like mine now.
I mean, for the most part, cats are pretty easy, but for birds, like I could like have the bird cage, because I actually made the bird cages. I think I showed a picture of it one time, but it's like maybe like once a week I would just go and clean the bird cage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so like the cleaning process of the cat would probably be a little problematic for her.
Yeah.
If she needed to clean it every day. And
Some people are allergic to cats too. Thankfully, I'm not. But Oh, he's a good
And
cat.
I think that's I think that's something that gets developed from all the bad foods we eat too. Because how many people are out there that went carnivore and then they're finding that they could actually like deal with their daughter's cat or something like that out of nowhere.
That's
So
true.
it must be something with the food.
That's true. But yeah, I like having a pet. Obviously, I've had my ducks. I got my cat. You can see my cat is just really friendly now. He's sleeping. He's enjoying himself. And I think, I'm glad my neighbor found him in the road because now he went from being a pancake to being a pet.
Right.
He's a lively little thing. You should see him in the morning. He loves to follow me around. He'll follow me outside.
Right now, I see him sleeping on your lap. So.
That's what he does. As soon as he settles in, he'll fall asleep, and he won't move until I move. I see the comments about a cat. Let's see if I can reach the mouse. Okay, we got the cat over here. So my cat has taken over, basically. He's good at that. Okay, there he goes.
Well, I remember one time, I don't know what's making me remember this, but I remember, I forget what podcast it was on, but there was like this comment from Erin Booby Goats where she said, "I can't go on right now." It might have been when we were on with Nia Nova.
Okay.
When I first met Bruce. She said in the comment, like, "I can't go on right now because I got a cat on my lap."
Yeah.
We all know what that means.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can move my cat. It's pretty funny.
Like, good luck moving anywhere.
Well, he's going to fall off any time. That's usually what he's sliding off right now.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh, watch out, little buddy. Yeah, I got this thing of vitamin. Oh, one little movement.
Would you say he's getting calmer now that he's getting older? He seems a little calm.
Oh, he is. He's not as wild as he used to be. He would have already knocked me offline by now. So, handsome devil.
I think that goes with any pet. Most of the time they're not as, a little bit more calmer.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Got a lot of great
But
comments.
seeing him in, he'll stay young and for the longest time,
Oh, yeah. Let's see, who's Rick talking to? We know. Thomas, okay. Black Cat, oh, there he goes. I guess now he's going to explore. He'll find the mixer pretty soon and then knock me offline. He's good at that. But he had to sit on me for a while. Let's see. My cats usually live between 18 and 21 years. Oh, he's going to sit down over there. Well, that's good. Let's see. Hello, Thomas. Oh, Milton is named after
he's
Hurricane.
he's going for the mic, it looks like, at my point.
The what?
Obviously, as I'm seeing everything like delayed.
Yeah.
From the phone.
Yeah, because it takes time to go through YouTube.
Yeah. That's fine.
Hungry. Why can't I walk away? This channel's a car. Okay. Yeah, well, there's no reason to walk away unless you have something to do, but that's okay. Again, right. I don't think I probably have.
Look at me.
Right.
I just, well, I'm on the phone with you, though. That's why I was able to stay.
Exactly. But see, that's the other thing I try to explain to people. Like when you're on a Zoom call or something like that, you can only do so much. When you're on the phone, you're welcome to do whatever because nobody can really hear it, unless you tell them what you're doing. It's like in the old days when people used to listen to the radio, they had a better imagination. So that's why I brought this. Plus, I'm too cheap to pay StreamYard $50 a month or whatever it is. I'm not going to do that. So
I have StreamYard. I'm just using the free service right now, and whatever it goes. That's my extent. That's one reason why I think I can only do one guest because I don't think I can do more than that.
That's right. That's right.
Especially for your first time, I'm going to spend money on on my first time. I'm going to do everything I can without having to pay the money.
Well, that's the thing is.
What if God forbid it didn't end up being very successful?
Right.
Well, I spent all that money on a pipe dream. No, let me test it out first, and then I will think about it. I will consider it.
Right.
But until then.
Mm-hmm. And see, I see the comment CV Carmack, my cat was terrified of plastic grocery store bags, garbage bags. Mine is too, and anything that moves, he'll jump. But that's good. I want them to be alert. My cat is afraid of tinfoil. Yeah, I have my headphones and wandering around.
You ever see the cat commercials with cats and cucumbers? Like, what is it about cucumbers that makes them jump? Like, is it the smell? Is it?
It could be. I mean, hard to say.
Yeah.
They got the same. Still got some comments going. That's good. I wonder how many people. This doesn't show me how many people are watching. That's the only bad thing about this OBS. I don't know how many people are watching, so I have to actually.
According to my computer at this moment, but I haven't refreshed because of obvious reasons. I guess I could refresh because I'm not going to lose you if I refresh.
Right.
Is 24 people are watching right now.
Okay. I'm surprised we still have
Yeah,
24.
let me refresh my screen and just see what it says after I refresh it, because sometimes that does make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I see, like, one time I made a comment, like, only 5 people liked this today. That's still 24 people. But it's 24 likes.
Right.
So,
Well, it's like someone
according to
says,
this, you're 100 to 100, you know.
today it's 4 hours, 24 hours. No, it's, today I'm not doing all the talking. I have a telephone line. I've had 2 people call in, and no one else has called in, so we're just talking, we're chatting, whatever. Next time there'll be another call in. Everyone gets the opportunity. I know that not everyone will do it. I forget what the percentage is of viewers. Most people don't want to participate, but in the carnivore community it's different, because in a regular community, it may be 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 1,000, but I'd say carnivore is probably 50-50, because people just get so excited about the results that they have. They start going out there and they want to share it with everybody. And that's good. That's what we want to see.
Yeah. I mean, Terry just did a thing saying it's 4 hours and 8 minutes so far. So I'm guessing she's adding both when you had to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now, from this particular stream, it's saying 2 hours. So I guess you were on for like over 2 hours on the other one, and then went off and went on to this one.
Yeah, I don't think it was 2 hours yet. I started at 8, and I guess it was after 9:30, something like that. It would have been around the time when Mitch would have had his live stream. When Mitch has his live stream, then I get more people, because they want to watch him, and I guess they'll catch me early, and then after he's over, they want to watch some more. So it kind of worked out, but since he's only doing maybe once or twice a week, as he recovers, then there won't be that many people on the live streams. So
Right.
That's pretty much. But again, it's not a numbers game, because obviously I'm not making any money off of this. So whether 1 person or 10 people or 100 people or whatever, the result is the same. But we do have some new people coming in. I mean, we've had our regulars.
I see DC just joined in.
Yeah, he just joined in.
Or did he just join in, or is he leaving? Because it says "Good day, Rick," so that sounds more like a goodbye than it does.
No, I think he's just joined in because I didn't see him earlier.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just,
See, here's a good point. It's the brain function of carnivore, and it
there's no mix today, Anna.
gives you a confidence boost for the first time in most people's lives. That's right. That's very important. Let's see. And good day from Rick. That's good. There was no Mitch. No, there was.
You know, it's a little humbling is I'm seeing these chats like from before and everything like that, and like at least 3 times already I've seen people like, "Is that Tom? Is that Tom? It sounds like Tom." Like, is my voice that recognizable now that you know who I am just by hearing it?
Of course. Because the voice and mannerisms are unique to all of us. Everybody that hears me, that knows me, knows exactly who I am.
Yeah.
Let's see. See. Jerry Sue. I joined after part 2 was already 45 minutes in. Yeah. And again, you don't have to be from the beginning. There's no special prize for being the first. You're not going to get your free ribeye steak. You may get a free iguana if I happen to find one, but then again, we all live too far away to do any of that.
But we have to assume that you're not going to want to have it yourself. I mean,
Well, that's true, too. I'd have
You
to.
gotta feed you and Milton before you just give the stuff away.
That's true. Yeah, little Milton, if he's hungry, he'll make my life miserable. Cute. He's cute. He's a cute cat. Let me tell you. He's all right. He's playing with the cord already. He's a lively little thing. Let me switch back over here. You can see. He just look at that. He's getting playful. The paw is coming up.
You gotta love him, right?
I see the paw. You want the headphones? Is that what you want? It's like, what is that? Crazy cat. Eventually, he should become, lazier and, but he's never going to be fat. I've never had a fat cat. My cats are always lean.
As long as they stay active, they're not really going to,
Well, it depends on what
the
they
thing is,
eat.
when you feed it the crap food and they become complacent, that's when they start gaining weight, I think. If you feed it stuff that's going to make them optimal,
Right.
like, that's why, like I'll watch Terry Mann and he shows his dogs, having all this energy at like a late age. Well, it's because you're feeding them meat and they're optimal and they're, it's what they're supposed to be eating.
That's right.
You feed it heavy like carbs and heavy crap and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like corn and stuff.
Right.
They're going to, like they have, the one cat that they have, which I'm sure you relate to a little bit, is that one that was like I guess something happened where one of the dogs bit the face or something like that, and like the cat was like pretty much catatonic.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't meant to be a pun, but was pretty much catatonic for quite a while,
Right.
and then started eating a meat diet, and is now doing a lot better and is now practically thriving.
Mm-hmm. That's it. That's right.
So, that's why your cat's thin, and because you're feeding it, and you fed it from a young age.
Right.
With his diet.
Yeah, and I started making
Not even
videos
like
the first day I got him, so you can see how he's changed and how he's grown up. He's going to be mad at me when I get him fixed, but I let him keep his nuts as long as possible before they get fixed.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And just to go to DC, thank you again for the interview that you had me on.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate it.
Right. I'm surprised he doesn't get more views on his channel, but I guess, I don't know, because you would think with his story, what he's been through, he's like one of the carnivore superstars, in my opinion. But for some reason, I guess he hasn't had that many subscribers, but everybody should know who he is.
I think a lot of us are in our own story, I think a lot of us are carnivore superstars. I don't think there's bad situations or good situations, but I don't think anybody's really, I don't think it's like a degree of who's better or who's worse, And, I think it's people like Dave Mack and stuff like that that's helping us put our stories out there. That's, the stories that we do, and I think that, I think his story is really, really phenomenal. I think everybody's story, Pastor, yours, obviously, and I think mine has merit, I just don't think that my story outruns anybody else, if that makes any sense,
Right.
It's the story, and if it helps you, if it helps get people to realize or get people to learn a little bit about our situation that brought us here, albeit. I mean, so many people still kind of go to me and say, well, this is, I had one guy, like, on a comment when I did the Carrie video, I had one guy who was like, well, this guy seems like a nice guy, but he's putting it all to himself. Like, he causes to himself. And I agree with that to a certain extent. We all cause a lot of our issues. But at the same time, we caused them because we were going by what we were being told.
Mm-hmm.
And,
that's right. Well, that's the problem. You lie to people, and then they end up believing it, and then what ends up happening is just a lie perpetuates over and over again. And it's a shame, but
when you lie to yourself, that can perpetuate just as much, because if your voice inside you is lying to you, then that's bad too.
I agree. You're right about that. I don't know why. Well, I guess it's just easier to believe what you're told and not try something different. But I think that's going to have to change. And that's, again, you share your story. People give bad comments. I don't get that many bad comments. I get a few. I do get comments, well, you are going to have a heart attack. I say, good. I hope I get one when I'm strong and healthy. And, you see, there's a vegan guy just had a heart attack. He's a fruitarian. If that's true, and he got a heart attack at 64 and died, that was the example I was showing earlier. But, it can happen to anybody. I'm not saying a carnivore diet is going to make you live a long time. But if you're doing bad on the duck food diet and you make some changes, you might feel better, you might not. What have you got to lose? You could try it. If it doesn't work, you can always go to something else. You don't have to be full carnivore. You don't have to be vegan. You can be somewhere in between. I don't believe that human beings are basically carnivores. We're omnivores. We can eat almost anything. We're not like a cat. There's a big difference between this little guy and me. Obviously, little Milton over here he's something else. But you see, and you have some comments here. Let's see, what is this comment? Bunnies are cuddly. Well, yeah, cats are cuddly too, but you wouldn't feed a cat rabbit food because it would die, and you wouldn't feed a rabbit cat food or it would die. You have to figure out what food works best for what living thing.
That's true. Mm-hmm. That's absolutely true.
Milton the monster.
Yeah, I found that that's funny. Yeah, I just saw the bunnies are cuddly from Brooke. Yeah, I saw that.
That's it. Let's see.
My cat loves raw hamburger and pieces of rare steak.
Yeah, they love that. They love meat.
Yeah.
That's good. But yeah, you can see there's so many different people out there now that I'm sure everybody could find someone that they could relate to or learn from. I don't think too many people can relate to me, but they can definitely learn from me what to do, what not to do, and what's the worst that can happen. I mean, the worst that can happen, you spend your life on the carnivore diet, you become tall and skinny quack who wants a heart attack, basically. So that's the worst that can happen, and that's not too bad. I mean, think about it. How many 50, 60-year-olds do you know that don't have back trouble and don't have aches or pains and haven't been to a doctor since 1996? I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit of an oddball. I look strange. I'm skinny. Got a sinus issue, but other than that, I'm fine. I get the flu, and it basically just is an inconvenience. It's not that bad. You don't see me suffering. It's amazing when I think about it. The more I learn about this diet, the more I realize that how many benefits it has. But again, you still get sick, still have problems. But other people I know are doing so much worse. And then I learned about all these health conditions, like skin conditions and digestive issues and all the stuff I didn't even know was possible. I thought the worst you could get is athlete's foot and dandruff, which, by the way, I've never had either one. So it's just amazing that I had this the whole time and I didn't know it. In fact, if I would have knew what I know now and there would have been a carnivore community, I bet my parents would have had a better time. I could have showed my dad videos and maybe he would have tried the carnivore diet, but he wouldn't because he was convinced that it was a death wish. That's what I was doing.
Right. Right. Like it has to be low fat and high carb or just the concept of being low fat. I mean, it's not that people necessarily believe in high carb. I think it was more that what else are you going to do? If you're lowering the fat, well, then something has to be put into its place, and that's where carbs come in.
Right.
So.
See, he's got a point. Cats have been carnivore far longer than humans and require more protein. Humans need more fat. Cats.
I was just about to comment on that too.
Yeah.
Dogs still have been carnivore a lot longer than humans. It's us that made them not carnivore.
Right.
But in nature, if the dog's out in nature and out in the wild, do you think it's going to go for the fruit, or do you think it's going to go for a small animal?
Well,
it's going to go for
yeah. They can't find any animals that'll go for the fruit.
Yeah, I mean, dogs aren't stupid. They're going to go where the necessity is, but for the most part, if they, because that's their instinct, they know that the nutrition's coming from the animal. It's not coming from.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, same thing with cats. Cats,
And you know, the other thing about this live stream, you can see the difference between trying to talk on one of these and talking on one of these. It's a lot more convenient. This phone handset is designed to be more comfortable. I used to talk on the phone for long periods of time as a kid because that's all we had.
Oh, yeah. You used to have this one lady that was like friends with my grandmother, and I guess I would talk, and she would actually be able to, like, she'd go on the phone, and she was pretty interesting, sort of like you are, but just imagine being 75, 75-year-old lady, and she would talk. I would talk to her for like 3 hours sometimes.
Right.
You know.
That's what happens when you're interested. The conversation keeps going.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to be as interesting as I can, you know.
Well, that's good.
You know, I mean, if anybody is trying to get on here, like, just put it in the chat, and you know.
Well, if they call in, it'll bring up notifications.
Well, you said if they call in, I'm saying if they're getting a busy signal and they're that you don't even know they're trying, then put in the chat that, hey, I'd like to get on here and talk to Rick. You know.
I tried it, and basically it just came up with the message, and I haven't seen the voicemail will pop up whenever somebody tries to call me. It makes a quacking
Terry,
sound.
Sue, Brooke, or any of these guys, if they want to talk, then
Right.
I will gladly set myself aside so they can do that. But
Right.
if there's nothing in the chat, then we might as well keep on going.
Well, that's it. Well, that's what I did. I just figured, well, if you want to call in, it would beep in the background because this number does have call waiting. So if somebody calls in, in fact, if I call in, I can actually test
some indication then. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it does because I can do it right now. Let's see. If I do that.
And it just enough you are speaking.
I can hear like a beep.
Thank you, Ann. I appreciate that.
I don't know if you can hear it.
I don't hear anything. No, it's probably just on your part.
Yeah, because I hear like a call waiting beep. So it does work, and then what will happen is it'll go to voicemail. So if somebody was in, nobody's going to call because obviously not too many people want to talk, at least at this time. I think it'll happen over time. I think they're probably enjoying your conversation. The fact that we still have as many people as we do, they're just listening in. Because this is unique. Normally, when you're on a channel, you're either doing an interview, which is more structured, or you're one of a panel, and you only get to speak so much. But in this case, you're basically the one that is steering the conversation. I'm just here to keep it out of the gutter, that's all.
I mean, just the one thing that this does tell me, and anybody in this chat can actually confirm if they want. I think it's like kind of like a confirmation too that when I finally do go live myself, and I enter your world, so to speak, yours and Mitch's or whatever, that there will, that there will be at least some content, some, some people that are going to be going on it. So it's pretty humbling that I see that,
Right.
Well, maybe not humbling, but it's pretty satisfying. Definitely satisfying.
That's right. You can see his comment over here. Coyotes will eat fruit when they find it in season. Dogs do that too, Muscadines, that's probably the muscadine grape because it says muscadines. Probably muscadine grape. I see them eating them. I've seen dogs eat fruit that falls from the tree. I've even seen them try to eat coconuts, which is quite funny because only a pit bull can break through a coconut. But my friend has pit bulls. He has a coconut tree, and they're over there chomping on this thing to get it open. So they will eat some fruit. They have nothing else.
Oh, yeah, and I don't doubt that they wouldn't eat I'm just saying that, for the most part, if they were in the wild, they still know instinctively that meat is their food.
Right.
Is their, and they would still be optimal. Like, yeah, they eat the fruit and everything like that because for them, I guess it tastes good or whatever. But we've had, society's had a habit of like kind of like taming that down and giving them less meat, and that's why they're not cats and dogs.
Right. Well, I mean, dogs are basically hunters and
I've
scavengers.
I've seen dogs eat plenty of fruit. I mean, look at, or even vegetables. Look at peanut butter. Peanut butter is a very big fact a lot of dogs like.
Yeah.
When my grandparents used to have to give my grandparents' dog, and you may like go off your seat for this. My grandparents' dog had epilepsy.
Huh. Wow.
And we had to get, and every time we gave him his medicine, we had to put in peanut butter. That was the only way he would eat it.
Right.
So obviously peanut butter is not a meat, so obviously there is vegetable or plants that they do eat.
I've had cats that eat peanut butter, believe it or not.
Yeah. Oh, cats love peanut butter. I've had plenty of cats that eat it. They love to look at it,
Yeah.
You put a spoonful of peanut butter and you just put it right there in front. They look at it until it's like totally clean.
I remember years ago when they used to sell Lincoln Mercury, they had the Cougar. That they sold a car called the Cougar, and there was a Cougar that was actually in the ads. And the trainer was saying they used to put peanut butter in the car to attract the Cougar. So even the big old Cougar wanted peanut butter. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I had peanut butter. What I would do, I would scrape the peanut butter out of the bread and then give the bread to the ducks. But the problem is that the peanut butter that was kind of creamy was disgusting to me. The Skippy, the Jif, and all that was so distasteful. I hated it. I'd eat it and I'd feel like throwing up. But I was able to eat the Publix peanut butter, which they used to grind in the store. And eventually my parents bought like a mini grinder for grinding peanut butter. So as a kid, that was the only way I could eat it, because all the other, and peanut butter and jelly is extremely disgusting to me. If I want to lose weight, I could just try to eat that. I'll throw up every single time because it's slimy and it tastes bad. Anything that's kind of slimy and sweet, there's something else called Nutella or whatever that crap is called. That stuff's really disgusting.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's awful.
I mean, I never really minded the taste of peanut butter and jelly. It's just, now it's just not that appealing to me. When I was a kid, it's a different story. But I don't think I really knew what like you're just like kind of getting the stuff, and your taste buds get used to that. So I think that's sort of why I think that is with you, because you've gone for so long without this stuff that it's no longer appealing to you,
right?
If it ever was,
right? Yeah, you're right.
Because it's the same thing with what I was saying about the bread. Like I used to have like hamburger and rolls and all that stuff, and then when I went off it for just a few months, and went back on and had some bread, it was stale as anything. It was the same bread.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same, but it just didn't taste good to me. And I think I think some things might take longer to get to that realization or that thought process, but I think eventually anything that you stop eating for a while does become a little less appealing. And the only thing I do go against that on would be steak. I could go off steak for like several months and go back onto it, and it's as blissful as it was when I was eating it all the time.
Right.
And I'm eating that now. Like I do have some meat aversion. I mean, I do get meat aversion with eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can eat a lot of eggs, and then there comes a time, like, which is sort of now, I'm not really in, I like eggs, but it's not really like overpowering.
Mm-hmm.
But, like there's times like I'll make deviled eggs, and I actually make my deviled eggs with sour cream, not mayonnaise.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like totally carnivore.
Right.
But I'll be able to do a whole dozen eggs and just eat the whole thing, And now I can maybe eat 2 eggs.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm 2, maybe 3, I can put in my mouth, but I can't really do any more than that,
Right.
So it's like sort of like an aversion is starting to happen, so I just kind of stay away from the eggs for just a little bit until my aversion stops.
Right. That makes sense.
And right now I'm getting kind of averted to hamburger patties.
Mm-hmm.
And that's only, which is kind of problematic because I buy my burgers by the month and I buy them in a big box. So I buy like 4 or 5 boxes of 32. So, but I just have them in the freezer, and if I do get an aversion, then I'll just hold them in there, and the next month I just don't need to buy so many.
Right. That's it. I've never experienced that. Like you said, I get a variety of meats. Like right now, I'm going to finish up the rest of the chicken I have as heart attack chicken, and then I'll have some ground beef for dinner. But since I had that flu thing and I had all that diarrhea, I kind of cut back a little bit. But I think I'm fine now. I mean, my last bathroom experience was solid, so I think whatever was in my system has worked its way out.
Yeah.
So that's really
good.
I
have something going on too. I don't know exactly what it is, but like I start off. I've been having for quite a while, but yeah, I've been to put it on the table. I've been having the diarrhea and all that stuff. But I look at it too as like it's probably my body just getting rid of like the toxins that have been in there for so long, and
Right. Well, there is something going around, so.
Yeah. So it's probably a little bit of both,
Right.
Which is probably why it was so hard when I was working the other day. It's probably why it was a little bit hard too, because like I probably wasn't really feeling that well, and not being used to standing for that long of time and running around, I mean, I make complaints about it, but to tell you the truth, it's the best thing for me, because I haven't worked in like a couple of years, and just the feeling of going back to work is like amazing,
Right.
And as time goes on, the feeling of fatigue is going to go, it's going to go away.
Do you have a favorite type of job or not?
Not really. I mean, right now, obviously, I did love my job when it came to the tuxedos. I mentioned that. I did that for 25 years.
Right.
Maybe a little bit longer, and which is kind of ironic because I really didn't have a great prom when I was in high school. I actually had my date actually ditched me at the prom, so I had a good experience with that. She actually left with another guy, which is a whole different story.
Wow.
But so my memory of doing that was always a bad memory. But for some reason, I still liked, years later, I still like doing helping people with their tuxedos for the wedding, for their daughter's wedding. I mean, there was a time I used to be able to just look at a person, and about 90% of the time, I could actually assess I was able to pull out the clothes and have you try them on without even measuring it.
Right.
I just, and I probably could still do that if I really wanted to, but it's just talent. Me and the manager I had used to compete with each other. Okay, so what weight do you think he is? What shirt size? I'd be like, he's a 17 neck, or he's a 34 waist. And you get as close as possible. And that's including when people would lie. You get people. I get so many people that are like, yeah, I wear a 34 waist, but they don't realize that they're not wearing their pants at their waist. They're wearing their pants below their belly, and that's not the waist. Yeah.
Well, my waist is 36.
If you have skinny legs and a big beer belly, doesn't mean that you're actually a 34 waist. It just means you're wearing 34 pants because you have no legs and no butt.
I will never understand how anybody would want to look like that. I know so many people with the overhanging gut, and I'm thinking, how do you let yourself get to that point? I would feel terrible if I looked like that. I mean, it's bad enough that I'm skinny as a toothpick, but I see skinny people with a giant gut. That's like the worst of the worst.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I had a big gut for quite a while, but my pants never were based on below my belly. I always tried to get my pants over my belly, because I didn't want to have that look of.
Is there really a difference?
That big thing, that Dunlap, like Dr. Barry said, that Dunlap over your stomach.
But what I don't understand is, is there really that much of a difference? I know I can pull my pants up or down. It's basically the same size. Is there? I guess it's just some people have a big difference.
There can be. There can be. There can be a significant amount, because if the belly's that big, that's how low people wear their pants. If the if you have underneath your belly, I've seen people that are like a 36, 38 waist, but then when you measure you measure it with a tape measure, it comes up 44. So yeah, I mean, you're able to do that because you don't have a big belly.
Right.
But as the belly gets bigger and laps over the belt, you know, that, yeah. Because what people don't realize is when you measure for clothing, at least this is the way it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be right under the belly button is where the waist is supposed to be.
Right.
And people think, oh, that's not my waist. My waist is down here. No, your waist is not down there. That's just where you wear your pants, but that's not where your waist is. You know?
That's true. But yeah, mine's the same, up or down. It's all basically the same. In fact, it's a little bit bigger below where the belly button is for some reason. I guess because my legs, it's like where your legs meet your bottom. It's bigger, and you know, I laugh because I know people that have waists that's 40-something. I'm thinking, wow, 40-something. That's pretty big. Remember, I'm a 6'6" guy, and my waist is 36, and I look skinny.
Yeah.
And so I tell people,
well, yeah, because you are that 36 for a 6'6", you said.
yeah, 6'6".
That is pretty thin.
And I try to tell them it's a waist to height ratio. I was always told when I was younger, you should have what is it, 2 to 1 or something like that. Your height should be double your waist or something like that. If your height is more than double your waist, you're in good shape.
Yeah.
And
yeah. I mean, another thing too, to be like a normal proportion, it's what the body's really supposed to be. It's supposed to be about from the waist side on going 2 different ends. Your hips are supposed to be up. Your hips are usually 6 inches more than your waist, and your chest is usually 6 inches more than your waist.
Right.
So, and women are a little bit, that's for men. Women are a little bit more, women are at least 8, depending on the size of their forms and stuff like that. But, so it's like just an easy math, just a little interesting history, I guess, or concept. But, I mean, obviously, there are people that are different, like I'm sure like Dr. Baker isn't like 6 inches from his waist to his chest. Sure
No, there's a lot more going on there.
And you do get different measurements. I had one guy one time that it was actually for a wedding, and the company I worked for, the only person you could actually do alterations on was the groom. So what I ended up doing was I ended up switching the title from the best man and made him the groom, and then the groom made them the best man, but it was only on paper. And this was with them agreeing to it. I made a suggestion, they agreed to it. But the reason why we had to do this was because so then that way we could alter, and the company would do this. We used to send stuff out to be altered. Because it was a big, huge company. After Hours Formwear was a huge company,
Right.
And so I did that. I kind of fudged it a little bit, or fudged it a lot, because the guy was a 52-inch chest with a 34-inch waist.
Wow.
He was pure muscle. He was pure body. Like we had to get him a big coat, and then we had to figure out a way to taper it in because it looked like a blanket on him.
Right.
And so that's what we did. And the groom was skinny. The groom was like you, like 6'4" and like really skinny.
Right.
So we didn't really have to do too many alterations on him. And this I did in store. The only thing I had to do was like take the sleeves and shorten the sleeves, or lengthen the sleeves. That's all I had to do.
Right. But who was the one that was big? If somebody else was a bodybuilder or something?
The guy I knew, the best man, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to be. I don't know if he was a bodybuilder, but he was definitely someone that lifted weights and stuff.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because the thing is, that they probably say, "Oh, your BMI is too high." Well, that's muscle. That's not fat.
Oh, he was pure muscle. This guy was not fat whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, the tallest person I ever that I ever measured was about 7'2".
Wow.
And the fattest guy I ever measured was like 700 pounds.
Wow.
And like he was literally looked like a beach ball.
Still moving around.
He was so big that I had to take 2 tape measures, tape them take Scotch tape them together and measure him that way, because
wow.
he actually went above the 60, the 60 inches,
mm-hmm.
which is your typical tape measure.
Right.
You know. And then the biggest kid I ever measured, and I've told this story before, but if you haven't heard it, you're hearing it now, is I measured a kid 4 years old at a 34-inch waist.
Mm. Wow.
So if you know anything about measurements, 34-inch waist is a very big size for a 4-year-old.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm
thinking, how's that even possible?
Most 4-year-olds are about 7 to 8, between 17 to 19 inches, depending on the kid.
How's that even possible? That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's crazy.
Yeah. And I didn't know it at first. Like, I'm measuring the kid, for a ring bear. I'm like, this kid, like I'm thinking he's an older kid. I'm like, oh, this is a pretty old kid. But I've seen that before. I had one guy one time insisted that his 12-year-old son be the ring bear. And his 12-year-old son was like, and they were tall people. Like, the 12-year-old was about 5'11" at 12.
Wow.
And so he was, pretty embarrassed. He's like, Dad, I don't want to be a ring bear.
Did you ever see
I made, other things he could be or whatever, but his father's he's like, no, he's a ring bear.
Did you
The
ever
youngest has to be a ring bear, so he has to be a ring bear.
Did you ever see a picture of me as a 14-year-old?
No. Well, I might have, but
I was small, really small.
Yeah, I was. Oh, I did see the picture. Yeah, I did see them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I did see them. Yeah, I wasn't really. I'm not really a tall guy now, but
right. You see the menu that I have up there? You know where that's from, don't you?
Old-fashioned steaks. Well, I can't see the name of the company, but I see the menu. I'm guessing some kind of diner.
No, it's a very popular place.
Old-fashioned shake. Hot chocolate. Thirst-quenching Coke. McDonald's?
Yeah, that's the old McDonald's.
Okay.
Back when they used to look like that.
It fooled me because there's nothing about, the burgers.
Right.
Except, okay, you rolled it up a little bit. Okay. So, yeah. And I'm guessing you purposely covered the burger part just because it would be...
Well, I had the burger part showing. I just had the McDonald's part covered.
Well, no, when I saw it, I didn't see the burger part.
Oh, okay. Because
it was
what
covered
I did,
up.
I had it like this.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, no, it started off at old-fashioned shakes.
Oh, okay.
And how you have it right now, buy the sack full, and then that's the only part I saw. I didn't see the burger part.
Right. So back then it was 15 cents for hamburger, 20 cents for cheeseburger, and then they had all the other stuff: root beer, coffee, hot chocolate, orange drink, which is probably just...
fried food being a giveaway too, because
But if you notice, the most expensive thing there was actually the cheeseburger, followed by the shake. And the burgers were only 15 cents, so they weren't the most expensive thing. I mean, they're small burgers, but still, that was... But yeah, I can only imagine people going there, and that would be that'd be 50s, maybe early 60s. They had those prices. So that's what the people were eating.
Didn't they do a movie on that with Ray Kroc?
Yeah, it was called The Founder. I never saw it, though.
Yeah, I think I did see it with Michael Keaton.
Right. That's right. I haven't been to a movie since 1984 or 5 or somewhere around there. I'm going
to be honest with you, I didn't go to a movie either. It was here on my TV. But
oh, there you go. Well, that's good. But yeah, when I turned carnivore, I just I lost interest in a lot of things. I just became sort of a, skeptic.
So what was the last movie you saw? You said you haven't been in the movie theater
Violations. It called Moving Violations.
No, I don't remember that one.
1985, I think, is when it was. It's pretty
Okay.
funny.
Who's in it?
Well, you had Bill Murray's brother, I forget what his name was, and then you had that lady from Where's the Beef, that Clara Peller or whatever. Where's the beef?
Yeah. Oh, I missed those commercials. I think she passed away, though, so I don't think we can do that.
Wendy's. Where's the beef?
That would be good for anybody that's going carnivore that wants to think of a name. That would be a pretty cool name. Where's the beef?
Yeah. That's it. Or beefed up, or, there's all kinds of names.
I mean, my name came because I don't know if anybody knows my story or not of this. And I told it, I just don't know who knows and who doesn't know, But I actually, when I was in high school, I actually started writing a book called Target Prime.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a science fiction thing with, like, mutants and monks, and stuff like that. And one of my, with me being a quiet person, and so my father and my sister both criticized it to the point where I just gave up on it. I just stopped drawing,
Mm-hmm.
And it was a moment, like a dark moment in my life, And when I came back here, it's not that I'm really, I thought, okay, you know what, I'm going to bring it back, maybe not in a book form. I don't know if I'm ready yet to really write again
Mm-hmm.
or do anything like that, but I'm at least bringing back that book. And and I thought, what would be the perfect thing but prime rib? So that's how Target Prime Rib came about.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's it. I didn't know that.
Just like yours is Charger Mopar. Well, obviously, it has something to do with you liking the car.
That's right. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's interesting because I know you kind of like that science fiction stuff, and I know you like to draw iguanas too, which is good. So.
Right. Well, I'll be honest with you, Rick. That was my first iguana I've ever drawn. Which is why I really, so I remember you mentioning one time about the size. They're like, that's a huge iguana.
Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously I didn't really, I used to have an iguana when I was a kid, but it never grew up to the full size because my grandmother used to love it really hot in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And, she would turn it up, turn it down, turn it up, turn it down. Like she kind of kept on going. I don't know. Maybe she's going through something at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But the change in temperature all the time, I don't think the iguana had a chance.
Well, they need water also if they want to thrive. So if you're going to have an iguana habitat, you need water so they can cool off when they need to.
I was like 10 years old, so 10, 11 years old, or something like that. So.
But they're out
my
here.
nephew, though, he has the bearded dragon, and been there for quite big.
Huh.
I think he's had it for about 10 years now.
Right.
So.
Interesting.
Which I don't know what's going to, if it's still, hopefully he'll still be alive, but if he's going off to college, I don't know if he's bringing it with him or what's going to go on with that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, if he still has it, and, since I'm not that busy, I'll take it in. I'll take care of it.
There you go.
Give me all the equipment I need, But I doubt he hears this right now. The one thing about my family is I don't think anybody in my family is even watching my channel, let alone somebody else's channel.
Nobody I know watches my channel, so what else is new?
Well, I did find out one of my neighbors did subscribe to my channel. Now, how often he listens to it is a different story, but I did find out one guy in my apartment complex has actually subscribed.
Right.
So that was pretty cool when I found that out.
That's good. I've yet to meet anyone that just has been, started the diet from watching my channel, but I'm sure it'll happen eventually.
Yeah.
I put myself...
Well, I don't think he started the diet. I think he's doing it more because it's me, and here, I'm going to support you, so I'm subscribed,
Right.
I don't think, matter of fact, I know he's not carnivore, because I saw him going grocery shopping the other day. Well, I saw him buying pizza the other day, so I know he's not carnivore.
Pizza? Oh boy.
Pizza.
I'll never understand the appeal of pizza. It just, to me, it always smelled like vomit. I don't know. Pizza's just not.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
like.
again, that goes with that you've been so long that you never had it that there's just no appeal to it.
Yeah. It's got to be it, because otherwise I just can't get into it. I know people go crazy. Oh, want some pizza? Want some pizza? I'm like, I don't see any ducks around here. You know. Oh, you know,
it's like me with the I used to love the bread, and I can go downstairs to the chocolate shop and I just ask for a cup of coffee, and they've even like a couple of them even asked me like, how can you look at all this food and not be tempted? Or like other customers, I'm like, I'm just not.
Right.
To me, it's just like in a way, part of the thing is yes, Sandy, we're still alive. This might be, like if something's too perfect, it kind of like a little, it's like, okay, is that real type thing, and, like they do a really good job on, making it so perfect that it just looks like plastic.
Yeah. That's true. But again, I don't understand it. It's hard for me. Like you said, I've been doing it for so long. Nothing's going to tempt me except a delicious steak. And all my friends know that they say, oh, when it's time to invite Rick over, make sure you have steak or burgers or iguana or something, because he doesn't like anything but meat. All he does is eat meat, drink water. Rick's a caveman, blah, 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 all this stuff. I said, hey, well, he hasn't died yet. Like, no, I haven't died yet. And out of all the people, when I get the flu, I get the least side effects. I don't get injured. I got lots of energy. And that's a really good thing. So if it's working for me, why not? Why would I change? Why would I want to take all them vitamins and eat all those products? I got people that take joint support and they take, eye vitamins and blah, 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 and all that stuff. My eyesight is great. Both of my parents had glasses by their 40s. I don't use glasses. I'm here at the computer looking at the screen. I do what I have to do. I work with electronics often. I use a magnifier for some things, but, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I have glasses, but they're for far distance, and I have found that I'm not having a hard time seeing far distances.
See?
And I do have, occasionally I wear them. I do have the blue blockers, like whenever I get like a little tension headache or something like that, I might put them on real quick, but it's only for like maybe 5 minutes, and then I take them off, just from viewing the screen for so long,
Right.
And I have to admit, ever since I started Carnivore, I do look at the computer screen 90% more than I used to.
Right.
But, But they were just cheap glasses. I just got them at Walmart. They were like $10. But other than that, but I used to wear glasses as a kid,
Well, there you go. See, now you don't need them anymore. That's good.
Not really, no.
Especially if
And
when
you're diabetic, usually the vision gets worse.
I was going to say, diabetes, it'll destroy your eyes. So if it's not getting
worse,
worse, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah. So my vision, now I don't know if it's Carnivore that made my vision better, but it did get better, Like there's a lot of things that, like I always say about the why, you should, I think weight loss is a good why, but I don't think it should be the only why. I think there's the other factors involved. Like my main why is obviously the A1C. We all know that. I've made that perfectly clear.
Right.
But if I lose weight or if I get better body composition, I think that's actually a better term right there than losing weight.
Right.
If I get a better body composition, then that's a bonus. I'm happy with that.
You can see I deal with schematics like this all the time, and I never use glasses. I can see everything just fine. I mean, it's
with all that reading and everything like that, obviously your eyes will become very problematic.
Because they told me, you read you read in the dark and this and that, it'll strain your eyes, but I've never had that problem. And I'm always referring to these old manuals because you never know. I mean, I deal with a lot of older equipment. This is for my own machine, but that's it. see. We got some more comments here. Let's see.
It seems like I've been on the phone this whole time.
Yeah. Are you still
I guess I
live?
have.
Yes, I'm still live. Pizza tastes and smells good. Not to me. Let's see. Haha, go Rick. Yes. Okay. Good morning, Rick. Watching from the Philippines. We'll see. People are still coming in. Has Thomas been on the phone this whole time? Yes, he has. He's a witness to that. I wonder if Rick gets a splinter on his back of his head from the paneling. I have too much hair. I'll never get a splinter because my hair is so thick. That's another thing about the carnivore diet. Oh, your hair's going to fall out. He has. Okay, yeah.
Well, I have to have hair in order for my hair to fall out, so, you know.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's different for all of us. And, again, I don't think any other YouTube channel is going to be like mine. You know, if someone said, oh, what about AI? I said, AI would have a hard time duplicating what I do because it changes all the time. You look around. I always have something else. I mean, there's always a new prop. How many people have printed Bobcat manuals handy? I got a whole collection of them. You know, you'll find almost anything. I have a fire extinguisher here. You never know when you're going to need one of
Most
them.
of your book is dramatics anyway, right? I mean, like, that's most of your reading, correct?
Yeah. Well, that's it. I use that regularly. Let me see if I don't pull my thing down with a cord. Things get a little hot around here, we got this, just in case. Although I think
Which
it's
is why
empty.
which is why you do what you do. You know,
It's empty.
It's your wheelhouse, basically.
Right. That's it. So, and you have all the fancy effects. You have people with the groundbreaking videos. You have people with millions of subscribers, and then you have me with less than 4,000. I probably get about one new subscriber per day. I make zero money. I'm not monetized. Been on YouTube 17 years, still going. The whole idea is just to hang out. I'm hoping that in the near future I'll be able to meet people, and then it's just going to become a personalized thing. Let me see how many people I actually have.
Good question. And I think I know the answer to this, but how many subscribers do you need in order to start being monetized by YouTube?
I think it's like 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever. I have plenty of subscribers, and I think I have plenty of watch hours, but I just don't really see, because, see, I have 3.37 subscribers. And
Right. I mean, is there still investing involved with it, even if you have that many subscribers? Like, is it, like, only work if you, like, pay into it a little bit, or?
I don't know. That's a good question. Why did I get at this?
And I'm not asking because that's what I'm looking to do. I'm just saying, like, you know, like down the road, actually making a little extra money wouldn't be bad. You know, I could use it for supplies and stuff like that, I guess. But
it would be nice.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Let me see.
I mean,
sometimes
like I actually had, you know, 3 people so far bought me a book to buy me a coffee thing.
Oh, you do that?
Well, you know why? Because when I did the interview with Dave Mack, some guy comes on. He wants to, you know, he offered to pay. Now I never got to buy me a coffee from him, so it's kind of ironic. But he actually offered to. He wanted to pay for my membership with Bella.
Oh.
And the thing is Bella's already given me free membership, so it was sort of like something I didn't need. So Lindy actually suggested that I open this buy me a coffee, and she told the guy, and I told the guy that, you know, hey, you know, it's really great, you know, if you really want to, then you just buy me a coffee. You don't have to pay for a membership because it's already given. And you know, but I never. But the people that have bought so far is, I forget the third person, but the first person was Carnivore Pensier. His name's Larry. He's like from, I think I might be pronouncing it right. If I'm not, then I apologize. But he's like this old man from Australia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure Pensaur or something like that. I'm sure you guys have heard of him.
Okay.
And then I thank her on here. If she's watching this at all, is Kitchen Witch. Bought me a coffee.
Yep. That's
you know?
good.
And, you know, like I was taken back by that, you know.
Right.
But, you know, and then some lady named Judy or something like that bought me a coffee. not somebody that's normally on here, so I have no idea who she is.
Right, right. Yeah, they need to have
And
a
I've had people
website,
tell
buy
me
me
that
an
it's
iguana.
advertise it more. It's on my thing, you know. If you see my channel, the link is right there.
Right.
I'm not gonna plug it, you know,
Right,
so to speak. And I'm just talking about it now because it's just one of those things, you know.
right.
But we're talking about monetizing.
That's true. But you see, it's like all these, like, steak and butter, whatever. I don't really see what's the appeal of that channel, Bella or whatever. I mean, what's so great about her? I don't know. I have no idea.
Right.
It just seems like somebody marketing. I'm like, well, it just makes me suspicious.
Yeah. I mean, I value everyone here, like everybody, you know, only because everybody's kind of like put their, you know, has helped me out, including you, you know, in so many ways. So I'm not against anybody or questioning anybody, but you
Right.
know, it's, you know, I mean, there might be times like I might like not watch your channel for, you know, for whatever reason, mostly time.
Not enough time in the day. That's the problem.
but
But
you know, like Dr. Barry, like I love Dr. Barry. My mom, when we first watched Dr. Barry, my mom was still alive, and she watched him. She loved him.
mhm.
You know, because he was like this old country doctor that realized that the truth about what was being done. You know,
Yeah.
and you know, and there's this old world about him at that time, and I still like Dr. Barry. Don't get me wrong,
Mhm.
but he sort of lost that. You know.
Yeah.
And he's become so big that, you know, the fact is, you know, like I said before, I had to pay like several times I would do a super chat, and it took like the 10th time before I actually got my thing answered. And he just answered it like kind of like willy-nilly. Where
Right.
in the past he would never have done that. He would have been like, you know, like, hey Thomas, how you doing? Like, no, it was just like he just read the numbers and was like, okay, goodbye, see ya.
Mhm.
You know.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm kind of like suspicious of some of these groups and stuff, because you get all these people in there, and that's what happened with Homestead How. Now they're all lined up, and now he's got his $30 a month or whatever grift session, and I mean that's fine, but I don't really see what the people are getting out of it, and I don't know, and that's probably why they don't invite me to any of these groups, because I'm very suspicious. You know, I'm
It
not.
might be. I mean,
I'm not.
yeah. Except, I mean, aside from today and some other times, you know, you're not really announcing it to them, though. So I mean, they really shouldn't really be. That shouldn't really be a concept, you know.
Right.
But I could, you know, I understand with what you're saying, you know, that
Mhm.
you know, because you sort of like, you know, like, well, it must be this or it must be that, and we really don't know the real reason, you know.
Right.
So, you know, I was just thinking I better plug my phone in. I've had it off this whole time, and it's 88%, so it's not bad.
Mhm.
But I don't want my phone to turn off in the middle of our conversation.
Right. Right.
that
That's
would
it.
be kind of bad. You know?
And see, I'm very
You know,
much.
where did Tom go?
I'm very much against celebrity culture. That's something that I've always been against. This is the reason why I never had any kind of, you know, movie stars. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I think
Yep.
I'm really very skeptical about this Carnivore documentary, because it just seems like another form of celebrity culture, and they're only selecting certain people. They're not really covering a wide variety. So it's kind of like, I don't know. It's just very strange. And then people pay money
Yeah,
to
I mean,
belong to these groups. I don't know.
the only way that, you know, like what might, and I'm not saying it will, but what might correct that situation is if one of the people they are interviewing would be Dave Mack or someone like that. And it would be put on the interview that his thing is that he's interviewing all these people, all these hundreds of people,
Right.
you know, thousands of people, you know. And to tell, because you're right, like right now, it's a lot of good stories, you know, a lot of good people, but it is it limits and kind of like, okay, we're getting all these new stories that were never out there before, but we're still like, we just hit the mark, you like we just, scratched the surface,
Right.
so to speak. So it's good. It would be good if they were also showing some people that also indicated, hey, I've interviewed over 1,000 people with all different stories,
Mm-hmm. Right.
and it's about the stories. And I think that's why, like I know like most of your lives are mostly us talking, doing the chats and, stuff like that. And this is probably the first time you've ever had somebody on here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad to be at least your second person, because I know there was somebody right before me.
Right.
But, next week I probably won't go on, not because I don't want to, but just because I want to give other people a chance.
Right. That's what I do.
And everything.
That's why I don't.
And
it's
that's
like,
why I want to do my lives. I just want to do 1% at a time.
Like Carrie is, I think tonight, it's either tonight or tomorrow, I don't remember, one of those nights, he has his new live that he puts on there.
Night.
I don't go on there because there's just so many other people out there that I've been kind of, I watch it, but I don't go on it because everybody should know who I am. Now, I've encountered a lot of people that don't know who I am, which I think is really weird because I've been out there 2.5 years being interviewed and talking and all this, and the message is not getting across. So it's like, and I'm not the hardest one. I'm the tallest carnivore.
Yeah.
I've been doing it the longest.
Yeah. And me, Peter, and Aaron were all on there at least once,
Yeah.
But, and maybe someday I'll go back on it again. But right now, there's just so many stories out there, so many people.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, I'm just putting out there because they're there, but I wouldn't mind seeing Sandy and Anna on there, or DS11, 111.
Well,
I wouldn't mind them telling the story. They've got to have a pretty good story,
But again, not everybody. I would say maybe half.
No, and I get that. I'm just saying that I wouldn't mind seeing that. That's all I'm saying. Like not everybody wants to go on and do, and I get that. There's a lot of camera shy people. I'm getting better. Obviously, I wouldn't be here right now if I wasn't. But
That's it.
No, I totally get that. But
Right.
It's funny too. Like Sandy just mentioned about how the only membership that she has is Mitch. And funny story is I was actually a member of Mitch's thing, and then I was talking to somebody, and I found out that he actually gets more money with the Buy Me a Coffee than he gets from the memberships. Like
Right.
I think he only gets like maybe 20% from the memberships, and he gets like 70-80% from the Buy Me a Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought to myself, like, okay, you know what? I'd rather just not do the membership anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I can still be a misfit. I just won't have my thing highlighted, or
Right.
and then I can just and I can afford to do a budget of like $5-10 a month and just split it, and just buy him the coffee, and he'll get most of the money from that.
Right. That's it.
So that's what I'm doing. So it's not like. It's not that I don't love Mitch. I do love Mitch. I mean, we all saw the video I made for him, I mean, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't like Mitch,
Mm-hmm. That's it. But,
yeah.
But again, I just, these membership groups, they really bother me, the Dr. Barry group, and, it just, I don't know.
Yeah.
And they're not cheap. I mean, look at how expensive Carrie's group is. What is that, $30 a month or something?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. The guy probably makes plenty of money between YouTube, the Airbnb, and all the stuff that he does. Yeah, he runs a theater or whatever. I mean, he says, well, it's for the documentary, but how much money is going into this documentary that could have been spent somewhere else? I mean, does it have to be that high end? I guess, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I mean, we'll see the movie. We'll see everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still feel that the movie is a good idea just because of the concept. But I do agree that it's no matter how the movie is, it's not telling the full story. And,
right. That's it. I mean,
the only thing I'm hoping is like right now we're getting all these stories from like Dave, with the help of Dave Mack, with the help of DC, anybody that's willing to do a small interview or do a small like meet chat or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still within our community. It's still within our wheelhouse.
Right.
So the only thing that I would say that would be good about the movie, definitely, would be the concept that if it's out in the open, that it might bring other people to see it, even if it's just curiosity.
Right.
To kind of be like, ooh, all this stuff happened with Carnivore? Really? Like that, just to pique the interest a little bit more. Which is sort of happened anyway, because the story is being told, people are starting to notice.
Right.
Oh, there's some benefits to this.
Right.
But I do agree that there's a lot of, I mean, I don't know. We haven't really seen the movie, so until we see it, we don't really know. We just know what we know, so to speak.
I don't know if I'll probably never see it, because I don't know, until they put it on YouTube, I'm not going to see it.
Well, that's what yeah, I mean, there's just some things that you're just not going to do I don't know if I'll see it on a big screen,
I don't go to movie theaters, and I don't use streaming service. I don't believe in subscriptions. I already pay utilities. I'm not going to subscribe to any service. And besides,
all my streaming services are free because I have them with something else. Like I get, because of my condition and not being able to move, I had all my food delivered from Walmart. Well, it was cheaper just to do their monthly thing for like $14 and included with that $14 monthly delivery fee because there's unlimited deliveries. So with that came Paramount Plus, and and so I had Paramount Plus,
right.
So I could watch my Star Trek. But did I go and buy it? No.
That's it.
So.
I find it boring to watch something that I'm not in, so I won't do it. I'll watch the news for 10, 15 minutes, and that's about the extent of the TV I can tolerate. When I was a kid and I wasn't allowed to do many things, and I'd sit there and watch the Dukes of Hazzard or Magnum P.I. or, I'd watch the Gong Show or whatever. But when I got older and I had a life to live, I just didn't have the time to waste in front of the TV. I'd rather go out there and drop an engine in my car or get the welder out and build something rather than waste my time watching TV or stupid sports. Sports are just so boring. The football, the basketball, the baseball, it's all so stupid. For what purpose?
I mean, when I was a kid, I'm sort of the opposite, I probably watched TV more than I should have as a kid. It's like sort of like my friend, when I was young. So, I did watch TV more, and I don't watch it. I used to be so bad that even if like we were to go outside, I'd be like, no, I'm watching TV right now. I'm good, type thing. And I'm not like that anymore. It's like, like I'm kind of getting bored of this. I'm going to go outside and walk and do.
Right. But, if you think about it, I would rather do something I enjoy than watch TV. I mean, I could sit there and watch a TV show, but I could go outside. I could hit the dumpster or, go to the dump and go picking or get on my bike and ride. I mean, even now, I ride my bike to the store. At least I'm going to the store and hunting for meat. But to sit in front of the TV, I mean, I'm sitting in front of the computer right now, but I'm not really even sitting. If you look at me, you'll see that my position changes. I'm laying back. I got one leg here. I got my little monster over there. I'm on the phone. I'm not just sitting there. I'm constantly doing stuff. And when I'm on the cordless, I walk all over the place. I'll talk and do things. I'm just taking time off now. That's it. Did I lose you?
No, I'm sorry. I
heard a click. I'm thinking, uh-oh.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I was just looking at my phone real quick because my sensor for my BGM is expiring, so I just want to make sure that
Oh, okay. And also, it's interesting because here, it's sort of like when you go on YouTube and you watch a TV show and you see something you don't like, you want to chat, and it's like, where's the chat? Where's the chat? It's gotten to the point where I've turned the screen into an interactive experience. So if I'm not on a Zoom call for work or I'm not on YouTube. I watch a YouTube video, I'll put comments in there. If it's a live, I'll put comments. It loses interest to watch a movie that somebody made, people that'll never know who you are, and you'll never be able to contact them. Why bother? To watch some action movie or some other boring romantic crap or whatever for people that you'll never meet. Why would you waste your time? And that's just the way that I am.
Yeah, that's true.
I see.
But there's still something you said about the experience of going to the movies, or like when I was a kid, we used to go to the drive-in all the time.
Yeah, we had one here too. Now it's a development. It's full of apartments. It's like everything else.
I think there's maybe one or two, and that's only because they came back, but they probably weren't the same, you know.
That's true. I see at CV Carmack, all my streaming comes from black market sources, which are either free or most I pay is $25. Most are free. Movies in theaters free. Yeah, right? But that's it. I'm sure somebody will probably stream the Carnivore movie, and then I'll watch it. But I may even get bored with that because it's nobody I really met that's in there. I'm the outsider. I'm the outlier. I'm not the one that's the center of the community. So I look for the people on the outside. That's my audience. We're not trying to be the popular group. We want to be, I think of myself, I'm not a lion. I'm like a vulture. I look for what's left over that I can get. Lions, they have to fight with each other. They have a lot more stress. The vulture's life is super easy. They just buzz around, look for something that died. It's like, okay, dinner time. If something comes around that wants to steal it, they'll fly away. Most of the time they eat crap that nothing else will eat. So nobody bothers them. You don't see anybody chasing after the vultures. Lions don't eat vultures. The vultures go right there and eat along with them. Nobody bothers them.
The other day, speaking of vultures, I saw, I didn't take any footage of it or anything like that. It was far away, but I saw like some black turkey vultures that were flying around around the baseball field.
Yeah.
They were huge. Oh my God! Like the wingspan on them was like.
Well, they fly high. They're huge birds, and the thing is, they live a long time. They don't really tear each other. They don't fight. I mean, they do fight occasionally, but lions fight a lot more than vultures do. So really, that's kind of the way to go. But some people, they just want to be in the pride. And vultures, they're kind of like, they come in a group, but they're not really that social. You don't have like a flock of vultures. One sees the other, and they all come in. They may bicker a little bit to see who can get what, but eventually they all have plenty to eat because there's always enough dead animals around to keep them healthy.
One thing I think I definitely would do is I'd either crap in my pants or I would be running if I saw a lion flying around.
Yeah, right.
Oh, shit.
But see, a lion's life is a lot more difficult than something like a vulture because vulture can go anywhere. They can go up in the air, and they can sense when there's something dead. They swoop in. Something tries to get them, they can fly away. But a lion, they have to go in a group, and they have to hunt. They have to run down their prey, kill it, and then hope the hyenas...
These are active escape, basically.
Yeah. So it's a different way of thinking. Let's see, we got more comments here. Sandy Blythe, okay, and I see C.B. Carmack. You're so good to Mitch. Love you for that. That's good. The interesting thing about him...
Mitch is a good guy. I felt bad when everything happened to him,
When you look at this
I'm
picture...
so glad that he's getting better and that things are coming around, You
look at the C.B. Carmack's profile. Look at how tall this guy is. That's pretty amazing right there. He must be my height.
I only see the comments right now on your end.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Now I see it, but yeah, I guess he is. CB is pretty tall. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's his wife. I've seen this with wife.
Probably. Usually the tall guys, they have short women, so that seems to be the trend. Either that or the short women just have really good taste, and they see a tall guy and they say, "Oh, that one's mine," and grab him.
Well, I don't want to think that way because I'd be in trouble if that was the case. Because I'm not tall. So.
There you go. My wife is 4'9". Oh boy. So I wonder how tall he is. 6'6"? Maybe not that tall. Okay.
Yeah, I think pretty close, at least 6.5, 6.4.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to have short women around. You know, if
I mean, you
want...
should find out the answer pretty soon.
Oh,
unless
sure.
TV wants to keep it secret on how tall he is. I'll never know.
Well, the good thing is, if all the tall guys married the tall women, you'd have giant kids. You'd have like 7-foot tall kids. But since all the short, the short women marry tall guys, that keeps the kids shorter. So they never really get that tall. Because realistically, I think
it seems that your kids do grow up to be bigger than you.
When you get to be too tall,
and hopefully in the tall direction, not the other direction.
Most of the people I know that are tall, my height or close, have a lot of health issues because a lot of people become tall. Oh, he's only 6'2". Okay, yeah, that's fine.
He just looks taller because he's next to a 4'9".
And he's lean too, so he's probably in really good shape. So it's sort of like an optical illusion. You don't see too many people that are lean anymore, and that's the one regret. Well, the carnivore diet can change that. That's a good thing. But I think in many ways, being too tall is as bad as being too short. Because most of the people I know that are 6'4" or taller, they tend to have a touch of that growth hormone issue, and they have long legs and maybe long arms and big hands and all that. I don't have any of that. I am proportional. I'm one of the, and that's why probably I'm one of the healthiest tall people you'll ever meet. I have zero back problems. I don't have any joint issues. I don't have that. Like you think of like Anthony Robbins, the motivational speaker, the way his voice is, you can tell that he had sort of that giantism or whatever when he was growing up, and you can see by the shape that he's in now. He keeps himself in good shape, but his voice definitely has that tall person sound. I don't have that. If people look at pictures of me by myself, they don't realize how tall I am. They look at me, what's the big deal? But when you see me next to other people, it's like, wow. Like when, when Russ and I went to eat out, we made that short video, and you can see me standing next to him. And he's a big guy. That ain't no little guy. If you've ever seen Russ, he's a big guy. So,
yeah,
I want to see if I ever get a chance to meet Sean Baker, because I'm an inch taller than Baker, but he's like a whole person bigger than me because he's so strong and muscular. It'd be interesting to see the two.
Well, I always make the joke when it comes to Dr. Baker. I call him the Carnivore '80s action star.
There you go. Yeah,
which I actually said it to him, like on one of the Zoom calls that he was on. I said it then too, and he doesn't really say anything back. He's just like,
Well, what Zoom calls do you go on?
Well, like I said, I am on with the Healing Humanity. I do that with Lewis.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on these Zoom calls, but I also understand with what you're saying about how, on how you don't really, but, I just did because, I won the free membership and I just stayed on it, and of course, I've been on with Mitch, I've been on with as you know, I've been on with Homesick Buckeye, I don't really count them as Zoom calls, but I do count them as something, Yeah,
StreamYard. Yeah, we've been on.
And then Bella gave me lifetime free membership on her channel.
That's amazing.
I told I was on with Stats like I am now, and what happened with that one is, I went on, and the question I had for Dr. Phil was so long that I finally just said to him, I said, do you mind if I just email you?
Mm-hmm.
And you could just email me back the answer, And they said, yeah. And then I told my story, just like I did Dave Mack and Carrie.
Mm-hmm.
And they answered back we'd like to give you a free membership. Now I'm thinking it's only for the month.
Right.
But then later on, I'm like, I think I have to stop this and everything like that for what, And they're like, well, what are you talking about? It's lifetime.
Oh,
so
that's great.
I'm part of that. And then I'm part of the Kills tribe because it's free.
Right. I need to get on that. I was going to. I've been so busy. But yeah. Kiltz always seemed to me like a used car salesman, but I may have misjudged him. He's probably
I think, yeah, a lot of them seem like used car salesmen if you think about it, but if you really think deeply about it. But but I think what you have to do is you got to get around, and I think you and me can do this. I think you got to get around what they're trying to sell.
Right.
And it's not really a used car; they're trying to sell our lives.
Right.
And I mean, I actually tried to go on. I mean, now that I'm working 2 days a week from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., I have to miss I most likely will miss a couple of live streams in the morning, but I go on it now, and Alia made me a moderator, so I'm one of the Blue Rent guys, And I'll be honest with you, I know what I know, and that's all that I know, But for me to give all this, if they were looking for me to give great advice, I just, But if it's a matter of conversation, a matter of just keeping the thing going, then that's fine. I can do that.
I was also interviewed by Alia. If you want to, not too many people watched it, but it's out there.
Oh, now that you said it, I'll look for it. I just saw recently. I didn't see the whole thing, but I saw it again. Her and Aaron and Alia being interviewed, Aaron being interviewed by Alia.
Right. I think
that just popped up on my YouTube. It was just out of nowhere. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll check that out. Okay.
I think I might have been the first one that she interviewed as well. I know when I popped up in 2022, a lot of people interviewed me. I guess because I seemed like the more approachable one, and then some channels.
See, now you're telling yourself again to be my first person because you're telling me.
That's right.
Of course, I think what my thing is I have to make sure it works first before I do anything.
Well, that's it. I know the feeling. I run into technical issues also, but oh my goodness.
Well, the language is about technical issues. I have to make sure that people are going to be watching. If I have a low standing, then what's the point?
Well, that's true, but there's always a replay.
Yeah. But it's hard to have those people on like we're doing right now with a replay.
Right. Well, I mean, there's not that many. There's probably only a handful of people here. I haven't looked, but there may be somewhere between.
According to my thing, it's 18 people are still watching.
Well,
that's went down to 17. I just scared somebody away. Sorry about that.
Oh, there you go. But it's just one of those things. Yeah. I see Milton stretching. Yeah, Milton, he's been super nice. He hasn't caused me any trouble. So, almost 5.5 hours.
Be careful, though. Don't speak too soon.
Well, usually I introduce him in here to cut me off, but he hasn't cut me off. We haven't had any technical issues, so that's good. So I'll just have to, let's see. It is 1:29. Oh, okay. Almost 1:30, and my heart attack chicken hasn't been cooked yet. So, and I'm not on a fasting. Rick don't do fasting.
It's actually turning 1:30 now. Oh, somebody came back.
Oh.
So you got 18 people now.
Well, that's good. But yeah, it's.
Oh, now another person, 19.
Huh. It's funny how people come and go. I guess they're just saying, is he still talking? I don't know which one of them talks more, that Rick guy or that Thomas guy. They've got a big old mouth. They don't stop. Yeah, well, that's about right.
I didn't realize I talked this much. But, yeah.
Well, it's like I tell people. A lot of people are shy until they start getting out there, and then next thing you know, they're like the most conversational of the group.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're able to talk, then that kind of helps too. You're making it easy for us both. It's just one reason why I want to do just between me and somebody else, because we can kind of go back and forth on our conversations. And even if there's a third person, it kind of makes it hard, there's a lot of, I love going on with Gretchen and Mitch, but half the time there's so many people on there that I'm just sometimes if you go back, you'll see me saying something, but no one even realized what I said because everybody else is talking.
Right.
Which is fine, but
No, I agree, because the other thing too is that Mitch is one of those that dominates the conversation, so you're only going to get
Right.
so much time, and then it's split between everybody else, because everyone's
Yeah.
a little different. Me, I'll sit back, I'll let people have their conversation. I only jump in at occasional times. But this
Yeah.
is a dialogue, so...
Well, I mean, and like I said, I mean, I love Mitch and everything like that, but he is very much on, this is my show,
Hmm.
and like he has to kind of like power through, you know.
Right.
And because I remember one time I asked him a question on trying to get like, so like what was his, like trying to ask him his advice on getting more subscribers.
Hmm.
You know, like I'm trying to get his wisdom of being like having so many subscribers himself. What did he do to get so many? And he goes into this long, big lecture about how, like, you know, and I'm just like, oh, I guess I asked the wrong question on that one. But, you know, it is what it is, you know. And I love Mitch, you know. But I have a Mitch Fit shirt and everything, you know. But, you know,
Well,
sometimes he does get, you know, very much.
you have to realize what I've come to the conclusion. A lot of it is a matter of right place at right time, luck and all that. I would have gotten a lot more people if I would have jumped into the YouTube streaming back when I was first interviewed, and those interviews had hundreds of thousands of views. But I deliberately let it go, and I waited until the whole popularity thing died down. And then, of course, Kerry popped in, and he pulled everybody into his group, and that got rid of the whole popularity nonsense. And then I waited, and then after that I came in, so that way I wouldn't have too many.
Yeah, I mean, it's so, I mean, in a way, I mean, I guess I'm kind of making myself a nerd here, and not kind of, I am, is like, you know, it's like, you know, you see like the original, like Captain America, well, there was a guy before him, you know, like a few people before him, and you're like, sort of like that, you know, that person's always known carnivore for a long time and has like a lot of this insight and everything like that, but kind of kept quiet and didn't really go out. And then, you know, you're absolutely right, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think that you're a good person to watch and good person to listen to, because you do have a lot of insight. You have like original insight.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, I'm probably in the U.S., I'm probably the longest carnivore that anybody will ever meet. And anyone that knows me has known it for years. I'm the only one that calls duck food, junk food, duck food. And, you know, it's it's just the way that I am.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of like, you know, going back to Mitch again, you know, we call him Old Guy Carnivore. That's the channel that he put on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think about realistically, there's so many people out there that are way older than Mitch that are carnivores, you know. So he's not technically the oldest carnivore. He just it's just part of his channel, you know. I mean, Maggie herself is at least 83, 84.
Right.
You know, and then there's like this couple in England that was like in their 90s that are carnivores, you know, like late 80s, early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
a lot of people out there. You know, look at the guy that's on Mitch's channel all the time, Ancient Tom or whatever his name is. That's like 10 years older than Mitch.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. But a lot of it just comes down to luck, you know. People get this idea to follow a channel, and then they follow it. Also, controversy helps. And like I told everyone, after Mitch had a stroke, he's going to get a lot more interest. They'll get more people on his channel. You know, people like...
so many people, that's why he's gotten so much increase in his accounts, because, of that reason.
Most of, like, a lot of
and
these...
unfortunately, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I love Carnivore Kip. I just think he's a really great guy and everything like that. But sometimes but the clickbait's what brings people in. He has to, you know, he's getting more people. And, you know, like when you hear a thing like, oh, I'm quitting carnivore, I'm not going to do it anymore. And it ends up being something else, you know. I try not to do clickbait as much as I can, you know, unless something happens. Like I just didn't realize that term was clickbait, you know. But, you know, I think Kip's a really good kid, really good guy. I shouldn't really say kid. He's probably in his 40s or like 30s, I think. But he seems like a very nice guy. And so I watch him and everything like that. But sometimes I don't always go right to the video because I think it's a clickbait. It's kind of repelling me, but people do it. People use it.
Right. Well, that's it, but he's just trying to get attention. Now, I like Carnivore Kip because unlike some of the high-end carnivores, he actually, with his own money and time, puts together a carnivore get-together. And the thing is, a lot of them could do that if they really
I'm
wanted
seeing
to.
it with TV Farmax. Yep, I'm seeing that right now.
I wish that I lived closer. I'd buy him some meat and bring it there. But,
Where does Kip live? He lives like
Alabama, I think.
Yeah.
It's
Does CB live near Alabama as well?
Does who?
CB. He just put a thing on
yeah,
here that he's going to Carnivore Kip's meetup. So I was just wondering if he lives
on the
near
comments.
Kip.
First of all, I see that Jiffy is saying exactly what I said. Carry man, healing humanity, $30 a month, no freaking way ever. And I say yes, that's total BS. And then which one costs $30?
I mean, I still like to go on. I still like to listen to them and everything like that. But yeah, but that's just my personal. That's just my. I also agree with what you guys are saying that it's a lot to do.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's just it's too much money for what? I mean, for $30 a month, I can pay my water bill. Why in the world would I give Kerry and his crew more money? They got plenty of money. Look. They're not broke like me. They don't have to ride a bike when their truck is broken. They don't have to patch their roof with whatever they can find and then scrape together money to pay a high property tax and whatever and just barely get by. They're doing fine. They can travel all around. They can do whatever. Me, I can't. I can't even afford to eat out. I mean, I couldn't even afford to eat at Denny's. That's how poor I am. But I manage, and it's like, asking me for money, that's like trying to get blood out of a rock. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Now, what I do have, I have my time, and I have my experience, and I will offer that gladly. And like I said, when I'm mobile again, I have friends I need to visit, and there's some people that are friends on YouTube that I want to visit, especially in the farming. Notice my YouTube channels, besides carnivore channels, are a lot of farming channels, and they tend to be either ranches or dairy farms, which makes sense because those are the people that produce the meat. And I'm willing to go there and actually do some work on the farm, just like, Bart Kay always talks about having people work on his farm. Well, obviously, he's not here in the U.S., but if I meet people, I'll go there and I'll do what I can. And I have a lot of talent compared to the average person. I can do practically everything on a farm, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, anything. And I know a lot about agriculture, even though I'm not a farmer. So I can do those things. I can build fences. I can move trash, whatever. But that's my goal. But to spend money on some group, I mean, what's the point? I don't know.
Some of it was the groups that helped me out. So as time goes on, I probably won't. I probably will stop. I mean, like I said, Bella's free for me, so so. That's a no-brainer. But if you're to join a group, the group I would actually suggest right now would be Kilts, only because it's free.
I'm going to check that out. I'll probably do that today. Because the thing is, when I've seen Kilts talk, the first time I saw his group, I tried to make a comment, but some of the people in the group were very nasty, and they were like, "Oh, what are you saying?" Because I had mentioned something about the carnivore diet isn't going to heal everything. Well, what do you know? I'm thinking, man, you people are idiots. You're over there telling me that, what do I know? I've been on this diet longer than some of them have been alive. And then they're trying to lecture me. I'm like, forget it. And then I forgot about him, and I've seen him when he had the 24-hour live stream. He donated like $1,000 to Carrie's movie, and I keep seeing him popping up. But then he's always saying, well, it's the stories, and then, then he's talking about the divine this and that and make things happen. I'm like, oh, boy, one of that new age car salesman kind of thing. So I judged him, and I think it was wrong because I never took the time to see what he's about.
To actually get to know who he is,
Right. So I was.
I mean, now you got people on there now that would probably embrace you because Peter is on there, and you got a lot of people in there.
Right.
So at that time, it probably was people that were not really, they were probably more medical, type people,
Mm-hmm.
not medical doctors, but just like that were there for the medical reasons, not there for the community part of it. And now he's starting to get people that are more community driven.
Right. Well, that's it.
So I think that.
So, but I'm guilty. I just, like you said, there's just so much time in the day, and his live streams are so early. I don't get up at 5. I mean, if I'm getting up at 5, it's because I got to take a leak. I'm not going to sit there and watch a live stream. So, basically, what I would want to do is just maybe he did have one later, and I participated in that. I think he did answer one of my comments, but I'm going to check that out because he seems better than I expected. It's like one of those things. You might judge somebody, and I'm like, well, it's not a final judgment. It's just my initial. It's like the guy's like a used car salesman. It's like these people that have religious things. You got, what is that crooked? I mean, it's not crooked, but this goofy guy that my friend watches is called Joel Osteen. This guy is...
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
And then I looked him up. He's got this big mansion and fancy cars. I'm like, why do you waste your time with this guy? But...
Yeah, I admit that I kind of got taken in from him too for a while, but
really?
Like after a while, yeah. Well, years ago, yeah. I mean, before, just listening and everything like that. I mean, the one thing I do agree with him on, like one of the terms I hate, and I'm sorry, but when people say God-fearing, like why are you fearing God? God's not supposed to be somebody to fear. Like he's. Like you make it sound like that term just makes it sound like God is like this person that is like going down and he's like attacking you and he's like like a drunk stepfather or something like that,
Right.
And I just always hated that term. Like, are you God fearing? Like, no, I'm not God fearing because why would I fear God? Like that's stupid,
Right.
And he kind of like had that same term, like he's like, like God's nothing, so that's the only reason why I really watched him, because he made that term. And it was like, okay, I think I can relate to this guy.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, when I found out that he turned some people away during one of the bad storms and stuff like that, that was a little problematic for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait, you're a guy of God, you're a guy of faith, and you're not letting people into your church because or whatever. Now, I don't know how true that was, but just the fact I heard it wasn't good,
Yeah, you're right. That's true. But I guess they take it for granted.
And going back to Kilt, like when I first saw Kilt in the morning, okay, he was by himself, and it was entertaining enough, but not to do. And I think what got him better is bringing in Alia and bringing in Dr. Nelson, and and I think they've helped him out too, and bringing the content a little bit more, because I think he's a very giving person.
Right.
He just, at that time, it was mostly about his fertility and stuff like that. Why would I want to watch something about fertility?
That's what I was, and the thing is, I brought up a comment. I said, look, I'm asexual. I don't have libido. But he's saying you have to have a libido to be healthy. I'm like, no, not everybody. You got people out there. You got your regular hetero person. You got the queer, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what the proper term is for the homosexuals. You got them. And then you got the asexuals that just don't care. And it's like, you can't make those assumptions. A person can be healthy and have zero libido. Now, if they had one before and they lost it, then that's a problem. It's like a friend of mine was always chasing women, and now he's lost it. I said, man, you got to figure out what's wrong. You got something seriously wrong with you. Well, now I'm just like you. I said, yeah, but that's like my dad. My dad was always checking out women until he got sick. Then he wasn't interested. I said, look, you got a problem. And, of course, he's got diabetes. It's like, you got diabetes, and it's bad for everything. I mean, no wonder.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to get it up if it's all destroyed from blood sugar. It's like, yeah. It's like an old water pipe going to your house. It's all full of rust.
The insulin resistance,
Mm-hmm. Let's see, got some comments here. See, Sandy Blythe says, I felt the same way about Kilts, but now I like him. Okay.
Sure.
Rook, are you tall?
Yeah, I'm at that point, too. I'm a little further down. That she's 5'8", and now she's 5'6.5".
Right.
Almost 69. I'm shrinking. Yeah, I think we all are, Sandy.
C.B. Carmack says, first time I picked at you in the comments, Rick, you thought I didn't know who you were. I let you know I was well aware of your seniority in the community. Yeah, I called you the original. Oh, gee, no, that's true. Well, I'm one of the originals. You know, let's see, I'm almost 69, I'm shrinking. Yeah, maybe. But, you know, that's another thing. I never really
I think
shrunk.
you are the original. Never mind one of the originals. I think you kind of are the original, you know?
I probably
Like,
am.
I think you surpassed even the originals, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's it. And I just wish my parents would still be alive because I could ring them on and they can tell you stories about how frustrated they were with me. I was called picky eater. You know, my mom called me a caveman. You know, it said, you know, you and the cats could eat together. You just throw a piece of meat on the floor and you'll all be eating. Like, no, you put the meat on the table and then I put it on the floor for the cats. And then, oh, you and your ducks. And it's been since I was a kid. I mean, I've been a duck fanatic since I was little, and I've been into this meat thing since my teenage years. I'm the oddball. You ask any of my friends that have known me for decades, they can tell you stories about me, taking me to the buffet, eating all the meat. You know, one time they had one of those roast beef things at Duff's. I ate half of it by myself, and they were like in shock. There used to be a place called Cheeseburger, where they give you a 2-pound burger, and it would be free if you ate it in a certain amount of time.
Yep. I actually did that contest.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
See? But they would laugh because...
if you think about it, you know, in retrospect, I mean, that's not really that much burger, you know, but, you know, like, I forget how much, I think it was actually more than 2 pounds, but I still was able to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unfortunately, it was the fries and everything that added to it that made it harder. But,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
to eat
true.
it just as a burger, I could eat triple that, you know.
Well, that's what happened when I ate the stuff that came with the buns and the fries. I had terrible diarrhea within 3 to 4 hours, and I knew that would happen. He says, oh, Rick, you're going to eat all that? Yeah, why not? I'm going to end up pooping it out anyway, and that's what happened. 4 hours later, I had violent diarrhea. But that's just because...
I mean, that's sort of thing, too. Like, you hear so many comments out there that's like, oh, I don't do this anymore, and I still have to go to the bathroom and stuff like that. That hasn't changed, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Just,
well, there's a lot of
kind of look at it as like my body getting rid of the toxins. That's all.
There's a lot of things about the carnivore diet that people make up, but I know from experience it's like pizza. I don't like pizza, but I can eat it because I'm going to be, you know, it's going to be a laxative. My body just rejects anything that's not good. It just rejects it. Now, I can eat fruit from my yard. It doesn't bother me. But if I eat it from the store, if I eat bananas from my yard, no problem. But believe it or not, if I was to eat bananas from the store, I get sick. I get like a, I don't know, in my mouth, a bad taste. My stomach hurts. I mean, it's terrible. And they're bananas. But if I go in my yard, I eat bananas, no problem. I can eat, well, normally I fry them, but if I eat them when they're a little green. I can eat 4 bananas, the little ones, and I'm fine. If I eat more than that, then I feel like throwing up because I don't like the taste of bananas. And I can't eat ripe bananas. My mom
because of all the toxins that put into those bananas at the store.
Well, that's the problem. And the other problem, too, which I don't remember if it was Dr. Shafee, somebody I had talked to, and they said because the fruits that you buy in the store don't ripen on the plant, there's more defense chemicals, and like bananas are ripened artificially, and they're not as good. So I think that's another part of it. It's like the only food I can eat from the store, fruit-wise, would be lemons, limes, and there's something else, cabbage, because I ferment that. I can eat that. It doesn't bother me. But all store-bought fruit bothers me. Apples, I can't eat. Pears make me sick. Avocados, I get sick. I mean, anything from the store, I get sick. It's just crazy. And my friend used to tell me, well, you need to see a doctor. There's something wrong with you. I'm like, no, I just don't eat it. But you got to have fruits and vegetables, the antioxidants. Like, I don't care. If I get a heart attack, I get a heart attack. Who cares? You know?
I mean, in a way, if you really, really think about it, in a way, your friend's right. there was something wrong with you. It was it was the fruit that you were eating, and it was causing you a problem. So there was something wrong. It's just you pinpoint, yeah, there is something wrong. It's not some disease. I'm just eating something that's not agreeing with me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
he wasn't wrong about him saying that. It's like, well, we don't need to go see a doctor every single time.
Right. Right.
Doctors don't always solve the problem.
No, I can see that. You got your example, lots of other examples. I mean, even Carrie Mann with all his medicines, he brings out a tray of medicines. It's like, yeah, he was seeing the doctor and they were doing him good, and he ends up with something that looks like this, and then shows it to everybody. Now, these are vitamins that I don't know if it was my dad or mom, somebody was taking these. They were in this container. It's just, I don't understand, resveratrol. I mean, all this useless crap they took. And the funny thing is, it didn't really do anything. Like, for example, what is this? It's called Healthy Hair, Skin, and Nails. All right, well, look at mine. That doesn't look too bad. Look at this hair.
Yeah.
I don't take any of that. So explain to me how I don't have a problem. I mean, that's, I don't know. I guess it's just a way of marketing the product.
The one thing they're going to do is they're not going to explain it, because that would have to defend what we're doing.
Right. And it would take money away out of their pockets.
Well, again, by not defending what we're doing, that's yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's funny. Like, I see a doctor because of my disability. I sort of have to. It's like part of the thing, and everything. But and when I was unhealthy, I sort of needed to get like my insulin and stuff like that. I sort of really don't have a choice. But as time goes on, there are things that I really don't. It's like, I don't really need to see you for this. I really don't. I just need to. And right now, my main thing is the A1C. I don't really need to see a doctor for anything else. I just need to get blood work done, see what my A1C is, and see if I'm going in the right direction. That's all I really need to do.
Right.
That's
it.
But like, Carrie, like everybody, all these different people that have bettered themselves, it's not because the doctor bettered them. It's because they took a chance, and they started eating, and they started seeing if meat would work for them. They did N=1 experiment on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And just like I did, just like you did, technically, everybody.
Right.
You're in a little bit more of a different timeline, but you still did it. And, and that's where we got the results.
Mm-hmm.
If we keep on going to the doctor, you think the doctor is going to, or at least most doctors, I mean, if you're lucky enough to get like Dr. Hamilton or Dr. Chafee or whatever,
mm-hmm.
then yeah, they're going to tell you carnivore. And there are more doctors getting more like that. But
mm-hmm.
it's still this battle, and many times when I already know what's going to happen. When I go to the doctors after I get my blood work done, they're going to talk about my cholesterol, or even like one time, and like try to force a statin on me every single time. And like 90% of the time, my cholesterol is not even that high, but they're like, well, it's getting there, so we just want to give you a statin just in case. Like, to give a medication, any kind of medication of a just in case. Like, if I take a pain pill, I take it because I'm in pain, not because I'm going to be in pain.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so,
mm-hmm.
So I kind of find that funny. Like, okay, well, I haven't had a heart attack yet. I don't have any stents. I don't have any of this. So don't give me medication because you think I might. Because there's a chance I'll be like having that,
right?
And then when it comes to life, when it's like, well, there's a chance, well, and then you like kind of like go against that. So it's like sort of like we're kind of like going on two ends of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, this is good because I'm just looking at the comments here. Rick is the OC, original carnivore. And then Rick cook his chicken, yes. Even Kerry is known for clickbait. That is very true. That's why he has hundreds of thousands of subscribers and I have less than 4,000, because I won't do that. That's just not one of those things that I can do. You know, that's why I'm not a good salesman, because I can't I can't lie to them and give them false hope or whatever. It's all reality. In fact, I believe that the salesman position should be obsolete. It should be unnecessary.
Right. I mean, I used to do sales, you know, for the tuxedos and stuff like that. But half the time, the people needed, you know, like, you know, they were there to get a tuxedo, so it wasn't really that hard to sell the tuxedo.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And what I would do is I would just listen to them and find out exactly what they needed or what they wanted, you know, like
Right.
colors and stuff like that, you know.
Well, that's more like being a merchant, in my opinion, because you go somewhere and you need something. It's like, look, do you have this? Oh, yes, I have this. But what I'm talking about is like the sales.
Yeah, actual salesman is like, did you really need that car? Can you, like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, but that's what I've gotten to arguments. I know people that have been in sales. They sell products. They make lots of money. I said, the only reason you make lots of money is because you're marking it up. You're basically taking something that should be a lot cheaper and marking it up. But when you're a merchant, you go, well, okay, what do you need? Okay, do I have that? Yes, I have it. And then, well, which one would you like? Here's what our choice is. So you're sending the merchandise, you're displaying it, and I guess it's like selling a car, you know. But a used car salesman, people look at badly because they buy these things cheap and they patch them up and off they go. New car.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. The job I had, not the last job I had, before I had my ankle and I had to start collecting disability. Right before that, I worked for, like, when the problems first started, I worked for a car dealership.
Mm-hmm.
I was a used car salesman,
Mm-hmm.
and I hated it. Like,
Yeah.
I actually left, went to the hospital for like 2 weeks, and they actually took my insurance away.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had health insurance, and they actually took it away from me. And then when I got there, the whole time they were like being like, you know, the manager was giving me a hard time. I would have to make a phone call every 30 seconds and only had 10 leads.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine that. Imagine doing an 8-hour job and you having to call all your leads every 30 seconds.
Right.
You know, that's a lot of phone calls, like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it just, to me, it was a bad tactic that they were having me do, you know. It just,
Yeah.
in today's age, you don't need to do that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, I agree. I mean, it's sort of like, you know, all these people are calling. You know, it's my job to convince them to get the better car and stuff like that, or what is considered the better car. Not even what the better car is, but, you know.
Right.
When, yeah.
See,
So
like,
I just didn't like the job. I obviously would have left it anyway because it was just, I didn't like who I was when I was selling cars, you know.
like when I go to buy a car, I'm the opposite. I'm the worst possible customer because I look in somebody's yard, I see grass growing around it, it's got a flat tire. I go up to them, oh, you selling it? Oh, yeah, kind of. What's wrong with it? Well, it doesn't start. Oh, you know, I think there's a rat living in there. Okay, we can negotiate a price. And then I bring my trailer and tow it away. That's basically how I buy a car. It's not like,
Well,
oh, do you want rust protection? And like, it's already rusted out, so I don't have to worry about that.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm actually, for my next car, I'm just looking for a used car myself. But,
Mm-hmm.
you know, just one I can buy and just, you know, no monthly payments or anything like that. I'm not dealing with financing and leasing anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm not as car savvy as you are, so I can't like just buy a car and just, you know.
no. It's like I tell everybody, it's like a gamble. You buy a junk car and try to get it for just close to scrap value, so when you can't fix it, you can just give it to the scrap man and get your money back. That's what I try to do.
Right.
But, you know, I tend to buy stuff that I know, so I don't have a problem. I got my old Chargers. Those things I know back and forth. Now they're valuable antiques. They used to be very cheap. I used to get $50 cars and drive them until they fell apart. That's the way it was.
I just saw you pointing to the phone. Is somebody trying to call? Is that what I saw?
What was that?
When I saw you on the screen, I saw you like waving to somebody and then pointing to the phone.
No,
So
it was
sure.
Sandy Blight here on the comments said, nap time, enjoyed, have a great day all, and then I just waved to that.
I just want to make sure. I don't want to be a hog,
That's fine. Kisses to Milton. That's why I pointed to Milton. Let's see. What else do we have? Yeah, the other thing, too, she was talking about the, Brooke Graves. I feel like it's taking advantage to charge $30 a month. I feel the same way, and then the money goes to fund the movie.
I mean, I agree. I just, like I said, like I'm on these memberships because they just, they help me stay with the carnivore and stuff like that. But that's not going to be forever, if things get better for me and everything.
Right.
I mean, just as I'm here with you, you're helping me stay on track,
That's good. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
There's 400 in the group. That would be
12,000.
$12,000.
But I think I'm starting to get to that point where I'm the one helping to keep people on track.
That's right. The longer you do it, then people will look to you. That's very true.
Which, it's funny. Like sometimes though, when I'm like on these Zoom calls, I'll talk and I'll say my thing, and they're just kind of looking. You can kind of see their eyes rolling a little bit, like, and it's like, because they're so big. I'm not going to name who they are, but it's like you don't really know what you're talking about, and I don't claim to know what I'm talking about. I just know what I know, like,
right. That's it. But yeah, it's, you just have to maintain a healthy dose of skepticism. That's what I do. I'm not going to fall for anything. That's why the clickbait doesn't work on me. Because when I see it, I know it's just for attention. And it doesn't really matter. Because I've dealt with people like that before. I've had a couple of businesses. I've had employees. I've dealt with customers. And, you kind of read people. The fast-talking ones are usually trying to get something for nothing. So I take it. They have all these ideas. Well, I've done this and that. And people say, oh, I have had this money. And then you see them living on the side of the road. I'm like, well, yes, maybe you had that money. Maybe you don't. But whatever you did, it didn't work. So why am I going to listen to you for advice? And then there's always a hurry. Oh, this is a one-time offer. You have to act now. I'm like, nah. It's because they want to get you to feel like you're missing out. The old FOMO, fear of missing out. Oh, I got this hot cryptocurrency or stock. I'm like, nope, no thanks.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, what I'll do is if they do that to me, I'll just be like, well, I'll do it. I'll do it when you have the offer again.
Right. That's it.
Yeah. And they look at me like, well, it's one time. Yeah, okay, I'll do it when you have the offer again.
That's what I try to tell people. But I know a lot of people have been taken because they want to get something for nothing, and then what ends up happening is, they end up getting taken. It's like, dude, why did you do that? Well, I thought this was going to happen. You thought. Some people always think with the glass half full, and I'm more of a glass half empty. Like, well, yeah, I like to maintain a skeptical attitude because it helps. I think only maybe once or twice in my life have I been pleasantly surprised, and there was no harm done because I was skeptical and I was careful. And then when I found out the person was actually truthful, then I was able to benefit from it, and I didn't lose anything. But if you trust somebody before their time, and they take advantage of you, they're going to be gone, and you have no recourse. I mean, what can you do? They take advantage of you, and it's gone.
That's true. That's definitely true. Well, I'm seeing here Kim appreciates life that during our talk she was able to finish her 2024 tax return. So I'm glad we're able to do that.
Oh, taxes are for me they're easy because basically by the time I calculate my expenses,
I try with the disability you don't really even have to do taxes.
Right. That's it. I don't have to do it because my income is basically zero. All my money goes to property tax and expenses, and I have nothing. It's just, shoot, I don't.
And you're sort of your own guy too, right?
Yeah.
So you have to do the 1099 form, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
for you.
Not everybody does 1099 because a lot of people just give me cash. But even if I did it, I figured it out. I've actually figured out my income. It's zero. It's basically zero. Sometimes it's even negative. So I end up losing money because it's just so much money goes to the government in property tax. Plus, everything's an expense. All the parts I have to put into my equipment and trucks and everything, it's all deducted from the profit. So I have zero income. So I just put zero, and if they ever want to audit me, they're welcome to do so. But I think in the end, they may end up owing me money because I just don't make any money. They say, oh, Rick, you're so cheap.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do taxes now that I'm starting to work again because I have to fill up for that. But
Right.
But that won't be until next year.
Right.
I mean, I'll probably still fill out, but like you said, it's like super easy. It's just
Yeah, it is.
maybe 2 or 3 lines, and that's it.
That's it. It's simple.
It'll be more involved when taxes are taken out from my job.
Right.
Technically, we're not supposed to have taxes taken out for the government. It's supposed to be.
Well, they always want your money.
Oh yeah, they'll find a way.
I owed money this year. Well, I mean, I don't know if they're paying quarterly or just at the end of the year. I know when I've had a business, we did the quarterly thing, but it's in the end, it's nothing because it basically is zero. But yeah, what can you do?
I mean, I've actually been doing my taxes since I was 14 years old. So ever since I got my first job, at Roy Rogers, I had to learn how to do taxes.
I didn't have my first job till I was 18, and they paid me cash over at the nursery. So I didn't. I mean, I think the first job I had with taxes was probably when I worked at the college when I was tutoring there. It's the first time I ever had, a W-2. And other than that, I mean, occasional 1099, and that's it. I get a 1099 from the bank for interest when I had a bank account, but that was really all there was to it.
I mean, technically, actually, my first job wasn't when I was 14. My first job was when I was 13. And it was actually at Burger King. And I went there. My grandfather, one time, my grandfather said, well, if you want this, get a job. So I'm 13 years old. And I'm like, okay. So I went, and they had a sign saying now hiring. And I didn't know about, paperwork or anything like that. I just went in there, and the manager actually hired me.
Really?
She had me work a few days. Yeah. And I worked a few days, and she's like, yeah, I have to let you go. And I'm like, well, why do you have to let me go? What's going on? She goes, because you're too young to work here.
Right.
And I looked at her, and I'm like, well, I told you how old I was when I started. You're the one that hired me. I'm a 13-year-old. I have no idea what I need to do and not to do. You're the one that's supposed to know all this stuff.
Right.
So it's like she's talking to me like I'm the idiot that got the job. Well, yeah, you hired me.
Uh-huh. Burger King. Burger King used to be good.
Yeah.
Now it's crap.
Yeah.
This is what our Burger King used to look like when I was a kid.
Really good. They're not the same anymore.
I think it was 19 cents for a burger, the original, and then it was 20-something cents later on. Burger King.
Yeah, I mean, all these things were,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the funniest thing I ever saw one time was I was working at a McDonald's. It was a couple of years later. I was 16, 17, and a guy came in with a Burger King food, Burger King bag, and started eating Burger King at McDonald's. I thought that was funny.
Well, there you go. I guess I was the one kid that never really got raised on fast food. I think I've eaten fast food 5 or 6 times in my entire life.
Wow.
We were all health conscious. My parents, lots of vegetables, whole grains, all that bad stuff, tofu. Yeah, it was an experience. Let's put it that way.
I'm just reading I guess Kim is saying that because she's on Obamacare and ACA.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking into Obamacare, but they won't give it to me because I don't have any income. And the payments for someone my age is 1,000-something a month. That's crazy. For that kind of money, I might as well just eat, ribeye every day.
Yeah. But one of the things I didn't like with the taxes is, just at that moment, I probably could be forced to reconsider my position. But, there was a time where I was working and they didn't give me health insurance at my job.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't dawn on me to get Obamacare.
Right.
So for like a year, I had no insurance at all.
Right.
And I think that's around the time that things started to percolate for me, with the foot and everything like that. Like I had diabetes, but I was not getting insulin. I was not getting anything.
Right.
And I was eating the crap food. So that probably extended it even more.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I didn't like was during the times I was doing the taxes, actually it was probably about 2 years, the times I did the taxes, both times I got charged extra because of not having any health care.
Right.
It was actually I actually got penalization for all the months that I was not getting health care.
Yeah.
So it was probably a way of them getting you to do Obamacare, to kind of prevent yourself from losing money.
Right.
And I was lucky I didn't have to owe any money, but I was not, at that time I was not getting any money either.
It's been more than 20 years since I've had any health insurance, maybe 25 years as far as I know.
That's because you're healthier than us. You don't really need it.
No, but it just seemed like money for nothing. That's kind of what it was.
For me, I because of all the insulin I get and everything like that. But as time goes on, that's deteriorating.
Right.
There's a lot of medications I used to have that I don't have anymore.
That's true.
But I still do need to take insulin. I still have the insulin. I still have all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to stop it, until my A1C gets to where I want it to be. And that's mostly because of the recommendations I'm getting from a lot of people that are on carnivore. Don't get rid of your insulin yet. You still kind of need it.
Right.
But as time goes on and I get better, then that's going to change.
That's right.
And we'll find out, if you want to do the countdown, on the 4th, we'll find out where I'll get my blood test done, and we'll find out what my A1C is. Right now it's at 8.9. It's the baseline. We'll find out if it's changed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to be 5.4, which is my goal, but I do think it will be lower than 8.9.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's not a quick fix. It's not going to. You have so much damage that have happened to you.
Right.
That carnivore is not the. That's why I sort of get a little upset when I hear people oh yeah, I cured. I did this and I did it really quickly, and now that's great, but you're sort of selling to people a falsehood a little bit that it's going to be a quick fix for everybody. It's not.
Right.
You got to make sure that. And I know they all have the good intentions when they say it. It's there's people out there that are not getting the results that they're expecting because you're telling them it's going to happen right away, and they're upset. They're like, I'm going to give up on this, and that's why half the people give up on it because
that's the point I've been trying to make. They're giving people false hope. That's the problem.
Yeah.
I see somebody. You notice somebody just woke up.
He's going to start attacking you?
Oh, I'm sure. What do you want? You want to eat? He's probably gotten hungry and he wakes up. Next thing you know, he'll be on the microphone, on the mixer. He knows just the button to push to cut me off. What are you doing? That crazy cat.
Is that how you end your streams with Milton?
Well, Milton, I've ended it normally, but I've had times where he ended it for me. And I hope this is not one of those times because he's a little monster. He's a little monster. Yes, he is. Look at that little monster. Oh, he's so cute. You're a sweetheart.
I can't believe you have 20 people still watching. And I'm looking at the time stream. This particular time stream is 4 hours that you started this stream, and that's not including the other stream, which was about 2 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
So you've been on here for 6 hours.
Well, I started at 8, so all you got to do is just figure out, yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, so that's about 6 hours.
That's me.
Yeah. But I love, like I just did my taxes. Jiffy actually said this big thing about like all the stuff that he did like early in the chat. Like he fed his dog, he did his laundry.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Or something.
Get a lot done. Oh, what are you doing, Milton? Okay. Let me close this thing. What are you doing, you crazy cat?
And ask the question, do you think that electric scooters are harmful as people use it instead of walking?
I think it depends on why they're using it. If a person is paralyzed and they can't walk, then you're going to have to use it. It's better to be on the electric scooter than to just do nothing. But on the other hand, I think if a person was still strong enough, they could use a wheelchair instead. At least that would give their upper body a workout.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people
That's what
using
I did.
scooters.
I had a wheelchair when I did. To help keep my upper body from.
Right. I would say unless the person is just absolutely circling the drain, they're better off trying to walk. It's like my friend that he used to ride around in the electric scooter at the store. I said, look, let's just walk. But he'd get out of breath real quick. I said, well, just take your time, But yeah, if you're going to have a heart attack instantly, it's better to sit in the scooter. But you won't catch me in those things.
Just to ask the question, though, and if you don't mind, Anna, when you say electric scooter, do you mean like electric wheelchair, like we're talking about, or do you mean like an electric scooter like that kids use going around, like those like electric, like I don't know if you've ever seen them or not, like over in Atlantic City, like over at Asbury Park here, they have like the electric scooters that are like parked and like people use them instead of walking like around like New York and stuff like that.
Well, here they had them. They were called bird scooters, but they all got stolen.
Right. Like, is she talking about that, or is she talking about like what we were talking about with the wheelchair, electric wheelchair?
Well, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about that.
Because I mean, I agree with you that the electric wheelchair, if you can't walk, then yeah, it's I think it's very beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
But but if we're talking about just using it to get from point A to point B, and you could just walk it, then I think the walking probably would end up being more beneficial than using electric.
Right.
And it's sort of like those like electric bikes. I have a hard time riding a bike because my foot keeps on falling off the pedal.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it is with the way my shoe is and everything.
Right.
And so I don't really use it. So an electric bike probably would work better for me for that particular concept, because I don't really have to pedal. I just kind of let it scoot,
Right.
But as a benefit for exercise, as a benefit for my body, I think the pedaling would be better because it moves my legs.
Well, the other thing, too, a bicycle still has benefit because you still have to balance it using your arms and using your body weight. It's different than like a scooter, a stand-up scooter. You have to balance that, too, somewhat. But a scooter where you sit on it, you're just sitting there and being moved around. But anything that's on two wheels, you're going to have to, especially a bicycle, because on the bicycle, even if you're electric pedal assist, I mean, it's like a motorcycle, you still have to kind of balance it. But,
Which eventually I'm planning on getting a bicycle. Like the one I had just had a lot of issues, so I just threw it away because it was like too, it was like found in the trash anyway and just wasn't.
That's what I got.
Why am I like having something that I don't use, But
I got a bike from the side of the road.
I hope to be able to ride again. And
my bike's from the side of the road, and it's fallen apart numerous times. Anyway, doesn't matter, huh?
I mean, we've got to realize that I used to be in like really, I'm getting better and better as time goes on.
Mm-hmm. I see
I was in pretty bad shape last year.
Milton went back to sleep. That's good.
Milton.
He's a good cat. I like him. Good addition. I don't have a co-host, but I do have a cat. Yes, we do.
Yes. Well, you're like Bill Knott. He has Daisy, and you have nothing.
That's right. That's it. Except Bill Knott's a whole lot more popular because he's got weight to lose, and I don't. I'm just kind of a quack. I would like to gain some muscle. I don't want to gain any fat, but definitely not losing weight. I don't think I could get any skinnier.
And it's almost night. It's dark. It's the record long stream. It's not really dark here. It's still light here, so I don't know where she's at that it's getting dark for her, but
Well, I mean, probably over there in England or somewhere overseas.
Is Anna from England?
I think so. They're 5 hours ahead of us, so yeah, that would be.
Yeah, it would be nighttime there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the fascinations about this. It's like everybody's like in so many places.
Right.
Like again, I'm still yet to find somebody from New Jersey, but
It doesn't seem like there's a lot of big city carnivores. Most of the carnivores seem to be in small towns because I guess it's a different mentality. City people just don't seem to gravitate towards this. I'm not sure why.
Well, I think that's why it makes sense that Texas would have a lot of carnivores because you got like the big ranches there and everything. So
yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, they even call.
Well, why there's so many carnivores in Florida, at least on our chats here, because isn't CB also from Florida?
I thought he was Alabama. I could be wrong. I don't know. Can ask him.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, he probably is from yeah. Well, I'm sure CB in a couple seconds will answer the question that we just asked because.
Mm-hmm. We've got he's got a duck symbol, but then we've got a question after that.
Anna asked the question. Some people say that after a few weeks of carnivore, they got rid of almost all the medications. Do you think it's the truth, or does it happen? I don't think that they're lying. If I may say, I don't think they're lying about it. I just don't think it's something that can happen to everybody, and that's the part that, for them, great. And also, too, we got to realize, okay, did they get off because the doctor took them off it, or did they get off it because they were like, I don't want to do this anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Like omeprazole, my doctor never took me off of omeprazole. I just was like, I keep on asking, they keep on refusing to take me off it. I want to get off it, so I'm just gonna stop taking it, and if I have a problem, then I'll take it again. And I just didn't really have a big enough problem to take it. So,
right.
And that's almost 2 months ago,
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't think Carrie Mann's lying. I don't think, no, I think some things do happen quickly for people. I just don't think it happens.
The thing about Carrie Mann is that he started his YouTube channel before he got on the carnivore diet. He actually wasn't on the carnivore diet when I first did my interview. He was doing
the homesteading.
Homesteading on and off keto, and you can kind of see what he looked like. Now, he wasn't that big when he started the carnivore diet, but he did say that he's been on off keto. I think everything he says can be verified. I don't think anything he says is a lie because it just, he may sensationalize a few things, but I think in terms of his own experience, it's truthful. I just don't see it. Now, also, he's got his daughter on carnivore, and I think that's part of the appeal of his channel because you can see what he's doing now. I don't disagree with that. I just don't I don't like the paid membership and the movie thing, but that's his deal. But everything else, I tend to believe him. And from what I've heard from the people that have met him, they say he's a nice guy and that he's somebody you can trust.
You both have met him. He seems nice to me.
Yeah. He seems to have a good reputation. And I don't think he's out there.
I mean, there's really nobody out there that I don't think that are somewhat nice. I mean, I might find some people in the carnivore world that are a little, I don't know, that's like, okay, I don't know, but so far, most people almost everybody I've met seem pretty genuine, seem pretty nice, you know.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But we're a different breed, you know.
Right. Well, that's why we're here, because we're not,
Yeah.
we're the outliers. I mean, even though some of them tend to be more in the center, we're still, compared to everybody else, we're the outliers. None of us are going to be really popular because we don't fit the system. What we are pushing, you know, we're explaining, we're not really pushing people to do it. We're just pushing out there what worked for us. We're leaving it to them. See, that's the difference between us and the vegans. The vegans, they want to be God. They tell you that you have to be vegan to be healthy.
You guys
can't.
do what I say, or else, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And yet they look terrible, and they're dying just like anybody else. And I've told my vegan friends, I said, look, these vegan influencers you like, none of them look any better than anybody else their age, and then they're dying just like anybody else. So what's the big deal? You had that other guy recently that had heart disease, and stroke, and you know. But as soon as a carnivore has heart disease or stroke, oh, it's a carnivore diet. But when it happens to a vegan, well, you know, he was old. Like, he wasn't that old. He was 70-something or 60-something.
There's sort of like an automatic explanation to what they're doing, you know.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I sort of like get annoyed. I'm not saying I get offended or anything like that, but I get annoyed when people defend others. Like if I make like a comment like, "Oh, this happened," it's like, well, you got to realize. Like I remember one time I made a comment about Dr. Barry about how he doesn't really, you know, like it took so many live streams. They're like, well, he has all these followers and he's really busy. God, like I get that, but doesn't mean that he has to be like quick about his answer to me. He can still say hello as he's doing each call, you know.
Right.
You know, and everything. Like I get that I get that, but I'm just saying that that's sort of problematic at the same time, you know.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know, so but yeah, like you know, like, but I mean, like going back to, you know, just saying that something's happened to you quickly, you know, like that's great. And I don't doubt that, you know, like people get off their medications or people stop their insulin or people get their A1C down. I don't doubt it. I mean, but it's not happening to me yet, but it's going to, you know. And I just need to believe that I'm getting better, and I just have to believe that I'm getting better, and I do, you know. But I don't have a timeline for everything. I mean, like I know I make the joke about this beard, you know, that I'm growing it until I get my A1C down to 5.4. But let's be realistic here. It could take a long time before I get down to 5.4. So I probably will eventually shave it, you know.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to end up looking like a vegan.
Right. I'll probably do this big announcement like, oh, I mean, one thing I am definitely waiting for is I'm waiting for my next blood work, because if I get it down and it's down enough, then, you know, maybe I'll have a vote on it or something like that and count how many people say keep it or not keep it, and then go from there.
There you go. Well, usually if you don't have any hair on top, most people will want you to keep it, so at least you have something.
Right. Well, that's why I wear the hat, to cover the lack of hair on top.
Right. That's most people I know. You know, if they don't have hair on top, they'll grow it on their face, because at least they can grow it somewhere.
Well, I remember one guy was saying, I forget who it was on here, that he just takes his beard and flips it over his head.
There you go. That's it. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny how that works.
Yeah. My beard isn't that long yet.
Right.
Yeah.
That's great.
I mean, I might be able to get it to reach my bottom lip, but I can't really get it to reach my head.
Yeah. No, that would take quite a long time. But then again, I mean, you know, you could be like the Amish people that just cut the top of it and let the bottom grow. That's so funny.
Yeah.
Let's see. Comments.
Obviously, Kim thought it was funny. She did the laughy face. Oh, and it's from Poland.
Yeah.
I just saw that. Oh, cool.
I will withhold the Polak jokes.
Yeah, good thing I didn't tell mine. Just kidding, yeah.
That was the thing when I was growing up, all those Polak jokes. But, yeah. Okay. I figured I'd hit here, right? Well, anyway, speaking of jokes, we've hit 2:30. Look at that. Rick's big mouth has been joined by someone else, and I guess I don't know how many people we have left. We may still have 20 people left.
Who said that? I guess somebody that didn't know who I was.
Okay. Huh. Interesting. Oh, my goodness.
Who said about the being joined by somebody else?
About the what?
When you said about Rick's big mouth is being joined by somebody else, who said that?
No, that was just something I was saying because I have a reputation for being a long
you're just
talker.
kind of like doing your own like narration, so to speak. Okay, I get you.
No, all the comments are there. You know, it came as a surprise. They're just talking about some people just get better faster from the carnivore diet than others, and some people may get worse. You know, that's what I tell them. It's like my ex-vegan friend. He went on the carnivore diet, he got worse. So he had to adjust his diet to a meat-based keto diet, and now he's thriving. So that's what I tell people. You got to trial and error. That's the main thing. Exit the system. Yep. That's what I try to do. I try not to be influenced by it. I'm in the world, but I'm not of the world. That's what I try to do. But anyway, let's see. My county.
Looks like Tim is laughing at the beard on the head thing.
Yeah. What do we got here? Oh.
Yeah. It looks like we got lambs, Miss Joanne, and Labyrinth.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Mississippi.
You got a lot of people. You got a lot of people following you there, Rick.
I know. Well, the thing is, I got the best. I don't have the most followers. I'm not Dr. Barry. I'm not Dr.
Not
J.
quantity, it's quality. And that's what you have.
Right. I'm sure everybody that's here would be somebody that would be a friend in my normal life. And hopefully I'll meet some of these people as time goes on, because that's sort of my goal. My goal on YouTube was to meet people. It's that simple. And I've only done one so far, and that's Russ, Homesick Buckeye. He's the only one. So he's one of thousands.
That you're a regular on, basically.
Yeah. He's the only one that took the time to meet me. Now, nobody else, I mean, there's really no reason for anybody to come to Miami, in my opinion. You got, you know, the Healing Humanity group, or they ain't going to come here. They went up to visit, what's his name, upstate, Dante.
If I ever get the money up for it, I'll make sure to visit you.
Yeah. But that's it. But most people don't come here unless you're in the third world or whatever. You're probably not going to come here. But they went up to North Florida. Of course, they went to Tampa to Kiltz's thing, I'm sure, because they're buddies. And, you know, I'm sure that all the carnivore personalities didn't have to pay to go to Kiltz's thing. I mean, Kerry, they're not going to charge. Nobody's going to charge him for any meetup. They're just going to say, come on in. They may even pay for him to go there. Who knows? But everybody else basically has to pay their way. So, hey, whatever. Oh, we got more comments.
Polish Mike just said that when he's in Miami, he'll come and feed the ducks.
Oh, I know he will. We'll go have an iguana or something. Let's see. Depression. Wow, still on? Yes, I'm still on. I wish he would make more videos. He's a carnivore beast himself. You know, knows nonsense. Carnivore guy. Let's see. Rick, are you getting hungry yet? I don't get hungry, believe it or not, but I would love to eat. I never get hungry. This is the funny thing, and yet I eat 3 times a day. But I never get hungry. I can go all day. I guess it's just from being carnivore for so many years. Is Miami still the Magic City? They don't really call it that anymore, but I call it a Magic City because the money just appears out of nowhere. So I guess it's a place where, you know, money appears. We all know those Polish jokes. Yeah. I come to feed the ducks. There you go. Give the ducks the duck food. I'll give them some duck food as well. It's a shambles of problems. Yeah, that's right. It's not like it used to be. Miami is just going down the drain. The toilet handle was flushed in 1980, and it just keeps rotating round and round. I stabilize my blood pressure. My blood pressure is probably lower than anybody else's. I've made several videos on it. They went to Melbourne and Tampa. See, they had a meet up at Fort Lauderdale. Oh, I've been to none. There you go. I haven't either. I can't afford steakhouse. It's just too much money. You know, why would I go to steakhouse? If I was going to go to a carnivore meetup, the one I would go to would be Carnivore Kip's Carnivore Meetup, because it's free, it's in the country, and I'm sure I get along with him because country people are my kind of people. You know, some fancy steakhouse with people in the city, I don't get along with those people. They look at me like I'm an idiot. But, you know, I could have a better time cooking on my engine than going anywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel that way too a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. Wishing your phone friend the best. Yeah. Hey, if you got to go, you got to go. You have further goals, and they're still going. I still have people in the chat. That's pretty amazing. I don't.
Yeah, I actually think I'm going to get going soon because
Yeah.
you know, I haven't gone outside yet.
I haven't either. I have not
Yeah.
gone outside, but it's been windy, a little bit of tiny rain. But yeah, I haven't gone outside. But I figure, you know, Saturday morning, that's my time for you. I don't have any money, but I'll give you my time.
No. I mean, no, I had a great time, and this is great. I mean, I hope no one thinks I'm trying to get off or anything like that. It's just, you know, I just want to be able to go outside before it gets like really, you know, when it starts getting dark and stuff.
It's important to go outside, you know, just go out and get it done.
Get some of that vitamin D in me, you know.
That's right. I mean, if it's not raining, it's not freezing cold, go for it. That's what I'll do. I'll go and...
Especially when, you know, I find myself like whenever, like I said before, I think I have like some kind of virus or something like that. Whenever I have that, it makes me want to go outside even more. Like it's like feeling it's like a healing property or something.
Exactly. That's what I did, you know, get on the bike and do stuff. Let's see. Kip is cooking a lot of beef ribs. Yes. I'll bet he is. And
I mean, I would love to go to a meetup with Kip because I'm sure that food, actually I'll wait a little bit longer because my sensor expires in like 8 minutes anyway. So.
well, you know the old saying, don't trust a skinny chef. You know that as big as Carnivore Kip is, he's going to be an awesome cook. I can smell the delicious pork cooking and the beef, and now I'm getting hungry thinking about him cooking it up. Plus, it's outside instead of some overpriced steakhouse under fluorescent light. You're in the outdoors. I can imagine it's like a park with a shelter, and then that'd be great. That's a real carnivore meetup right there. I'm super happy about.
I mean, eventually that saying will become like I guess that saying will be reversed when Kip. Because Kip will definitely lose the weight eventually and get to where he needs to be. And same as a lot of these people. So those chefs that are like not skinny right now will become thin.
Well,
you know?
I don't think Kip's ever going to be thin.
But I don't think he'll ever be skinny.
I can tell you one thing. The way that he's been fat his whole life, he's never going to be thin. What he's going to be what you call like husky and tough. I would say 200, I would say maybe 220, 230 is what he's going to be.
Yeah,
and,
I agree with that.
And if he can...
And that'll be great. That'll be fine, you know. I mean, I don't know how Kip feels about that, but, you know, I think that's good.
The fact that he's lasted this long, as fat as he is, he's kind of like, what's his name, Russ. You know, Russ is fat, but he's relatively healthy. And he's gonna lose the weight, but slowly. And I don't think Kip's going to lose a whole bunch of weight all at once. So... You know, there's nothing wrong with having extra body fat can actually protect some people because if you think about it, some people, that fat is like an extra store. When they eat extra food, that glucose or fat or whatever can go to store the energy. A lot of people that would otherwise be diabetic, they've avoided it by being fat.
Yeah, and Kip being 6'4" as well, you know, like Stevie just said, you know.
That's right.
I
see the comment there. But, yeah, see, and it says, okay, Rick, if you had land, would you want any lambs or goats? Yeah, I'd definitely have some goats or lambs. Why not? They're ruminants, they're small, and easier to harvest than a cow.
There's not really much meat out there. I mean, there's probably maybe something out there, but there's probably not much meat out there that I wouldn't at least try, you know.
Right. Boca Raton, it's just cloudy and windy. There's no rain. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, I think. Let's see. Certain breed of turkeys.
It feels very humid in my apartment right now.
Really?
I'm guessing. Yeah, it's very dry, like very like sweaty heat, so to speak. My, you know, like I think I turned the heat off. So hopefully, you know.
Yeah, we don't.
I remember pushing the button.
My air conditioner is on. I don't use heat.
Oh, I don't have my air conditioner on.
Now,
I'm
see,
hoping it's just nothing.
Bill Knott is going to be thin because he used to be thin, and a lot of the weight is in the swelling in his legs. So if he does keep with the carnivore diet and doesn't die of a heart attack or stroke, he's going to be thin. You can tell by his body type. But carnivore Kip is never going to be thin. He's going to be big, and you know what? He's going to be healthier that way. I bet you carnivore Kip, if he stays on track, he's going to live into his 80s or even maybe over into his 90s. He's got a long life ahead of him if he stays away from the duck food.
Yep, I agree.
But let's see, 11:42 California. Yeah, I know. It's already, it'll be 3 o'clock before you know it. So, well, we've hit the comments, and that's good. I've lost some people. I don't know. I have to look and see how many are still here.
Doesn't that go with anything that we do?
What's that?
That you're going to have some and you're going to lose some?
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah.
Let me see here. I've got 21 still. That's amazing. But, again...
I'm about to put my shoes on right now. Because no one wants to see a foot with no toes.
There you go.
Not even me.
Well, that's it. Well, see, now you've been able to reverse course before you lose more than toes. You can end up losing your whole leg if you did.
It could have been worse. You're absolutely right. It could have been a lot worse.
Right.
Okay.
That's good.
Better. For some reason, you're like fading out, and I guess my volume wasn't on that much.
Oh, that's weird. I mean, it sounds okay on my
end. I just turned up my volume, and now it's better. So it was me.
Okay.
Yeah. Before I actually assume it's somebody else, I always make sure that it's me first. You know, it's just how I am.
21 watching, yeah. And there's some loyal people here, definitely. Let's see. Oh, I went well, but I failed greatly.
Have left and come back, you know.
I slipped on cookies. I'll never understand why anybody would want to eat a cookie. They're nasty things.
I know. Well, I mean, I used to love cookies. I just don't need to have them anymore.
Right. I hate them.
Know.
I just hate them. They seem like cheap crap to me. You know, that's like saying, instead of having a '69 Charger, I'm going to give you a Toyota Corolla. It's like, oh, great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's something to be said about how the cookie where the cookie came from. So, you know, it's not just about the cookie itself, but it's like when grandma makes it for you, it's a totally different experience than buying it at the store. You know, and that's where I think we lost a lot of things. You know, it's like when we were kids, like, oh, grandma or mom or whatever would make, you know, if they baked cookies for us, it was a special event, you know, a special thing. And, you know, now you could just go and it's packaged and, you know, you could buy them at like Quick Check or you could buy them at the grocery store. And not only can you buy them, but you can buy them in bulk.
Yeah.
You know, so it loses something out from that, you know.
Well, the thing was, when they used to make cookies when I was a kid, they'd only last for a day, and then they'd be duck food. They'd be hard as a rock.
Well, that's what I mean. You know, it was a temporary thing. You know, and with cake and cupcake, you know, cupcakes weren't even really that much of a thing because if you were going to make a cake, it usually was a whole cake, and you made it for your child or for your birthday or whatever. And I'm assuming when you grew up, you probably didn't have cake when you grew up. You know, because you're not going to make a cake for yourself. It's usually for your grandkid or for your child, you know, for your kid's birthday or whatever.
I was the one kid that always hated cake. I never understood why people liked it.
Yeah.
My mom used to make what they call a bundt cake. It was in this aluminum mold. It was kind of like wavy looking. I hated that stupid thing. You know where that
And it
ended
had
up.
like a glaze on it or whatever.
Yeah, I have that pan here somewhere. But yeah, I bake that thing and then, oh, some bundt cake. Okay, whatever. I'd slip it in my pocket and then you know where that ended up.
Well, the worst cake I always thought was angel food cake. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
Or fruit cake. Yeah, no, not angel food cake. Fruit cake.
Fruitcake was like a rock. I mean, so like a weapon you could throw at somebody.
There's even a joke on that one time. They used it as a doorstop. Like, all the uses of fruitcake.
Actually, fruitcake is a derogatory term for a type of sexual orientation.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They call somebody a fruitcake. That means they're fruity, tutti frutti, homo, whatever. That's what they used to call it in the old days.
I have heard that. I just never thought about it.
Fruitcake.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy's a fruitcake. Stay away from him. But yeah, the fruitcake is no. They used to joke. Everybody gives somebody a gift. They just circulate it around. Oh, I gave that person. Oh, give it to them. Give it to them. Hot potato. Fruitcake.
Well, wasn't it? Well, you might not know. I think one of the movies showed that like that the fruitcake was going around for years. And it started off in like for 20 years, everybody would be gifting the fruitcake to somebody else.
Right.
And it was the same. It was the same. I mean, you do hear like there's a show. I'm sure you've heard of it, but probably not watched it. It was Family Guy. It's like a cartoon.
I've heard of it, yeah.
And they had it where they had a Holocaust that happened where everything disappeared, like a nuclear Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing left standing was a Twinkie factory.
Yeah.
Because I mean nothing was standing, like all the animals were dead, everything was not, so there was nothing, it was only Twinkies.
Mm-hmm.
So the main character actually like found the Twinkie factory and he like made it into his own city and everything like that. And it's just like this really stupid thing. Like you see people going in there like doctors and everything like that, but they had like the wheel of jobs or something like that, or wheel of like careers. Mm-hmm. And like the doctors become like the town drunk or it's like
uh-huh. It's funny.
It's like that's how bad Twinkies are. They'll actually like last they'll actually last the Holocaust.
I had no idea what a Twinkie was until I was doing a cleanup in a house, and then I found these things in a bag, and they looked like bread with some kind of white crap in them. And I'm like, what the heck is this? Twinkies, Hostess Twinkies. So I figured, well, let me give it to the ducks. And I threw it to the ducks, and they pecked at it and then shook their head like, ew. And I thought, man, how bad is this stuff if even a duck won't eat it?
Yeah. I mean, when you first eat it as a kid, it to me, it tastes okay, because you're a kid and you don't know any better.
Right.
But when you taste it, when you haven't had it for a while and you taste it, it's super sweet.
Mm-hmm.
It's like overly sweet, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, they even had something called a donut, which I remember. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Hostess Twinkies.
Well, I'm trying to master it, but one of the things I started was I did it on one of my channels, but it just didn't come out very right. Is to actually take hamburger meat and put a hole in it, and then wrap bacon around it, and like make what I call the carnivore bacon do not instead of the donut.
Yeah, that sounds good though. It sounds like something I would eat.
But I mean, food-wise, it was very good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it was still edible and it was still eatable. It just didn't come out as a donut.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, donuts are something I do, not something I eat.
Yeah, I think you said that one other time. Like.
Yeah, I'll get on the ATC or even the Bobcat. I can do donuts, but I'm not going to eat them. This doesn't get big enough to see the ingredients list, but it looks pretty scary.
Yeah.
That's like
it's pretty much.
But that's what it is. It's like some kind of like a bread-looking thing with this white crap in it. It's just terrible. Hostess Twinkies. Oh my goodness. You know, it's funny. The company went out of business. Let's see. They ain't cheap either. I mean, look at this.
Twinkies? No, they're not.
It's 13.58 ounces for $3.66. I bought ground beef for $2.99 a pound at Gordon Foods. So ground beef is cheaper than Twinkies. Amazing.
Yeah.
Gee, wow, things are expensive. People actually eat that garbage. I don't know. I think steak is cheaper than this crap.
I think that, I think in the long run, definitely. You know, I think it's, you know.
See, what's another thing they had? Ho-hos?
I definitely agree with that, you know.
See, here's another one I found in those clean-outs. The ho-hos.
Oh, yeah, I remember Ho-Hos.
You find a lot of these people that are old and they die, and then this is the kind of crap they had in their refrigerator. It makes you wonder if they would have lived longer if they didn't eat this garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's depressing in a way, but on the other hand, that's what we're working against. We're trying to give people an alternative.
Yeah, that's true.
Donuts, that's the other one. Donuts. Those little round things. Yeah, see, little mini donuts. Now I'm not even hungry. I'm starting to feel sick. Ugh. Well, when I get my heart attack chicken cooking,
What, I've been talking about all the donuts?
yeah, all this crap, you know, when you go in the store, I feel like sick. It's like, why would anybody eat this garbage? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks like mold. It looks like moldy bread. You know, you got these little round things with white stuff on it. It's like got mold growing on it. Powdered mini donuts. The other thing I think about donuts, I think about police officers, you know, hanging out at the donut shop. They're over there at Velvet Cream Donuts or Dunkin' Donuts. Let's see, 10 ounces for $2.59. I think even that is more expensive than ground beef because 16 ounces for $2.99 is the ground beef on sale. So, shoot, just get some ground beef, make it into a donut. That's all.
Yeah.
Ground beef donut. See, now I think about ground beef, I'm hungry again. When I think about donuts and crackers, and especially down here, people, they chow on those Cuban crackers. I don't know if you've ever seen them.
I might have seen them, but I don't really know what a Cuban cracker is.
They're the real big things. Let me see. Cuban crackers. I spelled it wrong. Oh, well. There it is. Crackers. Cuban crackers. They're these big old, like this.
Oh, okay. Actually, no, I don't see it right now. I see Ho-Hos on your thing.
Oh, it's a delay.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This whole time that we were talking, I was putting in my new CGM sensor.
Oh, okay. Keeping an eye on it? Keeping an eye on the blood sugar?
Yeah, I mean, it expired just 10 seconds ago.
Oh, okay.
So,
I guess Walmart has something called Dante Cuban crackers, but at the corner, look what it says, new formula. I mean, would you eat food that says formula?
I've seen that before, yeah.
A formula. That sounds like chemistry experiment. I got a new formula. Not a recipe. It's a formula.
It is a new experiment. That's the bad thing about it.
And then what does it cost?
But it's not like a new experiment. It is a new experiment.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. What does this thing cost?
I mean, didn't you know, Rick? We're all guinea pigs in this world.
Right?
We're all scientific guinea pigs.
Let's see. 226 grams.
They found that you can't experiment on animals, which I get, but how they solve the problem is, we'll just experiment with people not knowing it, and we'll experiment on the people.
That's it.
That's all it is.
much this weighs. But all this snack crap always seems to be more expensive than low-end beef. So, and it's like you have to have factories to make this stuff, beef, lamb, whatever. It's like the last comment we had about having lamb or having goats. You could process that yourself. Goat's not that big. Same thing with the lamb. You don't have to go through any of these new formulas because my food doesn't come with a formula. It has one ingredient, cow or sheep or goat or duck, iguana. One ingredient, that's all. There's no new formula.
Yeah, basically.
Anyway, let's see. Comment-wise, we still have people. I guess there's a glutton for punishment everywhere you look. There's always somebody out there. Okay. Secret recipe. Yeah, secret recipe. It's like Bush's baked beans with the secret recipe. Donuts have all the essential carbs. New formula, even more addictive. I used to eat Cuban crackers when I was in college at UM. Yeah, anyone that's been in Miami would know those Cuban crackers, how common they are. And that's something that, people just kind of get addicted to. I'd eat them with cream cheese. Well, at least, the cream cheese tastes good. And then people eat sweets, eat them because they're giving them happiness somehow. And that sweet taste has something attracting, yes, I'll know, it's crazy and disturbing. Formula sounds scientific, I guess. Well, I'll tell you, I don't know. I may be a little wacky. Actually, I know I'm a lot wacky because I'm totally quacked. But there's no way, I don't think there's any formula they could make that would give me, I'd be like a cat. Give a cat a steak versus any snack food in the world, and the cat's always going to eat the steak. And it's the same thing with me. You give me a steak, even if it's the toughest top round, cheap meat that you can find, and dump all the snack foods in the world, I'm going to grab that meat first, and I won't even look at the snack foods. And then I may take a bite out of one or two of them, probably spit it out and feel sick, and then just grab the rest of it and head over to the canal and start feeding the ducks.
Yeah. That's true.
All these Takis and all this other crap. I mean, it's ridiculous. And Doritos. I know people that are addicted to those Doritos, and they're nasty, and people love them for some reason. I don't know why. Boy, Milton's been such a good little kitten. I'm telling you.
Well, right now I have your screens on the chat, so I think I see is Rick, Anna saying, Rick, people who eat sweets eat them because is what you have on the screen. So I don't really see Milton right now.
No, he'll come up soon.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, I don't see you either, so.
It should have come up by now.
Yeah, there you are. I see you. You're laying down.
Oh, you're scratching. You don't have fleas, do you? You silly thing. I checked you for fleas. Hope he doesn't.
You're laying down and it looks like your neck is like in a weird, like, awkward position. Like
yeah, I'm up against the wall. I do that often.
Yeah.
And the thing is, my mattress is old. It used to have springs sticking out of it. I know people that have to buy a new mattress because they get back trouble. I don't have back trouble. I guess when you're a carnivore, you're just a lot tougher than the average person. I see a question. What do you feed Milton, Rick? I feed him raw meat. I give him beef, pork. The chicken I cook. I don't give him raw chicken. But I'm sure if he had a chance, he'd probably eat a whole bird if he could get his paws on one. Right, Milton? Okay. Let's see. Formula sounds scientific. Okay, there's Milton and Research Department on Agriculture Campus. Okay. Well, anyway, we have reached a new world record. It is 3 o'clock, so you get 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. That's a 6-hour total live stream time, which is outrageous. So what we're going to do, we're going to wrap this up before it gets dark. We got 17 in chat. That's amazing. And I know you want to get out.
It was good talking to you. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, same here. I want you to go outside and enjoy what's left of your day. I'm going to go in the kitchen and start cooking, and I'll do my little wrap-up talk, and that'll be that till next week.
All right. I'll see you next week or whenever.
It was a pleasure having you, and I will be with Russ most likely on Tuesday, so you're welcome to drop in there at any time.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, Thomas.
All right. See you guys later.
All right.
See you later. All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so let me go ahead and wrap this up. Let me put this here. Why is it not moving? Okay. There we go. I hope everybody can hear me loud and clear. I enjoy the live talk with Thomas at Target Prime Rib. And again, if anyone wants to come in the future, now I'm going to turn this live off for today because I don't want to be live all day. And I did have a few comments that you like my microphone, my new old microphone. It's probably better than the other one. And as mentioned, it's not as big, so it's more streamlined. And of course, my little Milton has behaved very nicely. And I'm very happy that I had as many people as I did. I didn't reach any kind of records in terms of attendance, but we did reach a record in terms of time. So let me go ahead and wrap up the rest of these comments here. And let's see. There was 17 in chat. Milton is getting so big. Yes, he is. Cats need raw meat. That's right. That's why mine gets it. Heart attack chicken coming up next. And it's raining in Boca now. Well, hopefully we'll get some rain here because it's super dry and windy. We don't need more brush fires. And it has been fun. Thanks, Rick. Well, thank you, Lambs. I'm very happy you enjoy it. Kim appreciates life. Yeah, there we go. Enjoy the rest of your day, Rick and Milton. That's great. And it was cool to hear you, too. Old Mike seems to sound better, even if the old one wasn't too bad. Interesting. So, basically, you like this microphone. And by the way, does anybody know what microphone model this is before we go? I'll tell you what it is in a little bit, but let's start off with the brand name. Do you know the name of the company that made this and still makes this microphone, by the way? If you want to buy one, you can also buy a cheap Chinese version. Maybe I'll start a trend of people using these microphones. But if anyone know? I don't see any comments. Okay. And Anna says, bye, Thomas, Rick. It sounds good on my end. Yes. Well, if you don't know, I'm going to give you a little trivia for the day. This is made by a company called Shure, S-H-U-R-E. And it is the 55S model. 55 is the microphone series that came out. And this other one this is the small 55S. And if you want to look it up, you can see. Let me just pop this up here in a second. Okay. Pop this up, and there you go. So they actually still sell these. You have the Chinese version, and then you have, the, I think they're like $200 now. They were like 20 or 30 bucks when they made this one. But yeah, if you want to get one that's cheap, you can get it from, what is it, Alibaba or whatever it is. So it's copied. You can find it all over the place. That's not bad. I don't know how good the quality is. I mean, obviously, it's not the real deal. It's a fake, but they are out there. So if you were curious about what kind of microphone this is, that's what it is. And it's often known as the so-called Elvis mic, is what they often call it. So let me just pop over here again. Okay. So anyway, now mine came from a yard sale way back when. I didn't pay that much. I think I may have paid 15 or 20 bucks for this thing, but it is out there and not bad, you know. So anyway, that's a little something new. And let's go ahead and end this. So we have adios amigos, 18 still in chat. Okay, let me pop up some more of these comments before I go. And we will finally wrap it up because I definitely need to eat. I don't want to go all day without eating. Okay. Yeah, I don't think so. Anything is possible, though, in my chat. For me, too. Adios, amigos, and 18 still in chat. Well, that's good. So anyway, I want the rest of you to enjoy what's left of your day. Have a great rest of your weekend. And hopefully I will see you on Tuesday when we have, the Homesick Buckeye live stream. You can join in there if you like, or you can watch. It's up to you. And anyway, that's, as they say, that's all she wrote. So we'll go ahead and we'll close that up. And you can see me, and you can say goodbye to Milton because he's also here. And I will catch you the next time I see you. So I hope you have an awesome day, and let's see if this will work. And there it goes.